The following is a presentation of the St. Louis Chess Club. The nation's best are leaving it all on the boards at the U.S. Open and U.S. Women's Championships in St. Louis. With the finish line in sight, contenders are fiercely jockeying for position. With chasers closing in, Fabiano Caruana shifted into high gear, but his winning chances fizzled to a draw, maintaining his narrow lead going into the final round. Good things come in threes for Carissa Yip, who clinched the title a round early with a little help, officially becoming a three-time U.S. Women's Champion. The stage is set. Who will earn their spot and take their place on the podium? Day 11 of Epic Chess, coming up next.
Welcome back, chess fans, to the championship round here at the 2024 US Chess Championships and US Women's Chess Championships. In the women's section, Carissa Yip already clinched the title with an absolutely dominant performance, but in the open section, anything can still happen. Fabiano Caruana, the leader, has the chance with the white pieces today to clinch and get his third consecutive title. Will he be able to do it, or some of his nearest competitors be able to catch up? Only time will tell. Let's go to the studio and start the action.
There is a champion for the women in the 2024 US Championships. Who will be the champion in the open section? We could find out today as round 11 starts right now. Hi everyone, I am Women Grandmaster Katerina Nemcova, and I am here with Grandmaster Yasser Seirawan and Grandmaster Cristian Chirila.
Kate, all good things
Hello, guys.
must come
Katerina,
to an
Yasser.
end. Cristian.
It's been an exciting ride.
It has. It's been great fun.
It's finally
Thank
championship
you to you
round.
both. Hello, everyone, and welcome to our live coverage of the 2024 U.S. Championships. It's been a bumpy ride, but we do have a champion in the women's section. Carissa Yip backed her way. She started with 8 wins. We were so excited here in the Central West End. Could she win the Bobby Fischer Prize? It was not to be, as she's lost those last 2 games. Fabiano remains in pole position, but Kate, I'm stealing your thunder. Tell the viewers our standings. Let's start with the ladies.
Let's take a look. In the women's section, Carissa Yip, she lost her second round in the round 10, but she is the clear winner with 8 points already. Alice Lee and Begim Tokhirjonova tying for the second place, and Alice making a very important win against Begim to catch up to her. And then 4th place, Megan Lee with 5.5 points, and a 3-way tie for the 5th place, Irina Krash, Jennifer Yu, and Talia Cervantes with 5 points.
And this, excuse me, and the standings in the open.
In the open section, there is Fabiano Caruana, who is leading the field with 6 points, and 2-way tie for the second place, Awonder, Liang and Ray Robson with 5.5 points. We see that Ray Robson already played 10 games, he has a bye round, so he cannot catch up to Fabiano Caruana, but Awonder can, and so can Sam Sevian and Hans Niemann, who are tied for 4th place with 5 points.
And for these 2 national championship titles, Kate, format, please.
Let's take a look. So we play 12-player round robins, which means each player plays everybody else in the respective section. Time control, classical chess, 90 minutes for first 40 moves, followed by 30 minutes for rest of the game, and a 30-second increment for move 1. No draw offers are allowed in these tournaments.
In case of a playoff, tell us about the format.
Let's take a look. So, if 2 players tie for first, they play 2-game rapid match. 15 minutes plus 10-second increment. If they are still tied, we repeat the same format, same time, but colors are reversed. Then if they are still tied, we go to blitz match, 2-game with 5 minutes and 2-second increment. Still tied, same thing, colors reversed. And if they are still tied, chief arbiter and players will agree to resolve tie by other means.
Whatever that means.
I think it's Armageddon, but I have been seeing paper, rock, scissors as the players are getting adjusted to this. We have a champion, but in the open section, questions remain.
Absolutely, everything to be played still in the final round in the open section, but of course we should start and give the roses to Carissa Yip.
Absolutely.
Just an incredible dominant performance. Take a look at that. International master Carissa Yip, the winner of the 2024 US Women's Champion. This is her third national title at only 21 years of age.
That's a nice
incredible,
career.
incredible CV already she's building
Wow.
up. She won $40,000. Congratulations to her. Unfortunately for her, and she was disappointed. I met her a couple of the past couple of nights, and she was very disappointed because she couldn't get that Bobby Fischer prize.
Right.
But look, still 8 out of 8 to start off with. That was just an incredible, dominant performance. Let's take a look at the open section. What do we have in that one? This is still the man to beat at the top of the standings, Fabiano Caruana. And both him and Awonder drew their respective games in yesterday's round. As you can see, 6 out of 9, 5.5 out of 9, and Ray Robson just below at 5.5 out of 10. Because right now, in today's round, he has a bye. Anything can still happen in this one. Let's take a look at Fabi's what ifs. If Fabiano wins in today's game against Sam Shankland, he wins the tournament outright, and he has the white pieces. If Fabiano draws and Awonder does not win, Fabi wins the tournament once again outright. If Fabi loses, Awonder has to lose for Fabiano to continue winning the tournament outright. If Fabi loses and Awonder makes a draw, then we will see the tie breaks. Anything can happen in that one. Let's take a look at the big pairings, the marquee matchups in the open section. This is the big one. Fabiano Caruana against a player that he knows so well, Grandmaster Sam Shankland. But as you can see, he's never lost against him. 2 wins, no losses, 8 draws. Definitely a favorable pairing, I would say, especially with the white pieces. And let's take a look at what's happening in Liang's matchup. Who is he facing? Take a look at that. A player that's on the uprising right now, Grandmaster Leinier Dominguez. Awonder Liang with 5.5 points and the white pieces in this one, but he has been so proficient with the black pieces in this competition. No wins, 1 loss, and 2 draws. Again, anything can happen in this one, and Awonder surely will come with something prepared to try to take the victory and take the title from Fabiano. What are the pairings for today, Kate?
Let's take a look. Some really cool pairings, especially in the women's section. Carissa Yip, Alice Lee, the match that everybody is looking forward to see. Carissa said in her interview that she wishes Alice to finish second because they're big friends, but she said unfortunately she's playing me in the last round.
Bad luck.
Dalia Cervantes against Anna Zatonsky, Rose Atwell against Megan Lee, Jennifer Yu playing Atusa Prukashian. Big match also, Irina Krush against Nazi Paikidze. These ladies have a lot of US championship titles. And Begim Tokhirjonova against Tatev Abrahamian. Also a very important match because the second place is a qualification spot for the World Cup. So Begim and Alice are going to try their best to secure it.
Absolutely. And the pairings in the open section, Kate?
In the open section, first board Abhimanyu Mishra against Wesley So, then Grigoriy Oparin against Levon Aronian, Sam Sevian against Hans Niemann, and of course
Something
the
could
big
happen
match,
there,
Fabiano Caruana against Sam Shankland, and then Awonder Liang against Leinier Dominguez. And Ray Robson, he has a bye round today.
It's definitely those tables 3, 4, and 5 that will have our attention. The players are fighting hard for the title, but also
for a very generous prize fund. So the first place here, Carissa Yip already got this $35,000, and because she is going to finish clear first, she's also getting the winner's bonus of $5,000. But second place still up for grabs, $30,000, third place $20,000, all the way to the 12th place, $4,000.
And the prize fund for the open section, Kate?
Here, it's a total prize fund of $250,000, the first prize $55,000, and again, the winner's bonus of a $7,000 if a player is clear first, and all the way to the 12th place, $6,000.
Wonderful, and thank you, St. Louis Chess Club and Scholastic Center, for your generous prize fund as we see the players getting ready for this, the championship round, the 11th and final round of a play.
And there you have it. Grigoriy Oparin with the white pieces will be facing Levon Aronian. That one will definitely be an interesting clash to follow. Fabiano Caruana making his way.
Yeah, there we see Fabi and Sam Shankland shaking hand. Can Sam be a spoiler?
That's the question. That's the question. And I have a feeling, if Fabi starts with e4, I have a feeling we're going to see a c5. Sam has been playing a lot of Sicilians lately. He's not shying away. Successfully so, especially that one against Leinier in this one. And against Awonder, I believe.
Yeah.
And he had a tough loss yesterday, so maybe he wants to come back and make a mark in the tournament.
Absolutely. Yeah. He wants to play spoilers. I mean, this is something to play for, in the final championship round. Leinier also very focused, as usual.
I like the deliberate adjusting of the pieces, making sure that all the pieces and all the pawns are really centralized in the middle of the square. Yeah.
And most of the players are in the playing hall on time because we saw some problems with players getting a little bit late. Yeah. So Chris Bird made sure that the players know that we want to be there on time.
We used to have a penalty for being late. Unfortunately, that cannot be enforced right now because of all these security checks.
Exactly. Well, the penalty in my day was an hour late, you lose the game. Now it's a lot more severe. I think it's like a 5-10 minute window only before you're forfeited.
This is a big moment. Let's see, e5 or c5? What's your bet?
C5, 100%.
There you have it.
Yeah.
C5 is on the board.
We could be in for, although Rossalimo, bishop b5 variations.
He generally plays e6.
E6 or d6?
No, well, actually,
D6.
both of them could be played. d6 in this case.
And bishop b5 check. If you don't know, look at this.
Main variation.
Najdorf is a foot.
Yes,
Knight takes. It was the 2018 U.S. Championship that Sam Shankland won, wasn't it?
Yes.
And I really like Fabi's comment to that. With 3 rounds to go, Fabi and Sam Shankland were tied for first. And Fabi scored 2 wins in 1 draw in his final 3 games. And he thought to himself, well, I've got first place tied up. At least a share of first, if not outright first.
Yes.
No, Sam Shankland went 3 out of 3 and snatched the title. Bishop g5. Look, in my day, this was the absolute main line. And entire books written by Dr. John Nunn on bishop g5. Ooh, and queen f3.
Queen to f3, yes.
That's a sideline.
A recent wrinkle, let's say.
So for those,
if you go f4, then queen to b6. Generally, it's so difficult to find something. You can
even
start
with
h6
the inclusion of h6 and queen b6.
The poison pawn is extremely difficult.
To navigate
debunk,
these waters, you really have to know what you're doing. A favorite of Bobby Fischer. Bobby Fischer was very provocative when he was playing the Najdorf as black. He went for the poison pawn variation. We're not seeing that. We're seeing queen f3. Now, again, e6, queen f3. This side variation was not considered anything to be worried about, not dangerous at all. The idea was that we would play knight to d7, not bishop e7, funnily enough. In those days, the idea was to play knight d7, quickly queen c7, h7, h6, and we delay
h6 first.
The development of the bishop. Whoa. Okay, that's really
guys. Can we go to a Wonders game really quick?
Sure.
Really quick right now. Can we see the
news?
board? Did he play a3? Are you kidding me?
I have a3 on the board. Basically,
he
Wonder
played
says,
a3.
I've been playing great with the black pieces. Let me play black.
In the final round, when he needs to win, to have a chance at winning the title, and he starts with a3.
He's giving up a tempo, saying maybe a3 is going to be useful, but I want to play with black pieces. So Leinier, here you go.
I commend that. Look,
stunned.
Let's do it. Let's have some fun. a3, d5, and knight to f3.
And okay, we're going to keep our heads on that. Eyes on that. I just wanted to go back to the Sam Shankland game just for a moment because h7. I was just about to say h7, h6 asks a question, or as we would say, puts the question to the bishop. The question is, are we happy doubling your pawns? Black has the 2 bishops. Pretty safe. I don't think black is going to be upset. Usually in these endings, I have to have my pawn on f5, my bishop on c4, to have some kind of a threat against the
But
black
it's
center.
difficult to break in, right?
Oh,
For those
absolutely. The alternative is bishop h4, but then you always have to be careful that I'm just going to put some moves on the board, right? That in a position like this, you don't end up with your bishop a little bit sidelined on the g3 square. You might have to play f3 as well as bishop f2 to get back into the game. Fabi played a move I just didn't expect, bishop to d2. Cristian, I really need you to tell me if this is the latest and greatest
It has only been played. It has only been played 6 times. Comparatively, bishop to h4 107 times, bishop to e3 46, bishop takes f6 30 something. So bishop to d2 has been played the least in this position.
6
but
times.
it seems to be something that surprised, at least for the moment, Sam Shankland. And this is, this is the reaction that you want to see. You're Fabiano Caruana. You've been trying to find somewhat of a sideline.
Right.
You're shying away from the main lines because you know how well prepared Sam Shankland is. You're looking for a sideline. He found it. And the question is, will Sam Shankland stop and think? And if he does, then Fabi will be looking at the position and will be saying, yes, that's a success. But let's take a look. Queen to b6 was already played. Knight to b3.
Queen b6 already played.
Yes. No more, and this is kind of the natural response against bishop to d2 because in any iteration, any other iteration, let's say bishop to h4, if you go queen to b6, this does not make that much sense because now I can just simply castle and I'm defending both the knight on d4 and the pawn on b2. So your poison pawn idea doesn't work anymore,
Exactly.
right? And the knight stays in the center. This is one of the more important aspects of it. Now, after bishop to d2, queen to b6, you cannot leave the knight in the center anymore. You cannot go castle because of queen takes d4, of course. So you have to go knight to b3, which was played. And right now, we're still waiting for Sam to make his move. My guess is castle is going to come very quickly, bishop to e3, and then we're going to see somewhat of a transposition. And the question is, how is white going to utilize this queen on f3? You have a couple of ways of doing so. One of them is by playing the move queen to g3, trying to keep an eye on the pawn on g7, stop black from finishing his development with bishop e7. The other way is to, in fact, go g4. g4, h4, and sometimes even drop the queen to g2. Stay on this diagonal so that sometimes you have ideas of stopping the move b5 because of the rook on a8. So a lot of minute details that I'm sure Fabiano has looked through with his coaches, with his second for this tournament, and I'm sure he has some pretty decent ideas, pretty solid ideas about what to do next in the next few moves.
If we can, we'll just play some moves. Let's say queen c7.
Probably one of the better moves.
Castle's long.
Yes.
Knight b8, d7. I'm just a little bit curious how things go. This kind of stops.
I'm actually sort of curious why the engine just simply dislikes this castle, and apparently b5 is really good in this position. With the idea of bishop to b7, I'm coming and I'm putting pressure on e4 very quickly with bishop b7, and then b4 is coming. So this seems to be a good version.
So castles is not a good move.
Right, right. It seems like after queen c7, in fact, perhaps what he got ready in this position would be maybe a4 to stop the move b5.
And we do have
queen c7
as expected.
And Fabi has not played his move yet.
You're saying castles b5 black
seems to be better, yes.
The engine's not pleased.
No. You can also go queen to g3. So you have a couple of options.
Okay.
Queen to g3, once again, the idea to kind of freeze black's kingside.
But no g4 then, if you put your queen in.
Exactly, yes. There's no g4. But queen to g3 makes a lot of sense, right? Again, just stopping you from going bishop to e7, or to try to stop me from going b5 with the move a4. Those seem to be, at least to my eyes, the two main lines in this position. And Fabi should not be thinking for too long. Because queen c7 is very natural. Very natural. And especially this sequence, queen b6, queen c7, makes a lot of sense. You're kicking the knight away, so you get a better version. I think this is a much better version than starting with queen to c7 directly. The knight on d4 is considered to be much better than a knight on b3 on a more passive position. So,
But the pawn on h6 can be a problem in the future, right? I can I can go queen h6, pardon me, the black
This one, yes,
Yeah.
yes,
Like
yes.
whenever you castle short side, I can be going with pawn to g4, g5,
That's
or
right.
queen g3, bishop take h6.
That's right. Yep. No, this one is going to be utilized as a hook and as a weakness. So for the moment, it's a liability, but sometimes you can see black even playing the move g5, getting the bishop out via g7 and trying to put pressure on the dark squares. We shall wait and see. I mean, this is still very early on in the opening.
Sorry to be persistent, but
Yes.
white's best move according to the engine?
a4.
A4.
Yes.
But then you're not castling long.
You're not castling long. You're not castling long. You're playing more for limitation of black's options and black's pieces, especially this
play?
bishop on c8.
Only a3, or is that a3 just to stop b5?
You can also go
b4?
a3. Yes, this is the second best move, in fact. And my guess is that after b5, you just shy away with queen to g3. Look, it does seem like black is very close to, finding, let's say, objective equality. But it's a game. It's a game, and this is what Fabi wanted to get out of this. I am a bit surprised that he's thinking, though. I am a bit surprised because queen b6, queen c7 should not have been something that takes him out of his theory.
Thank you, Cristian. And just turning to our important game between Awonder, Liang, and Leinier. Leinier didn't move literally after, for those of you joining us a little bit late, a2, a3. Look, I've been playing so well with the black pieces. Let me try to play well with the white pieces by pretending I'm black. Took Leinier back. He played d7, d5 after a few minutes of thought. Knight f3 came instantly. And then it took another 5, 6, 7 minutes for Leinier to play knight f6. And this is something that we've spoken about. Awonder has really been using his time management has been excellent thus far in the game.
But
knight
if
f6
when Levon,
tournament.
Awonder played d4,
Yep.
and if Leinier wants to go to London, then a3 move is actually useful if Leinier plays bishop
f5. That's pretty funny. See, we transpose it in a position where a2, a3 becomes useful. A game that we haven't really spoken about, but it is absolutely vital to the standings, is the one between Sam Sevian and Hans Niemann. Now, today, we're in a Joko piano, but Hans is on the black side. You've heard Cristian throughout the tournament talk about how Hans has played the white side of the Joko piano very well. And with this move, bishop g5, by the way, this is really kind of throwing down the gauntlet. Now that the bishop is not on e7, this pin usually gets addressed by h6 and g5, but it comes with consequence. Not so easy to castle long when you're castle short, pardon me.
I think this is a position we had also in the game between Carissa Yip and Megan Lee.
Exactly. Very, very popular variations, these Joko pianos with bishop g5 as well as the castle knight d2 complexes. Where would you like to take us, Kate?
Maybe let's go to the women's section and let's take a look at the leader, or actually the winner, the US champion, Carissa Yip, because she's not going for any complications.
No, she decided, did Carissa, that in case of the Russian defense, she was going to play the old queen e2 and try to vacuum the pieces off the board, starting with the queen e7.
Are we a bit surprised that Alice Lee plays the Petrov in, I wouldn't call it necessarily a must-win game for her, but if she wants to maintain that second position against Begim, who is playing white against Tatev, who is struggling, shouldn't she go for something a bit more aggressive?
Like the Caro
the Sicilian, maybe, the Caro Khan, anything, anything that keeps more pieces on the board, right?
Yeah, the Caro Khan.
Yes,
yeah, I agree. Michael Tal once had the black pieces, and he had a must-win situation. And after the one e4, he played c6, and he played the Caro Khan. The game ended in a draw.
Yes.
But he said, when I'm black in a must-win game, the Caro Khan is the most solid defense known to man.
We've seen Carissa play a lot of moderns whenever she felt like she needed to win to maintain the streak, right?
Bishop
D6, G6, and whatnot. Something that, sure, you're taking risks, but at least you're keeping more pieces and more chances on the board. What are the chances that one of the players will be outplayed in this position? Completely symmetrical, right? Not very high.
Very, very slim.
They're pretty slim.
Yeah.
Yes.
By the way, symmetry indeed.
Complete symmetry.
Yeah, exactly.
Complete symmetry, yes.
Dare I suggest rook h1 to e1,
King
as
B1,
well,
King B.
as well as d3, d4. I would probably go d3, d4 myself, trying to gain a little space. Okay, I do have a threat. I mean, pretty obvious one. Because of the tournament situation, I would not recommend d5. If you want to try to make some types of imbalance, not that I'm necessarily capturing the pawn on a2, but at least I'm trying to carve out a square in the middle of the board, the d5 square, where I'll try to create some imbalance. We'll keep an eye on this one. And yesterday, our Anastasiya caught up with Alice. Let's take a listen. We didn't get a chance to see this interview.
I'm here with Alice Lee, who just won her game against Begim. It was a really, really crazy game. Alice, tell us about it and how actually you managed to do it at the end.
Yeah, I thought she surprised me in the opening, but I thought the middle game, it probably was pretty equal. And then when we went to the rook endgame, I thought it should be a draw. I was just trying to push some pawns on the king side to make it seem like I was creating threats, but I don't think I actually had any threats. But then when we got into this endgame, she just blundered this very strange, allowing my f pawn to basically just queen. I mean, I'm guessing she thought that I would just there was a moment where after time control, I thought it would just be a draw. She played h4. But yeah, I mean, there was actually kind of worried that I might lose if her king comes in, and then I might be getting checkmated if my pawns aren't fast enough. But then I was like, okay, I'm not going to lose this. I'm probably going to draw. And then she blundered, and I was like, oh, I'm actually probably going to win.
At the moment when you played this, of course, fantastic move, rook f4, how did you feel when you saw it, and what your opponent was? What was the reaction of your opponent?
Yeah, I was honestly surprised because it was after time control, so I thought she would be able to spend a lot of time in sync, especially once I play rook g4. My idea is to play rook f4, so I think she has to choose between two moves, king e5 and king d5, and she chose king e5, which I think was losing. But yeah, once I played rook f4, I was like, okay, I should be winning this. I wasn't sure if I would actually be able to win. Maybe she would have some fortress and the queen, and versus rook and 2 pawns, but
it wasn't.
It was okay, I mean, I'm not going to lose this, and I'm either going to win or draw, so that's what I was happy about. And then she was spending a lot of time and was like, okay, well, she probably thinks it's losing, so therefore I think that's winning for me.
Absolutely, yes. When your opponent spends time, it means it's good news, right? And with this victory, it's of course, you improved your tournament situation as much as you could, and also you brought the victory to your friend Carissa. What do you think about it?
Yeah, I mean, because in the last 2 rounds, I was going to be playing Begim and Carissa, so for me, I would kind of be controlling some of the top places.
Yes.
And it looks like Carissa got a very difficult position today, so I'm sure she's happy that I was able to, win, and now she doesn't have to really worry about the next 2 results.
Exactly, and that she plays against you also tomorrow. And did she actually come to your board after you finished? Did she check the result?
I don't think she did, but I think she saw the position after rook f4, so she probably assumed that, she can just play her game, and the result just doesn't matter as much.
Yeah, it should be important for her. So what is your mindset coming to the last round? You're playing against Carissa, the winner of the tournament, but you have your goals.
Yeah, so of course my goal for this tournament was to get top 2 to qualify for the World Cup. And I think winning this game was extremely important because Begim was currently in sole second place, so now I'm caught up with her. Of course, it would be very difficult for me tomorrow because if I want to clinch a spot, then I probably have to win with black, and that's not easy. But I mean, I'll just try to go into the game and try to play a good game and enjoy the last round.
Absolutely. We're looking forward to the last round. It's going to be really tense and interesting. All the best of luck for you, Alice.
Thank you.
And we come back to the studio.
Thank you, Anastasiya. And again, congratulations for yesterday's victory over Begim. that put her in the situation she is now. She's tied for second and for that all-important World Cup spot. I wanted to go to the game of Begim for just a moment. She's up against Tatev. Tatev playing the French defense and the winner, the most popular ways for black to meet knight c3, bishop a5. Now, basically, I want to say in the 90s, a whole group of Armenian players, Rafael Vaganyan, Simbat Laputian, and many others were playing the move bishop a5, and this had always been frowned upon because of the move b2, b4. Please do me a great service. Capture this pawn. This is like the worst pawn you'll ever gorge yourself upon, because the moment you stop and start to reflect about the position, bishop takes a3, knight d6.
And just white pieces are dominating the board. You're never going to castle. Your king is going to be in danger very quickly. So the main move, by the way, is bishop takes c3, right? Capture the knight. Tatev played bazillion games in this position, but she prepared something new.
Exactly.
She did not go for the main line. She chose bishop a5.
So it's a bit of a surprise, but these days, it's like players know everything. And in the old days, people were playing knight to b5 and the move bishop c7, putting pressure, immediate pressure on the pawn on e5 was how a lot of the games were to continue. Queen g4 became the go-to move in terms of trying to gain an advantage for white.
We are immediately targeting the g7 pawn, so we are forcing black to do something about it.
Exactly. So please, by all means, help yourself. Capture my knight. Big mistake, of course. Queen takes g7. Then I just eat the rook on h8. It's not that I'm just winning the rook on h8 too, but then the knight on g8 is in a pin, and it's a full disaster. It's a full disaster. You cannot allow queen takes g7. There are good reasons also why you don't want to play the move g3. Knight b5 followed by a future bishop g5, and be very, you don't want to see a bishop landing on f6, trust me. I've played a lot of French defenses, and those don't work at all. King f8. The benefit of this from black's point of view is very often I have to worry about the move knight to d6, check. But now that my king is on f8, it's sort of like, you're kind of welcome. Please.
I don't have to worry about losing castling rights. I've already
lost them, right? So if you now go and play knight d6, it's not a check. I can happily ignore it. Play knight to c6, put pressure on e5. You never want to go knight c3 to b5 to d6 and capture my worst piece, no.
I would be very happy to get rid of that.
Exactly. Knight f3, knight c6, queen f4. We're still in theory, and the idea of queen f4 is that you have to be a little bit careful that knight d6 and knight g5 doesn't suddenly bother you a great deal.
F7 is still a weak pawn.
Exactly.
Still guarded only by the king.
And why is this game so important? Well, let's take a look at the standings.
Oh, this game is very important because Begim Tokhirjonova is currently tied for the second place, and you heard it in the Alice interview. This is the second qualification spot for the World Cup. Very important one. Tatev Abhimanyu at 4.5 points, 8th position. This point is still very important because you can get closer. There's a big prize fund, so it's still important to do your best in your last round.
Always, always. And I'm going to turn it over to you, Cristian.
Well, the thing is, what we're seeing in the last round is that everybody is in a position to want to win, to want to keep the game going. Despite the fact that you're playing with the black pieces, you still want to keep chances alive. And I think we're seeing that from a lot of players. The one that we just saw, Tatev Abhimanyu, definitely wants to win that one. But that opens the opportunity for Begim to play for a win as well.
Right.
And she doesn't need to seek for too long and in these like crazy sidelines like we were seeing with Fabiano Caruana. But it is Tatev who is throwing the gauntlet with his move bishop to a5. And this is something that we've seen from Team USA at the Olympiad. And I don't know exactly what access or what information Tatev has, but we've seen Wesley So play this at the Olympiad, successfully so, against Peter Leko. So definitely it's starting to become a trend. Now, Going back to the open section, a game that we will be continuing to speak about throughout this broadcast is the one between Sam Sevian and Hans Niemann, because as you can see on the standings, they're 1 point behind Fabiano Caruana. Sure, it's very unlikely that Fabi loses, but if it does, it opens up the possibility for one of these players to potentially catch up with the leaders. Both Sam and Hans know that this could potentially become a golden opportunity. So they're trying to, once again, keep chances alive, keep pieces alive, and we're seeing that. Gioco piano with the white pieces for Hans, gioco piano with the black pieces for Hans. It doesn't really matter. He loves this type of positions, and Sam loves them too. I have to say, I've seen him play some very interesting ones with Leinier Dominguez throughout the years. He's always challenging Leinier in this type of structures. Now, there's a couple of ways in which you can play the gioco piano with the white pieces. One of them is with c3, castle, a4, and whatnot. The other one is to play it with bishop to g5. This is a completely different setup, which allows black to play h6, bishop to h4, and then at some point you will have to get rid of this spin. And the way to do so, generally, is before you castle, you go with the move g5, and you're pretty much throwing the gauntlet to white on the king side. Now, obviously, very often after the move g5, sometimes white even has knight takes g5 ideas, but quite rare whenever the king is still on e8. Whenever you castle, knight takes g5 becomes a real possibility. So let's see what happened. a5, knight to d2, bishop to a7, a4, queen to e7, castle, and after castle, now you can immediately play the move g5, because once the king is already on this side, there's no more, h4 ideas. Let's just make a normal move. If you play g5, bishop to g3, sometimes with the king still on e1, you have ideas of h4 and trying to open things up very quickly on that side. He decides to castle, which makes the most sense, and now g5 is a real possibility. We're going to have to wait and see how this one develops, but anytime we see bishop g5 land in the gioco piano, you know you're most likely going to have a long game, a very tense game on your hands with chances for both sides. Now, let's see what's happening in the Fabi game, the marquee matchup of the round. And he did go for the a4 line that we were prescribing, and in fact, he did so quite quickly. a4, b6, bishop to d3, bishop to b7, castle, knight d7, rook a1, bishop to e7. I think this is the position we currently have on the board. I'm seeing Sam spend quite some time right now. The idea seems to be quite clear for white. King to h1, queen to h3, f4, g4, and just wait for black to castle short, which he probably will. With the pawns already on a6 and b6, I don't think we're going to see long castle because the king gets quite weak on that side. But I think we're going to see short castle. Again, this one is going to be a fight, absolutely, for sure.
Exactly. Whenever I think of these two players between Hans Niemann
and Sam Sevian,
I have to smile. I have to laugh, actually, because I'm so reminded of their encounter at the U.S. Championship. We call it the decapitation. Let's take a look at what we're talking about, because this was hilarious.
So right now it's it's Hans's move.
Yes, let's see what happened, yes.
And then...
What?
Whoa! King...
Oh no!
He was supposed to pick up a piece off the board. And he broke the... That's
What?
I cannot believe what just happened. Oh my God. He just broke the king for some reason and he put it back.
And now he's telling him, let's go outside and fight it out. What is this?
That is hilarious. I've never seen that. Now he's trying to put the...
Maybe Hans kicked him under the table? Is that what happened? I mean, he was definitely upset about it.
I think we're
Dude, you can't touch my king. That's not...
This is amazing. This is amazing.
I've never seen something like this.
No, never.
Never in my life. Okay, unbelievable.
That's it.
Okay, many players, they have this habit to turn the piece around.
Terrible
I just tried to imagine that perhaps he just wanted to take one of the
But
pieces.
if you did that, you would be shocked, right? But he was actually motioning like, let's go outside, and do what outside?
Well, but the crazy part was that when when Han
Maybe we
said,
can see
"Excuse
it
me,
again.
dude,
Let's see
dude,
it again.
you're fiddling with my king,
Wait a
dude."
second, let's see again.
Then Sam kind of threw the king to b6
So,
and
look
said,
at his hands
Yes?
right now.
and, he's
Right now.
and the cross has fallen out of the king's socket
What he was
there.
looking...
And then
But
he's
he
kind of just
throws
threw the
it to
king to
him.
b6. It's like what?
Let's go outside. Let's go outside.
No, he's got the cross in his hand and he's like fiddling
Oh
it.
my goodness.
Dude.
What is happening?
I don't know, but somehow...
Oh, that is. I've never seen that. That's kind of funny.
Okay, we need an explanation. I hope after the end of this game, we'll have it, I hope.
I mean, his eye.
I have never ever seen that before or since in championship chess, that somebody just grabs your king.
We never get
right
tired
off
of
the
watching
table.
it.
Here's the cross of your king. As certainly it's never happened to you.
No,
And
no,
of course
never,
not.
of course.
No. This is crazy. But that was fun, to say the least. And just thinking about that moment with Anastasiya, it's my honor to introduce the fourth member of our broadcasting team, Anastasiya. Hi there.
Hello, Yasser, Cristian, and Kate. I'm still laughing. Of course, I was watching this moment, and of course, it brought all the memories from 2022 U.S. Chess Championship. Yes, it was an amazing moment. And today they're playing against each other. Yes, so I'm here to bring you some news from the playing venue. I was there today before the start of the round, and Awonder Liang, what a great boy. He came to the Leinier Otis, our photographer, and said, "Make sure that you will be next to my board before the start of the round," meaning probably the fact that he is going to play move a3 on his first move. He didn't say what exactly is going to happen, but it's really nice of him, to say to the photographer and also to social media expert, that something is going to happen. What a great idea, actually. If everybody would behave this way, we would always get enough material for our social media accounts. So, of course, everybody was paying attention to this board and players were passing by, and Awonder himself was going around the board and laughing, and, it was clear he was so emotional. So I think this game will, of course, grab a lot of attention from the audience. And also I wanted to speak about yesterday's dramatical moment of the Women's US Chess Championship, and especially my interview with Carissa. I was thinking, when was the last time I would interview the player who lost her game, but at the same time won the championship? I was thinking, what a crazy moment, how many emotions she had to go through, losing the game and immediately talking to me, speaking about the victory in the tournament. And then the last time I remembered a similar interview was actually with Magnus Carlsen back in 2013, when he won this dramatic candidates tournament in London. You remember this very well, I'm sure, when he lost the game against Peter Svidler, but at the same time won the tournament because Vladimir Kramnik lost against Vasily Ivanchuk. So again, we all remember he collapsed on the stairs, crying. It was the last time that the world champion at that time, he spoke about it later, that he cried because so many emotions going through your mind at this moment. So I'm sure that Carissa also felt very emotional, but kudos to her. She came and she shared with us all her thoughts at this moment, and she said that it hurt a lot, this championship. So I'm really looking forward, of course, to the game today, and both players explained their feelings about today's round. So Carissa also said that she will be happy with any result, in sense that she will be also happy if Wesley will come to the World Cup with her, so they will share this experience together. But I'm sure that it's going to be a big fight, because Begim is still trying to get the spot, and the intrigue of the tournament of the Women's Chess Championship is not over yet. And I'm of course looking forward who is going to win the Open US Chess Championship, and I'm waiting for the players, of course, after the end of the rounds to conduct the interviews with them. I'm very happy that I'm on this spot as a chess fan, as a journalist, to be inside of this drama, to follow what's going on and to be able to talk with the players. So looking forward to the last round. What about you guys?
Anastasiya, you definitely have the front row seat there, absolutely. And now that you reminded me of the 2013 candidates, I'll also remind you of the candidates that Nepo won in Russia. he clinched with 1 round to spare, and he lost like a child in the last round. I think the joke was he celebrated 1 day too early. Wanted to turn our attention to the game of Awonder Liang versus Leinier for just a minute, because again, there are certain moments in the chess that you really bring smiles to my face. And in this moment, Awonder has rather transposed into a London system where maybe he regrets having a pawn on a3 and maybe not having, for example, his knight on c3, or for that matter, his bishop on e2. Leinier sought to take advantage of it with the move queen b6, threatening to capture on b2, and Awonder has just played the move knight to c3. Don't get caught with your hand in the cookie jar. This is how the first time this happened to me, I felt really bad. You know, I lost my queen. The second time it happened to me, I felt a lot worse.
And then how many times you tried someone else's queen?
I felt a lot better when that happened, of course. I wanted to say that I remember as a young teenager reading the games of Alexander Alekhine, and let me emphasize that Alekhine was black in a Queen's Gambit declined, where white was the one who had played c4 and queen b3. And Alekhine played the move rook a8, a7. In this case, it would be rook a2, defending the pawn, and I just laughed and laughed and laughed. I thought that was the most hilarious move ever. Strangely enough, it worked out just perfectly fine. The queen and the rook cancel one another out. Knight c3, much more useful move than rook a2. In this case, again, you can't take the pawn on b2. If ever it's necessary, the rook would be better on b1 than on a2. Difference? White is committed his knight to c3. In another universe, like let's just put some different moves on the board for just a moment. Bishop e2, castles, and again, I'm just going to put a move, not necessarily a great move on the board, rook d8. Maybe I would play the move knight b1 to d2 with the idea of c4, not necessarily with the knight on c3. I can't play c2, c4 anymore. Knight c3 on the board. We'll keep an eye on this one. And again, when you think about the U.S. Championship title, it doesn't get more crucial than this.
This is an absolutely crucial game. Awonder Liang is tied for the second place, but he wants to win because that is a great chance to ask Fabiano to play a playoff with him if Fabiano makes only a draw. For Leinier Dominguez, we also fight for the 5 qualification spots for World Cup, so for him it's also important to score.
Not only that, but looking at this one, it's very likely that with a victory for Leinier, he might in fact share second position.
Right.
It's somewhat likely that
he would
he
join
share
Awonder.
Join Awonder, join Ray Robson, and if Sam Sevian and Hans Niemann end in a draw, then that's a big share for the second position.
Exactly.
So definitely a lot to play for. This is what we were talking about, everybody needing a win in the last round.
Exactly. Wow. Big game here as we see Awonder there at work. He's just played the move knight to c3.
This black suit makes him look like a John Wick of chess or something. I mean, he's been sporting this black suit, black shirt.
It's the Gothic
very
look.
Black hair, you know? I mean, yes, I like it. He looks very professional.
What is going on in the Fabiano game? Because when we left it, we saw the move bishop e7. By the way, in drawing up the game between Fabi and Sam, for me, again, when I was a kid and I was playing the Najdorf myself, for me, this would be a dream setup. Literally, the fianchettoed bishop, so that's looking there. The knight on d7, flexing its muscles, can go to e5 and c5. The castled king, castle, put the rook on e8, put the bishop on f8, super, super solid. And always the flexible idea that if you're not paying attention, the move d5.
I understand what you mean, but I also feel it's a very good position for white. I've played this a few times. I get the queen to h3, as Cristian was saying, f4. Sometimes I can transfer one of my knights, maybe knight e2, knight somewhere.
Right.
And I'm just attacking.
Okay. Right. And that was the other thing that I always liked about the Sicilian was it really is what you would call a counter attacking. So people who play the Sicilian say, yes, you get the initiative. You're early. You're coming after me. And what I'm hoping as black is literally you exhaust yourself. You get tired. You run
make some
out
weaknesses.
Yeah, and then it's my turn to play the counterattack, and I get to play rook takes c3 on a good day, and I get
Favorite move in Sicilian.
absolutely, absolutely. So this one, for me, I think both players are happy. They have all to play for. Just that for those of us who do play the Najdorf, this is a kind of a key position. Another thing I wanted to point out right here is when I was playing these positions as black, I would play them provocatively and very, very ambitiously. I loved what in those days was called the hedgehog. And the idea behind the hedgehog is that very often you play bishop e7, you castle,
Right.
you move your rook, you play bishop
Bishop
f8,
f8 back.
and then you end up fianchettoing anyway. So the idea was to kind of pour an accelerant on all of that. So for example, g6, queen, I'm not saying queen h3 is good or bad, bishop g7, and I don't know whether you would say f4 is a good or bad
Yeah, let's
move.
go f4.
It's a decent move, right? And I would say go castles, right? And you would play f5?
F5,
I
yes.
think so. Okay, and I would take, right? And you would take, you could
Also,
take on
bishop take
h6.
h6.
Is
Let's
also,
say I'm going to take. Okay.
Yeah, and a g5. And this was very, I can't tell you how often in my practice I would play these positions with black and put my knight on e5. And I was successful because I provoked my opponent. And you just said yourself that I also have to be prepared to meet bishop takes h6 because my king is, coming under attack. So this is a position that has a great deal of promise. Both players are going to be happy about what's going on here. Where would
Maybe
you like to
one more
guide?
game in the open
Please.
section that we did not take a look at yet. Grigoriy Oparin against Levon Aronian. What's happening there?
Now, for Grigoriy, he unfortunately has not won a game yet in the competition. Levon, well, he's had a quiet affair. French defense. I don't know what's going on with the French defense these days, but we're seeing quite a number of them.
Yeah, the
With
popularity is increasing.
Right? With h6. Okay, that's a surprise move for me. Knight d2, a5. Okay, now I don't know what's going on. Bishop d3, c2. Okay, I like the subtle play, provided I can understand it. Here, I don't understand it, so it's hard for me to
Didn't I prepare the bishop on c2 to capture that pawn?
I don't know, but knight h4, and we've caught up with the players. I would say, as black, I'm very, very happy at the outcome of the position. Why? Because I always come back to my three things. My three goals in the opening, my fair share of the center, effective piece development, and of course a safe king.
But I need to counter-argue that your bishop on d7 is not great.
It isn't.
My bishop on c2 is a bit better.
It is.
And that's the big question. I think you touched upon those four things that you just mentioned. What about your king? I'm not so sure it's that safe. You don't have as many defenders around the king. You've exchanged that knight on f5. And I do have queen d3 potentially coming. And if we exchange on e3, I will take back with the rook, most likely. Swing the rook on the third rank at the right opportune moment, and it could become dangerous.
Okay, with f6 or with f5? Let's say
I think I will take no matter what.
yeah, exactly.
I do think that I'm probably going to take that, yes.
Okay, so at the moment, I have
do
what I would
have-
call a coordinated attack.
You do have a nice attack. So what if I start with knight g3?
Now,
Sure.
yeah, and rook here,
And now I go queen d3.
queen to d3. Queen to d. Yeah, I apologize. Queen d3 is simply too strong in that. Kate gave me the clue that my light squared bishop is
But
poor.
now your pawn on e6 is not as protected, right?
No.
So maybe I can try to look
Yes.
at ideas like queen e2, maybe target
Yes,
that pawn.
yes, queen e2. I have e5.
You can definitely go
potential.
e5, but that's a big, big decision.
Right.
e5, queen b5, you're starting to see all of these like weak pawns being targeted, right? b7, d5, I don't know, one of them might fall.
Okay, but this is again when we talk about counter-attacking defenses. The French defense kind of is an invitation at the start for White to get the pieces going, and then, well, as you can see, if I could play moves like Rook f8 and Bishop g6, a counterattack might be brewing against White's king. The current position, I want to say, if I just play also the move b7, b6, queen d3, this is a completely different French defense animal. A moment ago, I was playing to play for f6. Now I'm just playing to, well, to stop you from going checkmate.
Right, but now it's unlikely you're going to play f5 or f6
I'm not
because
going to play f5.
that g6 is going to be a weakness forever.
Exactly. Here I'm going to change my strategy altogether. I'll try to put a knight on c4, maybe on a good day, play for bishop to b5. So different strokes for different folks. Bishop e3. But how do these two players stand in our tournament, Kate?
Let's take a look. So Levon Aronian tied for the second place with 4.5 points, and Grigoriy Oparin not having a great tournament with 3.5 points. But we talked about it. If Levon Aronian, if he wins, the same
Boom.
as Leinier Dominguez, he can tie for the second place.
It's crazy. He really hits a trampoline, and tying for second place, Levon would consider that a great success because he's had kind of a quiet tournament where he's basically drifted off the podium.
And he's my
Grigoriy, I
pick in the
believe he's on
tournament,
what?
so I need to...
Minus,
Yes.
Grigoriy is on -2 right
Right,
now.
behind.
So, losing some rating points, definitely last game with the white pieces wants a victory in this one.
Is Levon sporting a new haircut? Hard to tell from that angle, but
He's always sharp, always looking
no.
sharp.
All right, what do you have for us, Cristian?
Well, let's go back to the Sam Sevian versus Hans Niemann. Check
The
on that.
decapitation game.
I don't know if we want to brand it like that. I think that's probably not a good idea.
Not a good idea.
Not a good idea. Bishop to d7 was his option, delaying the move g5, but also delaying the short castle. So still keeping both of them in your back pocket. Do I go g5? Do I go short castle? Maybe I go long castle. Well, after the next couple of moves, you will see he's utilized both of those trumps. g5 first, and rook to b1 is a novelty, is the first novelty in this one. Bishop to g3 and rook to g8. This is the position that we have right now. You can understand already. Something is brewing on the king side.
h5.
There's an attack coming. h5, that's why I played rook to g8 to defend the pawn on g5. h5, h4 is coming. And the right response, and the response that is coming a la tempo by Sam Sevian, definitely showing that he knows he perhaps still has this within his preparation, is the move d4.
I mean, look at the time control. Sam Sevian, 1 hour and 27 minutes.
Versus 58 minutes, exactly. He's blitzing out his moves so far. d4 is a very, very big decision because it's a pawn sacrifice. You take on d4, I'm not going to take back. I'm not going to recapture. I'm going to start creating my ideas via the e5. Look, I see the queen on e7. I want to play e5. I really want to play e5. And now you sort of understand the idea behind the rook on b1 as well. You take, suddenly you have another pawn under attack, right? You try to hide with long castle, queen to b3 is coming. Now you start understanding that you're in some danger on the queen side. You go bishop to b6. I can even take the pawn on f7, return, then get the knight to c4 and attack your bishop on b6. So it's not an easy defense after this whole setup by white. And you're a bit slow on this side. It feels like you're a couple of moves behind with your attack. You haven't achieved anything on the king side as black. So I like his preparation. I like Sam Sevian's preparation in this one. Taking the bull by its horns, playing Hans's favorite opening, the Gioco Piano, against him. And right now showing that he has some really solid preparation in this one.
I like the move d4, but if I can be obstinate and say rook g8 prepares h5.
Yes, absolutely. Let's go for h5. h4 seems to be already giving white somewhat of an advantage.
I take on h4, opening up the g file.
Yes.
and I don't have any trickies here.
It always looks scary. It
Right.
always looks scary. The thing is that it doesn't seem like you have anything right now. My guess is that after bishop h3, I have even knight to g5 to block.
That's a good block.
And if I'm just too greedy,
block
I'm
the
going to
G5.
capture on d4. Show me how you're going to win.
Probably a good idea.
I'm proud of you, Kate.
I see we're doing the dance. Yeah. e5. I would.
Wow.
I
You
captured that pawn.
you see the provoking?
So pawn captures.
Maybe 94.
Rook, yeah.
Now you have to give up the exchange at
Sadly.
best, and I'm not going to take it. I'm in fact going to go queen to b3. It does seem like
And
it's
long
getting a
castle?
little bit
Wait.
uncomfortable. Maybe I can take even on f7. Would that be an option? Yes, seems to be
Wow.
an option. The thing is, once I take on f7, I'm also stopping you from going.
Rook G8,
That's a
which is the
problem.
whole point. Of
You're close. Like
Yes.
you're one move away from giving your own checkmate on this side.
Right.
It's a very sharp position, and
Wow.
truly anything can happen. Again, it's one of those positions that really favors the player that has the better
Prepared.
knowledge.
Yeah,
Right,
prepared
and it
best.
seems like Sam Sevian, at least for the moment, he's the one with the better knowledge. At the same time, this probably will explode, especially after this last move, d4.
Well, it looks to me like Hans Niemann is suffering at the board, thinking about these prospects of h5. And when we came in, Kate, I thought that Fabi is in pole position. His chances of winning were pretty good. Well, Ben Underwood took a look at that statistically. And before we look, what do you think the
I actually
probability?
already know.
Oh, you're.
I checked it.
Oh, and what do we know? Well, here it
Let's
comes.
take a look.
We'll share our knowledge.
So chances to win tournament after round 5 in the open section, it was Fabiano Caruana. Round 6, the same thing. He's only increasing now at 81.2%. He's increasing his chances.
And there comes Awonder Liang.
Awonder, who won important game, and he's trying to catch up to Fabiano. Now after round 8, we're gonna see Fabiano's chances still increasing, and you see it's only Awonder Liang who can seriously maybe try to catch up to Caruana. But Hans did pick up a little bit and go to the third
3%.
place.
That's not 15%.
After round 9, Fabiano still at 79%, but Awonder Liang 16.5.
Everybody else has disappeared. Everybody else, including Wesley. So it's only what happened?
And now take a look. After round 10,
Sevian.
it's Fabiano Caruana with 91.7%, and only the only person to kind of be close to him, Awonder Liang with 7.3.
Crazy part is, seriously, I did think that Fabi's chances were really high. I just didn't realize 90%.
Yeah, I
would have
thought
thought 85, that kind of thing.
Because Awonder has white, he can try to win with Leinier.
Right.
So thinking that Fabiano is going to win against Sam Shankland, who did have a tough loss yesterday, but maybe that could make him just even more angry and more interested
Determined,
in
yeah.
kind of make a mark in the tournament. By the way, we do not need to look at the women's section and the chances, because Carissa is already the winner.
She clinched. Yes, she did. Looking at the game between Fabi and Sam Shankland for a moment, I would encourage you all to look at a game that was played here in St. Louis some years ago. It was a rapid and blitz where Garry Kasparov was on the black side against Leinier Dominguez. And they had a position like this. And Garry won a very beautiful game as black, where he played the move g5, a very very aggressive move. And the whole point is, I'm going to play, what's a good non-move? I don't know what a good non-move.
Knight d4.
Knight d4. And the whole idea behind this, from Gary's point of view, was he wanted to secure the knight on e5 and discourage the move f2, f4. You don't really want to take the pawn on h6. Black is intending to play castles long. Not so easy when the queen is on h3 to go after a king that might be sitting on b8. But that is the type of move that is a real surprise move. What does the move king h1 do? Well, very simply, it prepares for the queen to move either to the g3 square or the h3 square,
And then go to
f4.
Exactly.
If your opponent plays G5,
Suddenly
it's
you're
sort of like,
wow,
wait,
that's
whoa.
changing my plans now.
Right. It kind of puts you a little bit on the back foot. But King H1 on the board. And Kate, where would you like
I want to go to the women's section.
Let's do
see
it.
what's happening there. Because Tatev Abrahamian now in an important game against Begim Tokhirjonova. Or we can look first at the leaders, of course. Carissa Yip against Alice Lee.
Yeah, if you don't mind, I'd just like to see what has happened. When we left it, boy, the symmetry was symmetrical. D3, D4. Hey, there you go. Knight B4. Alice is
trying to get something, not just to make a draw.
A little bit of an imbalance. Okay. Knight back.
Yeah, there's not much.
Not much to do, right? B2, B3, A4.
This is as equal as it can, as it
possibly can get. Okay, we're just catching up to the players.
If anybody, it's white who has a slight edge because you have some more space on the queen side.
Pawn is on D4, pawn is on A4. A5 looks very, very balanced to me. You suggested Begim might be where the action is.
I think that's the second most important game of the round.
No question, for sure. Queen G4, we have left it after
Queen F4.
Queen F4. F6, Bishop B2. Whoa, whoa,
G5.
whoa, whoa, whoa.
So it's
whoa,
very
whoa,
interesting.
whoa.
You move that dark square bishop to the queen side to B6, and suddenly you're attacking on the king side. Because I can imagine you playing G5 if, let's say, your bishop is on G7, right? The dark square bishop.
But I was always taught never open the position where in front of your king. So the move G5 begs the question, what if I take the pawn?
I think she wants to take on E5 with the knight.
Fair.
Because I kind of distracted your defender from F3.
Okay, knight takes D4.
Well, I can be a little bit. Knight takes G5, by the way, is played. I can be a bit more.
And by the way, I see the green,
I
the
see
orange
a big
bubble.
orange bubble.
Right.
Wow, that looks like such a natural.
Maybe I
probably
can be sneaky. Can I
Queen
go
G3.
A6 after knight takes G5?
So knight takes G5.
Wow, that's a...
A6.
Actually, that's really nice because as we were looking at, if I capture immediately with the knight on E5, you capture with your knight on D4.
And I'm threatening a nasty royal fork. Yes.
Right. So this Cristian's idea to play
she took on
first
E5.
A6.
Oh, this is a gift, more or less. Because now knight takes D4, it just feels like you're the one with the initiative.
Finish the thought, though, Cristian, because that might be a very nice trap. A7, A6.
Now, you cannot really capture on D4, right?
Well, you're provoking me to play knight to D4, knight to D6.
Now I take on E5.
Now you take on E5, and it's
I'm guarding
marvelous.
F7.
Yeah, I wanted to drop in for a visit, but you're guarding F7. And this,
we talked about that.
Yeah.
Right? You don't want to take
Not with the
four
rook.
moves
Not
to
with the
capture
rook.
Not with the rook
that
because
bad
of knight
bishop.
takes C6.
Right.
No, but this one after queen C8,
Wow.
it feels like black is the one getting the initiative and speed in the
But
position.
knight takes E5 is a gift, as you were saying. Cristian, knight takes D4. Do I have to play knight takes D4? By the way, only because of the orange bubble. The engine says don't take on G5. I'm sure the engine wanted us to move the queen.
But wouldn't there be X, like missed opportunity?
Oh, it
that
just said
knight
a
takes
mistake.
E5?
It said, yeah, it gave me, I saw the orange question
Right,
mark.
but it didn't give the X mark for the knight takes E5 move.
Right.
Surprisingly,
The
it's not that bad.
The Swiss aren't with us on this one.
It's not that bad. I might have been a bit overestimating it when I said it's a gift. It seems to be still better for black, in fact. A6 was better for black. A6, knight
Was
E6,
better.
knight takes E5, that was a better position for black. But it seems like even knight takes E5 is still better for black. Knight takes D4, queen E7. I need to defend that pawn on E6, right? Otherwise,
Of course.
I resign.
Yep.
So how do you continue right now?
I'd love to play rook to E1, captures E5.
You're a bit far from that.
Okay, so let me get on my running shoes.
That's probably a very good move. Yes.
And I'm dreaming of rook E1, rook takes E5.
Okay. How do I stop this beautiful dream of yours? Let's go knight G6.
Okay, that's a tickle on my queen. Now I have to maintain, Well, I'm allowing a repetition.
First of all, can I have...
You
It's not
haven't.
really a repetition because knight e5, you can maybe go queen g3, right?
Ah, thank you.
So it's not
I don't have
fully
to
a
agree-
repetition.
I don't have to agree to the repetition.
But
That is
maybe it is a repetition if you go knight h4.
Ah,
Because there's no more queen g3 now. You can take on g5.
you're right. By the way, knight takes d4 by Begim. And once again, for those of joining us late, the top two finishers in the women's championships get to go to the FIDE World Cup knockout for ladies.
So very important game for Begim Tokhirjonova because so far she's tied with Alice Lee, who is looking
As
to
a draw.
make a draw with Carissa Yip. So she needs to score something, at least a draw, and then it's going to be decided by tiebreak. So I don't know how that's
How that working out at the
who
moment,
would
yeah.
win that spot. Tatev Abrahamian, 4.5 points, but we talked about it. There's a big prize money. So even Tatev, she really wants to win the game to move forward in the standings.
Absolutely, absolutely. We haven't seen all of the games in the ladies. Before we go to the break, I'm just going to take a quick look at Rose Atwell versus Megan Lee. Rose comes in to this competition as the wild card. And all things considered, I really do think she's acquitted herself rather well.
Absolutely.
She has lost a few games, but in those games that she lost, she was in there with a puncher's chance.
And she won against Anna Zatonsky. She won against Atusa Purkasian.
Right.
She was completely winning against Talia Cervantes. I mean, that game is just incredible to watch and
Exactly.
even to review. I recommend it to everybody.
And Megan Lee has thrilled us
Oh, yeah.
with her own, I want to say roller coaster rides. I mean, there's been some ups and downs, and she did puncture the
She made
Bobby
the most
Fischer
important win
against Carissa
Yip.
Yip in round 9 to stop the 8-game winning streak.
By the way,
Rookie
when
eight.
you look at Megan's lead time, she has 1 hour and 23 minutes. She's playing really fast in this game.
Yeah. And let's just pause our thought for a moment because yesterday, Anastasiya did catch up with Rose Atwell and had an interview. Let's take a listen.
I'm here with Rose Atwell, who just won her game against Atusa. Very, very beautiful end of this game. And my congratulations, and how do you feel about it?
Thank you. I am just really glad that I finally won another game. Like, I only won one round previously in the first round. Then I lost 4 games in a row, so I'm just really glad I managed to make a comeback.
Absolutely, yes. As you mentioned, you lost a few games in a row, but then you managed to make a draw with Nasia just to stop
Yes,
bleeding.
stop the bleeding,
Yes,
yes.
exactly. Yes, and I noticed I'm your follower, in Twitter, and
thank
I'm
you.
checking all your posts after the games. And I was wondering, why do you have this need to share it with your public? Like, tell us a little bit about it, because you are given small reports after each game.
Yeah, well, like, people are curious how the result went, so I just, like, even when I don't feel like it, like, obviously I'm not exactly in the mood after losing 4 games in a row, but I still just write a short report about the game, explain a bit about what happened, then that's it.
Do you feel some kind of a support? Do you read the comments after
Yeah, I
it?
do,
And
and a lot of people are supportive. I'm really grateful.
do you find some inspiration after you read all
Yeah.
this?
Yeah.
Yeah, so today you managed to win, and let's say just a few words, like how did it go, and what do you think was the turning point?
At a turning point, I feel like she was trying to attack me for a while. Like when she pushed f5, I brought the knight to h5, but I had the bishop pair. I'm not sure where her mistake was. Like after she did f4, I thought maybe I was in a bit of trouble.
But when your pieces came to the king's side, it seemed like it was
Yeah.
over. You just started this attack. Let me propose you to play this game. I will just ask you some random questions, but
Sure.
to choose, we just want to know something about you. So just choose a card, and we will go for some questions. Can I read them for you?
Sure.
Okay. Would you rather win the lottery or work at the perfect job? What would you prefer?
Work at a perfect job, which is a chess player.
Cool answer. Do you prefer explore space or the ocean?
The ocean.
The ocean. Have you had an imaginary friend?
Yeah.
Ah, cool. Who was this friend? Tell us a bit more about it.
Some like fictional characters I read about in a book.
Ah, nice. Would you rather live in a big city or a farm?
Maybe farm.
Yeah?
Yeah.
You like some quiet places?
Yes.
And, yeah? Have you ever gone fishing?
No.
No, never. Okay. Would you rather have a desk job or an office job?
Desk job or office job? Maybe desk job.
Maybe prefer some board job, yes?
Yes.
Something like that. Thank you so much for your answers and your time. And we go back to the studio.
Thank you, Anastasiya. Congratulations, Rose. And I'm going to toss it to you, Cristian. In the open section, things are heating up.
Oh, they are indeed. And I have to say, and I don't say this lightly, I think this is the best piece of preparation we've seen this whole event.
Rook
so
B1.
From Sam Sevian. Take a look at what happened. So rook to B1, take on D4. Best move in the position. Queen to B3, we were discussing this.
Rook E1,
Rook to E1 was my choice. Queen to B3 is the second best choice. And then if you leave the computer a little bit longer, it says Queen to B3 as the top move. And he played it very, very quickly. Castle. And this move, Rook B E1, not Rook F E1. And the first 5 minutes, I was looking through the lines. I was like, why are you going away from the B file, which might open up after the exchange on C3? There's a very specific reason. And that reason is, I will show you, I will start with this one. If you start with Rook F E1, I will go H5, E5, take on E5, knight takes E5, and Queen to C5 to get off this file, right? Off the action of the rook on E1. Now you can start to understand something is going to happen, especially against the pawn on F2 via this diagonal. So with the rook on F1, comparatively with this rook on F1, this would be a much improved version for white. For example, after bishop takes F7, I continue with H4, knight takes D7, rook takes D7, bishop takes G8, H takes G3, and now you can understand, with a rook on F1, it would be a much better position. You wouldn't have to worry about any sort of taking on C3, and queen takes F2. So rook B1 is on the board right now. And this is a big moment, and I'm seeing, look at his clock, 41 minutes for Hans. Hans is not feeling comfortable right now.
It looks very dangerous, white wanting to push E5.
And that's
just
why
open
I'm
the
saying
E-file.
is the best piece of preparation that I've seen this tournament. It's generally you don't get everything out of your preparation. But in this one, you got time advantage. You got a very imbalanced position. And you got a very narrow path for your opponent to maintain somewhat of an equality in the position. One of those paths starts with rook d to e8.
Wow.
Not an easy move to make.
No.
Not an easy move to make. To just allow bishop takes f7 like this and understand that bishop to e6 somewhat keeps you in the game. Not an easy move to make.
No.
Not an easy move to make at all. So right now, big moment. D takes e3 seems to also be a decent move, followed by knight to e5, perhaps a bit more practical, just because there's no e5. But
can I go knight e5?
I'm just thinking whether you can go e5 first after d takes e3. Probably you cannot, because you're losing on d2. Yes, and the rook on e1 is hanging as well. But once you take on c3, you're opening a completely new can of worms, because the b file now opens back up. So in fact, the best path after this is to go back. Rook to b1 after knight to e5, and then bishop to c6 would in fact be quite problematic after bishop to d5. A lot of pitfalls right now for Hans Niemann. We've been discussing about this game and how important it is for the players and for the standings. They're 1 point behind Fabiano. If Fabiano stumbles with a loss, then one of them could potentially catch up. They're fighting for the podium. They're fighting for those World Cup qualification spots. They're fighting right now for everything. And Hans Niemann is on the back foot. Cool as a cucumber. Sam Sevian with incredible preparation.
It's a very important game. Both players want to win here to really get a chance for that playoff for the first place.
Absolutely. Just before the fastest hour in television comes to a close, I love the move queen b3 because I like hitting the pawn on b7. I like hitting the pawn on f7. But Cristian, you never answered my question, man. You play the move queen b3, the guy castles, and then I've got to ask, why doesn't he? He played rook e1, a move that you lauded as great preparation, but you played queen b3 with a reason of winning a pawn. So
Why not take on f7?
why not take on f7?
Well, the thing is, after rook to g7,
I'll
you're
come
losing
back
a
to-
tempo.
Yeah, I'll come back to d5.
You're coming to d5, and now I continue with h5.
Because you don't want to have any business playing d4 takes c3.
No. I'm not worried about that.
Right.
You took my pawn. I'm not worried about the pawn.
Okay.
First of all, it's equal right now because I took
Right.
the pawn on d4 as well.
Exactly.
My compensation relies and is connected to an attack on the king side after
Right.
h5. Yes.
Okay.
And you have to go h4
Yes,
right now.
h4.
h3
I
is
think-
not
I
the right
don't like
idea. After g4, you're getting completely open
Right,
on this side. You have to
h4.
go h4. But after take, do you take with this one?
Yes,
Probably
yes,
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 because
yes.
otherwise rook takes g3.
Right.
So just to show everybody what I mean by that
Show
is if you
Yes.
do this, then most likely this just loses.
check.
Opening up
Right.
the bishop, you lose the knight as well. This is material
It's
disaster.
gone. It's gone.
So you have to take with the bishop.
Yep.
But the problem is right now,
Yep.
I can just simply go rook to g4.
And now you want to sacrifice the bishop, sacrifice the
Maybe
exchange again.
Maybe, yes, because
Oh.
knight takes d5 is coming, queen takes h4.
That's
You take on
intriguing.
c6, but I take back. There is an attack coming
Yeah.
here, guys. I think we have our guest ready
Well,
to
that's
join the
coming
show
after
the break. Tell us
First
a
of
bit about
all, we're going to take a break, but before we do that, we check in with our good friends at Q Boutique and see what the specials
special for
are.
today?
And here it is. Channel your inner risk taker. I like that. That's a good start. With our 2024 U.S. Championships long sleeve polo. Limited availability featuring the tournament logo on the front and the St. Louis Chess Club logo on the back. Take on the competition in bold style. And your moves will improve, but only if you shop at Q Boutique.
Is that how it works?
No, but I just sounded so much better the way I said it. How about you, Kate?
And as we go to break, Anastasiya asked the women how they analyze their own games. Take a look and we will be right back.
Well,
What is your approach to analyzing your own chess games for improvement?
I usually run through it once or twice at the computer. I'm trying to get better at it too, but I like to know what my biggest weaknesses are, and I've been working on trying to identify them and fix them. But it's really dependent. The thing is, I feel like I don't play as much anymore either, so there's not as much to look over these days.
I mean, from young age, this is what I was told, that you need to analyze your games, but it was really hard for me. I know maybe because I started with a coach from, when I was 9 years old, and I always had someone to help me. So it was really difficult to be on my own and analyze the game. But throughout the years, I also heard this from many chess players that it's harder to, work when you are alone. I'm more comfortable when I have a chess partner or someone who can help me. But after tournament, obviously I check my games with engines, and I know it's not the best way, but I try to analyze it myself after the tournament.
Analyzing my own games is probably the thing I like to do the least. I really find it difficult. But I think the most important, at least nowadays, is making sure you fix your openings. Even if I don't want to sit down and analyze my games for hours and try to understand all my decisions, at least I make sure I check the openings. If I walked into some trap or if I got a really bad position out of the openings, at least make sure I patch that up and it doesn't happen again.
Unfortunately, I don't do it much. I think I should need more to dig deeply in this area to analyzing games, and usually after I play this game, my husband already telling me what I was doing wrong and what was better, and my goal is to find the reason why I played these moves which I didn't supposed to play. And usually I have a main problem, time pressure, and this is cause of so many troubles.
I try to be as thorough as possible, and not just with the moves themselves, but also try to understand why I played them, why I chose them, why I spent so much time on them. I think it's very important for every level and for improvement and for understanding yourself a little bit deeper.
First, like looking at it without a computer and then trying to figure out where in the game that I went wrong, and then also like annotating how I was feeling during the game and things I was thinking about.
Yeah, this is a tricky question. I think when I analyze my own games, I always try to do it pretty soon after, maybe like immediately after the tournament has ended or even right after the game, if I'm not worried about it like screwing with my mental state. I think it's important to remember like not just what variations I was calculating at the time, but also like why I was calculating them and what sorts of things that I was like preoccupied with during the game. And I think that sort of stuff like fades away as more time passes, right? Like I've tried analyzing games like even months after, and it doesn't go so well because I can't quite remember exactly what I was thinking.
I try to analyze them as soon as the game ends. After that, I try to analyze it with coach or friends just to know different opinion, what they think about my games, because they're more objective about it, in my opinion, than me. So it definitely helps.
I typically analyze most of my games with an engine like right after they happen, and I can see like if the games are really interesting, I'll usually like annotate them. Sometimes I annotate games that aren't so interesting, but I think that are instructive. And then I also go over the games with my coaches some of the time.
Yeah, I think, generally, if I would look at them with my coach, then that's where I'm gonna kind of learn the most, definitely getting his feedback on my games. Honestly, I feel like I could do a little better with that because I still haven't really gone over my games from the Olympiad. So, yeah.
I like to review my games with my coach after I played them, and I also like to write down my mistakes where I went wrong.
Ooh, it's very hard for me to look at my own games, especially ones that I've lost. It's like a horror show. But yeah, I have to get through them. I try to look at my biggest mistakes and why they happened, and take in a mental note and hope to never repeat them again. Hasn't worked yet, but hopefully.
The world's most unpredictable tournament is back. Chess 9LX makes its return to the chess capital of America, St. Louis, Missouri. From October 28th through the 30th, 10 players will compete for a $150,000 prize fund. With 960 different variations, even the best in the world don't know what's coming. Featuring legendary world champion Garry Kasparov, Hikaru Nakamura, and returning champion Sam Sevian. This is an event you won't want to miss. The event kicks off on Sunday, October 27th with Ultimate Moves, a casual exhibition event featuring St. Louis Chess Club co-founder Rex Singfield teaming up with the Chess 9LX field. Catch all the action on the St. Louis Chess Club YouTube and Twitch channels.
By now, you guys probably know there's a lot to see and do in St. Louis. But when it comes to the art scene, there's more here than meets the eye. From Laumeier Sculpture Park and the City Garden to the stunning Cathedral Basilica, one of the largest mosaic collections in the entire world. So if art is your thing, St. Louis is on display all year long. Ooh, now that's an exhibit. St. Lou is always exploring.
The St. Louis Chess Club is the premier chess facility in the United States. We bring the educational benefits of chess to thousands of students across the St. Louis area. We also promote chess at the highest levels, hosting all levels of the U.S. championships, as well as high-profile tournaments that attract the world's best players. Become a member and enjoy perks such as free classes and lectures, weekly tournaments, and so much more. Visit stlouischessclub.org to claim your membership today. The St. Louis Chess Club Scholastic Program brings the educational value of chess to kids and schools across the St. Louis area. Active in over 100 schools throughout the St. Louis City and County, the St. Louis Chess Club has been able to reach over 85,000 students in both in-school and after-school programs. We view chess as a valuable educational tool. Learn more about our scholastic programming by visiting stlouischessclub.org/education.
We're the Corey family. Welcome to our show.
It's my boy, look at that kid!
You guys gotta see this. That's our show. Now go start yours at visitmo.com.
In the world of collegiate chess, there is no team rising quite like the one at the University of Missouri. The team has brought home title after title, including the 2024 Pan American Intercollegiate Championship, and were the 2024 Final Four champions. Guided by their head coach, Cristian Chirila, there is no stopping the Tigers. Respect, responsibility, discovery, excellence. University of Missouri.
The World Chess Hall of Fame, located in the heart of St. Louis's historic Central West End. Want to know why chess has intrigued people around the world for nearly 1,500 years? Stop by and learn about the impact of chess from our 3 floors showcasing the art, culture, and history of the game. The World Chess Hall of Fame has something for everyone to enjoy. For more information on current exhibits, please visit worldchesshof.org.
When you visit St. Louis, you'll probably want to watch the Cardinals or the Blues. What about after the game? Heading back to the hotel would be a major error. Instead, boogie through the city and discover the music that gave the Blues their name at the National Blues Museum, Broadway Oyster Bar, or even the legendary Blueberry Hill. So whether you love the Cardinals, the Blues, or the Blues, come play with us. Hey, you guys know I can't play this, right? St. Lou is always exploring.
Welcome back, everyone. We are in round 11, but right now we have a very special guest in the studio, the godfather of American chess, Rex Sinquefield.
Oh, my goodness.
Rex, welcome in the studio.
Thank you very much. You're way too kind to give me such adulations and superlatives. Go ahead and continue.
We will. Rex, this 2024 U.S. Championships, more U.S. Championships in the record books. Your take on this one in particular? And overall, how do you like them?
Well, overall, I think they're amazing. They are, you would know better than I, but I think they're one of the main national championships in the world.
Absolutely.
Each year. Maybe not the premier, but certainly a big one.
I want to say it's the highest rated
I want to say
national
it's the premier.
championships
Is it?
in the world.
Okay.
I want to say it's the highest rated, and
Well, if
definitely.
you want to say it, go ahead.
Exactly. Who's going to check us?
You can do it. We've got a fact checker.
Who's going to fact check us?
No, I think they're very exciting. Of course, all of us have emotional connections to most of those players.
Absolutely.
And we've got our favorites. You probably don't always have the right one, but if you want to know who you should be supporting, just ask me. But I just think they're a wonderful thing for the city, for the United States. It's chess players everywhere get to watch this, and I'm sure a lot of chess players in school age, high school, college,
especially,
and adults working part-time jobs and real jobs can participate. I think it's a wonderful thing for everybody.
Absolutely. And I will say on behalf of the players, because I do speak with them, they really look forward to the national championships. And a lot of players, for example, Leinier, Dominguez, Levon, have changed federations, and they've come and now represent the United States and have, in fact, naturalized as well. So these U.S. championships have really drawn enormous talents to the game.
They have indeed, and it's very exciting that happened, especially when you mentioned Leinier, someone who defected. We have at least one other defector in this tournament. I think it's a female, I'm not sure whom.
Talia Cervantes, I think.
Talia,
also,
yes. And she's at St. Louis U.
Originally, yes, from Cuba. Yes.
Also. That's always a wonderful thing. Sorry, Vladimir, it's the way it goes.
And Rex, you always try the tournaments to be special, and this time we have a fantastic performance by Carissa Yip, 8 out of 8. How did you feel that moment? Were you happy that this year it's a very historic page in the book, or were you starting to get worried?
I know you won't. I know you won't believe me, but I was just sitting there eagerly waiting to write that check.
Pull out the checkbook.
I think it was very exciting
It was.
as the tension mounted, and
Each win.
yeah, it got closer and closer, and
Right.
people were asking me, "What do you think?" I said, "I don't want to talk about it."
Going after the streak, after 8 games, exactly that moment, she's going into the 9th. What percentage did you think, statistically speaking, she had achieved?
I think I would have said about 15%.
Ben Underwood said 13.9.
Well, then he has to be right.
Chicago School of Economics. Because I was thinking
I was
25.
I was
You were
about
high.
40. Yes, 40
Right.
to 50% going into those last 3. But
Right.
obviously, I didn't pass statistics.
Yeah,
Exactly.
it's simple. If you just go in saying her percentage chance to win is 50% in each game, you just multiply those together.
Right.
You're going to get down pretty low pretty quickly.
50.
Yeah.
I know you have a great deal of Bobby Fischer memorabilia. You've admired his career. Bobby Fischer's 960 Fischer Random Tournament's coming up, featuring, of all people, Garry Kasparov.
Yeah, I love to tell people, I said, this is yet another of the inventions of Bobby Fischer.
Yeah.
And this was a very creative one and extremely well motivated. He said, I'm tired of all these people being able to prepare everything,
Exactly.
20, 30 moves deep. He said, the average player can't follow that.
Right.
And he said, so let's put them all on an equal footing. No research is possible,
Exactly.
or very little, basically. They
Right.
wouldn't. And I think it's a very exciting event.
Mm-hmm.
And all of us get to see the top players in the world on an equal footing and an equal footing to us.
Right.
People don't know what they're doing.
And now we've got Ultimate Moves coming up. That's a prelude. In the past, you would contest against Randy, your son, and it would be your team of top grandmasters and Randy's team of top grandmasters. What are we doing for Ultimate Moves this year?
We have Mr. Halloween, is that it? Or Mr. Monopoly. Whoever that is.
Now I'm curious. Mr. Halloween. Okay, this sounds pretty ghoulish.
So we'll be playing that, and it's an exciting event. I used to think it was nerve-wracking, but I have to admit that the grandmasters were very nice to me after my many screw-ups. They said, oh, don't worry about it. They made it a lot easier on me. They didn't have to. But
Well,
they did.
I mean, where you got kicked out of your own tournament,
I
that was
know.
pretty impressive.
I like
with
what
the
you
illegal
said.
move.
I like what he said about that. He said it's like Bob Hope being kicked out of his own golf tournament.
And that really happened. Tony Rich
It did,
forfeited
yeah.
you and threw you off premises.
Rex, I want to ask you once again on the topic of women's chess. You must be proud about the result at the Olympiad. You have an incredible crop of new players. Alice Lee, Carissa Yip, who just won her 3rd
Yes,
national championship, and she's only 21 years of age.
I know.
How do you see the future of American women's chess?
I think it's going to continue to improve. And I think the fact that we have this new incentive now, the Jeannie Singfield Prize or whatever, $100,000 to anybody who achieves it over the next 5 years, is going to be a real boon. I mean, I was surprised and happy to see how elated Irina Krush was when she got the check and didn't know it was coming.
She did not know.
It made a big difference to her. And I said, wow, that's going to make a big difference to everybody.
Exactly.
And I hope it does. And we'd love to see many more women grandmasters. And
Coming.
I think we will.
Carissa Yip and Alice Lee in particular, they stand out. But when I think about the young crop of players, Rose Atwell, for example, also playing this tournament, Talia.
A lot of girls in the juniors championship.
Right.
They're really, and they want to be chess players. That's
Yeah.
also, like you heard Rose Atwell saying, my dream job is to be a chess player.
There you go.
Yes. That's
pretty-
wonderful, yeah.
It really, really is. We have the educational conference coming up this weekend. I believe Maurice and Gary and Judith are all going to be speakers.
And what about Podgorski? Isn't he? Michael Podgorski,
Mike
professor
might
at
be.
University of
will give a speech
Missouri.
as well.
And
Yes.
you, Kate, you've got something to do
I will
with
just
it.
moderate the session. I'm not giving
Well,
any
hey, there you
speeches.
go. That's a first for St. Louis,
That's a
isn't it?
first, and I hope we do it every year or at a minimum, at least every 2 years, because it does take time to develop sensible academic papers. That'll
Which
be
is the goal.
yeah, it'd be a bigger challenge for the academics than it will be for somebody like Gary. He always knows what to say at any given occasion.
Right,
He's
yeah.
got such a store of knowledge. But when you're an academic preparing a serious paper, that takes a lot of time and a lot of work.
Right.
And then a lot of research. Research takes enormous amounts of time.
And also, Rex, the club, when we talk specifically about the building, it's undergoing an expansion, right?
Yes.
So can you tell more information about it? When can we expect it to be completed? Because it's going to be
And
beautiful. I saw the plans.
My office, I got the...
Do you want the corner office?
Yeah.
Is that what you're trying to get right now?
Yeah, your office will overlook the ocean.
In the Bahamas. You've relocated.
It sounds promising. Go ahead, Rex.
Yeah. It's coming along nicely. We're, as Joy likes to say, we're on time and under budget. I'm sure the latter will change, as she does her imitation of the federal government.
Right.
No, that was a terrible thing to say. I
Terrible.
apologize. But she's done an absolutely great job dealing with all of these contractors and everybody else. It's a complicated deal.
It is.
And we're going from 6,000 to 30,000 square feet and maybe more. Who knows?
Yeah.
But it's going to be a wonderful thing. I'm eager to see it. I think everybody is. It'll be a great addition to the Central West End.
Exactly.
And to St. Louis in general.
Well, it'll be the finest chess club in the United States by far.
Oh, it is.
Oh, yeah. Looking forward to that.
I believe in the world as well. Right now, Sharjah is about
Sharjah,
25,000.
Who's 25?
Sharjah Chess Club.
And the Dubai Chess Club. I visited them both. The
Okay.
Emirates, they really have two really beautiful clubs.
Yeah,
We're competing.
I've been to several places in the Emirates.
Right.
Dubai, I've been to the
Dubai.
Burj Al Arab, the
Yeah.
only supposedly 7-star hotel in the world. And it is amazing. There's a concierge on every floor.
That's all we have ever asked.
They spoil you, It's
Absolutely.
amazing.
Rex, I won't ask you about your predictions here, but just Fabiano, he comes into today's round with a 90% chance of winning, and should he win, that would pretty much establish him as one of the most dominant U.S. champions. Your thoughts about Fabi? Because he's a local.
He is a local, and he is fabulous. And it would be nice if that happens. I can't tell you who I'd root for if it doesn't happen, but there he is.
Yeah.
He reeks with terror.
Actually, he's such a
Dangerous guy.
a nice looking guy. I mean,
He doesn't look like a murderer.
no, he really doesn't. But he is quite the assassin at the chessboard. That is
Yes, he
for
is.
sure.
Yeah.
Rex, thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you all
And
very
thank you
much.
for everything
and
that
for the
you and
wonderful
Jeannie.
job you folks do.
Yeah.
You guys
Yes.
are amazing. Even Yasser somewhat.
Well, let's not go overboard.
We're keeping him in check. We're keeping him in check.
Thank you very much.
They handcuff me, Rex. I've got the superpowers over here, but they only share my abilities just a little
Well,
bit. They
you
don't like to
need
tell me.
handcuffing.
Rex, thank
Thank
you
you
again.
so much.
Thank you
Thank
so
you.
much. We'll take a look at our standings as we are in our championship round.
And we
Coming
start with
into
the
action.
ladies section. So Carissa Yip clear first, no questions about that. But a tie for the second place, Alice Lee and Begim Tokhirjonova with 6.5 points. And that's gonna be the thing. Who's gonna get the second qualification spot for the World Cup? And clear fourth, Megan Lee with 5.5 points.
And the standings in the open section.
In the open section, it is Fabiano Caruana who is the leader right now with 6 points, but there is a two-way tie again for the second place, Awonder, Liang and Ray Robson with 5.5 points. Ray has a bye day today, so he's not playing the round, so he cannot increase his score. And then there are two players tied for the fourth place, Sevian and Hans Niemann with 5 points eyeing the stage.
Ooh. Well, let's jump into this all-important championship round. When we left it, we saw the move by Fabiano, King H1, and that's really like ringing the bell. And we do have bell ringers, by the way. That is ringing the bell. White is playing for F2, F4. Fabi wants to move his queen. He's not really too sure which square, G3 or H3. So he's saying to Black, help me make that determination. Just to let you...
And it looks like the two friends are making a draw. They're asking the arbiter probably for a threefold repetition
Somewhat
to confirm.
expected, especially after the opening phase.
Right. Carissa came to just trade the pieces off, and she succeeded.
Both of them very happy. They're gonna go for an ice cream afterwards, as they go almost every day.
Do I get an ice cream? Did I get an invitation? No invitations for me for ice cream.
But fantastic performance for Carissa and also for Alice. We were talking about this. She started slow in the tournament, but she really picked up the pace.
It's been a constant in her career that she does have the slow start, but then once she finds her rhythm, she really gets her mojo going. Megan, however, stopped Alice Lee. That was a stunner.
But
when
I mean,
that
just
happened.
now saw Carissa Yip finally having a smile on her face because yesterday it was
It's
a little
over.
bittersweet. She did
Yeah.
lose that game, but today she's all smiles.
Exactly. Picking up our action between Fabi and Sam, again, when we saw the move King H1, Fabi is asking his opponent to help him determine whether or not to play the move Queen G3 or Queen H3. If we had seen, for example, I apologize. If we had seen Sam castle, which did not take place, then we'll see Queen G3 with the idea
Targeting
of
that
Bishop takes
pawn on
H6.
H6.
And let's just make a move. Not a good move or anything like that. And here we see what Fabi has in mind. F2, F4, and he's got a free attack, if you will, coming against Black's king. Sam said, just a second. I see your blueprint, and if you don't mind, I'd rather not go there. He, in fact, played the move H5.
That is an unexpected move for me, to be honest.
Yeah, I've seen a lot of Sicilians where they do play for the move knight to G4, D5. That queen is actually lurking on H2. And the very funny thing is I've even seen moves like this. You know, like you play H2, H3 to stop the knight from going to G4, and it still makes the move. H5 by Sam. Bishop came back to G5. H4.
I would love to push the pawn one more square to weaken that diagonal.
That's exactly right. The bishop is patrolling the long diagonal, so a move like H3, provoking G3, opens up White's king. No, says Fabi. Not interested in that. H3, Rook H5. Now this is what I call a really big commitment because it basically says, I'm not castling. I mean, however inconceivable, castles, bishop takes H4 is still possible. Once you play Rook H5, the king is going to go long or it's going to stay in the center. Rook H5. Putting the question to the bishop, and I think we
That's
just
it.
caught up
we don't
to
have
the
any
players. I noticed Fabi has actually played this a lot slower.
Yeah, he's starting to be a little low on time. He has 38 minutes, and Sam Shankland has almost 30 minutes advantage because he is at 1 hour, 3 minutes.
Which is a bit of a surprise for me, Cristian, considering it was Fabi who played Queen F3, Bishop G5, and Bishop D2.
Yes.
He was dictating the early pace, and now it's Sam.
Now it seems like Sam is catching up because, look, once you commit to a certain plan, and that plan was with H5, H4, Rook H5, you sort of know your moves. And Fabi still has to find a way to create some sort of an imbalance in the position.
Okay.
After Rook H5, most
Queen
likely we're
E3.
expecting Queen to E3, but
Sure.
Queen to E3 has to be analyzed quite carefully because there's all sorts of knight G4. Maybe this is the first thing that I'm looking at, knight to G4. Of course, you cannot, I mean, you can do it, but after Rook takes G5, it does feel like the Rook is a little bit out of play, right? You go Queen to E2, and the Rook cannot return as easily to the H file, where it would love to be, because H3 might become quite problematic for the White King, right?
Right.
So these are the type of things that Fabi is calculating right now. And of course, if you want to avoid any of that, you're just simply going to go bishop to E3 or bishop to D2, depending on your taste. Now, the idea behind this and the problem with this, what I think is Fabiano thinking right now, is whenever you move the bishop, you're allowing the move D5, especially once the rook landed on H5, because this right now controls the 5th rank as well. So this is a big consideration that you need to continue calculating, D5. We shall wait and see. It's very, very complex. He just made the move.
Bishop F4.
He played the move bishop to F4, a very normal. Look, we've been talking. Bishop to E3 allows D5. Bishop to F4, it does not allow a D5. And the big question most likely is going to come after knight to E5. How do you continue? Where do you put the queen? E3, E2, maybe even D1, get completely away from this side. And at some point, you're going to have to go bishop to H2 and then F4. You need to play F4 to be able to provide an attack in the center and on the king side. Now, this is the situation in the Fabi game, the marquee matchup. But a lot of things are happening in the other ones. This is the game between Awonder and Leinier. And after his adventures in the opening,
A2, A3.
A3, let's just remind everybody how this game started. A3, just ridiculous going into the final game. I mean, I commend Awonder for even having the guts to play A3 with the white pieces in a game against Leinier in last final round of the US Chess Championships when you need a win and you start with A3. Kudos to him, respect. And this is what we have right now. Bishop to D3, bishop to E7, castle, B4, rook to C8 and E4. And I really like the way Awonder is building up the tension, both on the queen side, taking more and more space, but also in the center. E4 very well timed. And knight to D4, perhaps falling to the pressure, is not a good decision. Because after knight takes D4, rook takes C3. You cannot take, I mean you can, but it's not great after knight to E2 followed by E5. You're getting type of attack against your king where you don't have a lot of defenders left on the king side. And that's exactly what's happening after rook takes C3 and E5 as well. This knight is taboo. You cannot touch it. Bishop takes H7, resignation. This is very typical, a very typical discovery check, right? So after E5, you have to go back to E8. Perhaps, I'm not even sure exactly what he's thinking about. Maybe he's thinking about knight to E4. But in fact, after knight E4, this is just lost. So don't go to E4. Knight to E2,
lost?
It's completely lost.
Bishop D7 is saying. I'm looking at rook takes
Exactly,
A3.
and if you try to defend it, your queen gets trapped. With bishop to E3, yes.
Thank you.
The best move in this position is queen B5.
That's embarrassing.
Because if you go queen C6, it's B5.
Then
or
I
knight
just go B5.
B5.
Exactly. B5, and again, the queen is trapped. So after E5, knight to E8 most likely will come on the board. But then I just simply go rook to E1 once again. You still cannot touch that. Knight on D4. I go bishop E3 next, queen to D2. Everything seems to be playing in white's favor. And where's your compensation as black? Down the C file? Not really. My pawn on C2 is perfectly defended. And you will be facing a very, very difficult attack on the king side. Bishop E3, lots of discovery attacks, followed by F4, F5. You're in trouble with black. Leinier right now is under tremendous pressure, and I feel that Awonder is starting to believe that he has a chance, putting pressure at least on Fabiano Caruana.
That's crazy. Again, the start of the game. I always like those games where from move one, everything seems like a chain. Every move was connected and you win a perfect game, right? From start to finish. What did the move A2, A3 accomplish on move one? You took advantage of the B4 square.
Yes,
then you followed it
your opponent.
Then you followed it up with rook B1 and you immediately hit out. You lashed out with B2, B4. Well, it's paying dividends. Like that's really crazy. I want to stay with our marquee matchup for just a moment, Kate, because to my way of thinking, Fabiano is either confusing me or he's confusing himself. So again, when he played the move King H1, I think he's saying to the world, himself, move the queen, play F4. The move H4, and if we just get to the current position, you'll see that he's completely shied away from moving his queen and playing the move F2, F4. In fact, his bishop now sits in the way of...
But black had to make some committing moves, like rook H5, right? There is no castling on the king side. So Fabi is maybe just like waiting what Sam Shankland wants to do next. Is he going to long castle? And that's going to kind of clear my plan that I want to start maybe an attack.
Yes, and that was where I wanted to go exactly with the answer and the follow-up to what I'm saying. With the rook already committed to H5, in my mind's eye, I am castling long. And then we have kings on opposite flanks. And we both know that when kings are on opposite flanks, I'm going to attack your king, you're going to attack my king. So Fabi has just played the move bishop F4. So imagine I play the move G5.
Okay.
Where would you like to go?
Yeah, I think H2.
Okay, bishop H2. Castles. So what am I trying to do? I'm trying to play rook to g8. Remember, we sometimes talk about the pawn as an anchor, right?
Right.
And I want to go g5, g4. I want to go knight e5. So I'm saying, I'm looking to open up the king side. How are you going to open up and look at the queen side? I was thinking you would play queen e2.
I was thinking about a5. Can we start with a5?
Sure, fair. Okay, I'll keep the queen side close for just a sec.
Okay, knight d4.
Knight to d4. Okay, so we are, this is going to be a Donnybrook. Wow. Because I see 3 results. And here are some of the Fabi's what ifs.
So if Fabi wins, he wins the tournament. That's
Clear.
it. He's clinching the title. If Fabi draws and Awonder doesn't win, by the way, Awonder has a better position right now, then Fabi still wins the tournament. But if Fabi loses and Fabi loses and Awonder loses, then it's again a win for Fabi. But if Fabi loses and Awonder wins,
we have a new champion, and his name is Awonder Liang. Well, fabulous. How is Awonder doing?
Well, not that much has changed. Knight to e8 was indeed played, bishop to e3, very natural move, and apparently a missed opportunity. At least that's what this computer is telling. After queen to d8, queen to c7 apparently was better, but not an easy move, because you are sacrificing an exchange after this one. I can just simply go knight to e2 or even bishop to d2. The idea being that after bishop to d2, let's say you take on d3 and you take on e5. But this is not an easy sacrifice to make, because you know you're much worse at this point. You're going to be playing for 2 results, either a draw or a loss as black, right? So you don't want
can I capture the pawn on a3 there instead?
At what point?
So queen c7, bishop d2.
Queen c7, bishop
and
to
I capture
d2.
a3.
I guess you could, yes.
Because then I want to capture bishop on d3, and that's another extra pitch.
You could. That rook is, I'm not sure where that rook is coming back via which file. Rook to e1, what do you do next?
So you're trying to not trap my rook, but just misplace it completely.
I have some ideas to trap it.
Okay,
I do
G6.
have some ideas to trap it.
Go ahead.
G6 is probably a good move, yes.
Yeah.
Not only because you want to go knight g7, knight f5, but also very often I had this idea of going queen to f3, and then bishop takes h7 would be a consideration to tackle and attack the rook on a3. Very complex battle, but apparently once again, supposedly queen to c7.
What? We do have queen d8, however.
Queen d8, yes. Queen to
and
d8. Now you can just go f4, right?
And I like Awonder's position. How does this engine?
+1 advantage.
+1
advantage, quite significant. And in fact, you have to take on a3, but after f5, this is such a difficult position to defend.
I'm not happy. I'm a pawn grabber, but this is not a.
Yeah, no, you don't want
not a healthy pawn.
Yeah.
It's not a healthy pawn with this rook completely stranded. I mean, sure, you're a pawn up, but what else, right?
No.
There's nothing else that's helping your position.
My king.
f6 is coming. Look, this is bad. This is pretty bad news for your king. You don't have enough defenders on this side. So
a crazy opportunity for
big opportunity for Awonder.
Yeah,
guys.
for those of you, for our audience members, obviously Ray Robson is not at play. He has the bye today, but yesterday Anastasiya got a chance to catch up with our winningest player. We'll explain later. First, the interview.
I'm here with Ray Robson, who won his game against Mishra today, and I was really shocked at a certain point when I checked the game. You had almost the same position, and in his previous game against Fabiano Caruana, which happened in a few rounds earlier, and I was wondering what you were thinking at this moment when you got there.
I wasn't thinking about that so much, but I had seen that game, so I did notice that it's basically, I don't know if the queenside pawns were in the exact same place, but almost exactly the same position.
At least pawn structure was exactly right.
And I remembered in that game that Abhi had made a mistake and he let Fabi, I think, somehow exchange queens to a kind of easily winning rook in game. So I was expecting this time he was just going to wait. And then I was trying to figure out how to make progress. But I mean, at that point, I was just happy because obviously I had a good position, which I have decent chances to win, and I can try to push for free.
Yes, exactly. And did you trace some similarities? Remember this situation in Shankland Cup when Nepo played once this position with Wesley, and then with Ding next day the same rook ending. I was thinking about this kind of situations that sometimes it happens, the same kind of positions. But it's so rare, but it somehow happened also in St. Louis Chess Club before. Yes, and I asked Fabio also about this position, and he said he was also very surprised to see it. But I saw that you moved, let's say, pawns the same way as Fabio, G3, H4. Did you remember certain plans which Fabio showed in that game, or it didn't matter that much?
No, not really. I just remember, like I said, that they had exchanged queens, and that it was, I think, before the time control, and then it was winning for Fabi. So I knew he was probably going to just wait. That's what I was expecting. So I wasn't sure how to improve. I was thinking I can push my kingside pawns to gain some space. It would make sense, but I weakened my king a bit. But maybe it's okay. And then at some point I came up with this idea to just put the king on g3. I kind of had something similar with Leinier, because it was also a queen and rook endgame, and there my king was actually an h4, but it was very safe. So I was used to my king being safe, kind of in such positions. King g3 with just the idea to play queen g4, and then the rook endgame usually looks bad for him, but if he moves the queen away, then I get e6. So at least I posed some problems. He has to decide what to do, and he decided to let me push my pawn to e6, which I thought was a big achievement for me.
Exactly, yes. Were you surprised in general that he goes for these kind of situations, for the second time in one tournament, or he couldn't avoid it?
I mean, he didn't. I'm sure he didn't want to play that position again. It's just, I was putting pressure on him. Yes. I'm sure there was maybe some better way to defend, but I also didn't see. It seemed like, okay, maybe we wouldn't have gotten this exact endgame, but in most of the lines I was calculating, I was going to end up taking this pawn on e5 and have this extra pawn in some version. So no matter what, it seemed like he was going to have to suffer a bit. Yeah.
I got it. Yes. So the tournament is kind of over for you because you are not playing tomorrow.
Yeah.
So what do you think? Your general thoughts about the event? You finished with +1, but it was a really interesting event with many decisive results for you.
Yeah, I think before this round I had 3-3-3, 3 wins, 3 losses, 3 draws. So I had to decide which one would win. And yeah, the whole tournament I was always trying to come back. I was -2 after 3 games, and a couple times I got back to even, then go back to -1 and back to even. So it's the first time that I got to a plus score, and yeah, overall, I guess, especially with the start, I'm happy. I managed to, beat a lot of strong players, which is difficult. Obviously, I had some bad games too, but also all the games I think were very fighting. I played until the end, and obviously I want to fight for first and stuff, but in this tournament it wasn't really realistic with how I started. So considering after 3 games, I would be very, very happy to finish the way I did.
Yeah, with plus, yes, that's great. Thank you so much for everything, for all your thoughts and interviews, and all the best of luck in the next rounds. In the next tournaments. Yes, and who knows, maybe. So thank you, Ray.
Thank you, Anastasiya. Our congratulations, Ray, and to Ed Gonzalez, a chess historian for the U.S. Championship tournaments. He likes to point out a very interesting factoid.
Ray Robson's round 10 win made him the winningest player of the 21st century with 53 wins, passing Hikaru Nakamura, who has 52 wins in U.S. Championship play.
Wow.
Congratulations,
Absolutely,
Ray Robson.
Ray, that's something to be proud of. Winning the game. Just ask Grigoriy Oparin how difficult it is to win games in these U.S. championships. To have 53 wins under your belt, that's pretty darn impressive.
That's also a lot of championships to play.
It is. We have fire on the board between Sam, Sevian, and Hans. And when we left it, we had seen what you had described as maybe the best preparation of the entire tournament. Rook B1, E1 in particular impressed you, and you did not focus your attention on G4, Cristian. And that was the move that
it was the move that Hans Niemann played after a very long thing. But To be honest, it was a good practical move. The engine does not like it, but it's a very good practical shot. Now, already Sam Sevian spent about 30 minutes on his big decision, whether to take on d4, which is the most natural move, or in fact the move that looks quite natural to me as well, because it more or less blocks the whole attack for black on this side, and that is the move knight to h4. He made the right decision. Knight h4 is a bad move in this one. After knight h5 is in fact black who has tremendous chances to win this one and grab a decisive advantage. But he took on d4, good move. Knight takes d4, take on d4, and bishop takes d4. You see all these question marks, but it's not as clear. I think these are normal moves, at least to my eyes. And right now, Sam, after spending 30 minutes on that knight takes d4, he immediately blitzed out his next move, which is bishop to h4. Not the best move, but the one that he had to play, it's not an easy one. And that is bishop to d5 first. We've been seeing this idea of bishop to d5, attack the pawn on b7, force a reaction, and then also after c6, for example, which is the most normal reaction, you can continue with knight to c4, and now you understand the job of the bishop on g3, right?
That's doing a great job.
That's a pretty good job.
Yeah, right.
You want your bishop on this side. This king is in big trouble right now. Bishop to e6, I think, is the best move, but then I can even take on a5. You're starting my pieces swarming your king on this side. It looks good for white. Close to decisive advantage, by the way. He played the move bishop to h4, and immediately Hans-Moke Niemann pounced on the opportunity with this great move, rook to g5.
Love that move.
I love it too. I really like it, because right now I'm looking at the position. I see that the engine is saying, okay, slightly better for white, but from a practical perspective, it almost feels easier to play with the black pieces.
Right.
The best move apparently in this position is bishop to d5. Again to continue, but we can provoke a slight weakness, and by the way, we do have a move. Bishop to d5 is on the board. c6 would be a slight weakness, and then bishop takes f7. But even after this one, let's say king b8 or king c7, I'm trying to run away with the king. How is it that easy that the engine is saying that white has a very good advantage? Queen to d3, that's not a very natural move to my eyes. Bishop to c4 is much more natural to go back with a bishop. But then rook h5 comes, and black is better. Rook h5, I'm the one pressing you on this side, and if you just try to shy away from this one, I'm going to go bishop to c8, and maybe it's the transfer of the knight to e5 that counts. Knight to d7, knight to e5, and a lot of other ways that I can continue this one.
If I capture the rook at the beginning, I'm going to have trouble on the h file.
I would never touch that rook. Personally, I would never touch that rook.
It's a rook on g5, it's a pawn on f7.
Right,
I know.
Bishop h4 with the purpose of winning an exchange.
This pawn on h2, I will go rook h8, you move the bishop, queen h7, and how do you avoid the checkmate? I don't like it. I'm really afraid about touching that rook on g5, capturing it with the bishop. I think the bishop is going to stay on h4, but once again, I really like this move, rook to g5 by Hans. Good response with bishop to d5. Once again, asking a very pertinent question, how do you defend? There's a trade-off for every defense. You go c6, you weaken your position a bit. You go bishop to b6, then knight to c4 comes with a tempo. You take on d5, I take with a pawn on d5, and then the knight jumps in the center with knight to e4. So a good question asked by Sam Sevian, but he had a much better alternative in the previous one if he would have left the bishop on g3. Hans-Moke Niemann is back in this game, fully, in my opinion.
Well, if you're going to play bishop to d5 and provoke c7, c6, I have the position on my board. If Sam had played bishop to d5 and provoked c6 with the bishop still on g3, wow, for me, the move knight c4 is an automatic, a very natural move. I'm winning a pawn, either the pawn on d6 or the pawn on a5. More importantly, I'm ripping open black's king.
Because anytime you capture that bishop, the c file is going to be open.
Right.
And there are just a lot of white pieces targeting that king.
Precisely. And compare this position, this analysis position, with the bishop on h4 and the rook on g5. So the bishop suddenly goes out of play, you know, and as Cristian has been prescribing, please open up the h file, please capture my rook so that, yes, I agree, you're an exchange up, but you've invited a very nasty attack.
And since
bishop
the rook
h4.
on b1 went to e1, the king is a little trapped. It's not that easy for the king to run away.
Yeah, and it's borrowing a page from Fabi's book. King h1 followed by f4 is something I'd really strongly consider. But for the moment, the move c7, c6 is on the board. There is no knight c4 anymore. The bishop is not on g3, targeting the pawn on a d6. We'll keep a careful eye on this, but people keep telling me, Awonder Liang. He's up against Leinier Dominguez, and he started the game with 1 a2, a3, and it has paid dividends. After bishop e3, queen went back to d8, no f2, f4. Awonder said, you know what, the only thing you've got going is you're attacking my pawn a3, I'll defend it. What do you have? Not too much, said Leinier. g6, rook back to c8, a4. By the way, again, for those of us who played the French defense, we got the bad bishop. We know it's a bad bishop. We know that. Just we learned to deal with it, you know. And oftentimes we put it on a4.
Because then it's spinning the pawn on c2, and it's a little bit disabling white to kind of continue with some pressure on the queen side.
And you want to be annoying.
Number one goal in chess.
Exactly. And your opponent hates it when you have such a position. Hence, the move a3, a4 by Awonder makes perfect sense. Knight g7, we've caught up with the players, and we all love white's space. Queen e2, keeping eye on b5, on e5. I would not be in a hurry to play the move f2, f4. Why? Because thanks to the pawn on g6, there's some dark squared weaknesses, and this bishop on d2 is lurking. You know, sometimes it would just like to go to h6. When you play the move f2, f4, you lose that option. So I would go with queen e2. I like Awonder's position a lot. Kate, where would you like to take us?
Let's take a look at the women's section. We were not there for
a long
quite
time.
some time. We know Carissa Yip, she made a draw against Alice. So let's take a look at the second most important game between Begim Tokhirjonova and Tatev Abhimanyu.
That's a Donnybrook for sure, as when we left it, the position blowed up. G7, G5, that came out of nowhere. The engine does not like Begim's decision to capture the pawn on G5. Nonetheless, that looked like the most natural move. Knight takes E5. Apparently, an opportunity for black here was to play the move A7, A6. Knight takes E5, knight takes D4, queen E7. And we haven't seen it for, wow, a lot of...
This is a very nice bishop now. The French bishop from C8 is on E6.
Yep.
It's very well developed. Black is having the center.
Also, a lemon. You have this pawn on H7. It's not a connected pawn. It's an isolated pawn, if you will. Trying to make the best of it. H5, H4. Turn it into an attacker. And we've caught up with the players.
It looks good for black, right? No?
Well, no. I think I love the center. I like the center pawn duo. I'm trying to understand whose king is weaker.
Yes.
That's my issue. Like, I understand that Begim is thinking about bishop coming to A3 and, well, confronting,
yes.
confronting the queen and the king. I also understand with the move rook G1, she's intimating, it's not the most beautiful recapture, but she is intimating that she's prepared to keep the G file open again. Whose king is more vulnerable?
We know we can expect from black to be something like rook C8, to develop a rook there.
Sure, rook C8.
Then black has to figure out what to do with that knight, right?
Exactly.
Maybe H6, G4, or F5. But
Right.
you are saying this really idea of A5, B5, bishop A3, I think that is something that black has to be careful about.
Yeah, at least keep an eye on it. Also, a big question is, if I were in Begim's shoes, and I had reached this position, I have to answer myself a question: where do I want to put my king? I don't think I want to leave it in the center.
I think you need to go long castle.
Right, and normally, you know, whatever demons you're having, you just confront them. and say,
Right.
like, put my king on the queen side and I'll figure out the rest. I'm going to go king b1, and the move a4 doesn't answer the central question, and I don't really think that this. I think
Begim is
can meet
answering the
that.
question. She's saying she may want to keep the king in the center.
Then she's playing with fire. That's
Which is something she does very
Yes.
often in her games.
In fact, her whole U.S. championship has been one of, it's like a high risk. What do you walk on the tightrope? High.
No, I don't do that. Balancing, not to fall.
Yeah. I was at the World Trade Center, and they were showing people who did that from one building to the next, and I thought to myself, what thrill seekers those people are. This is a double-edged game. Going to go around the ladies section for just a moment. I'm going to check in with Jennifer and Atusa. That looks like one of those Queen's Gambit accepted endings. 4 versus 4, 4 versus 4 on the king side, 2 versus 2 on the queen side. Feels very balanced. I'll make it quick. Talia versus Anna. By the way, another one of Ed Gonzalez's insights.
Right.
Anna Zatonsky, she has the longest unbeaten streak. 5 games. We know that Carissa Yip had 8 games, but right at this moment, because Carissa lost the previous 2 rounds, but Anna, she is very solid.
So currently, this is amazing because she's had a terrible start, but her last 5 games.
Yeah, very good finish so far. So she does have a 5-game unbeaten streak going.
Okay.
Which is currently the longest in the Women's Championship.
Well, let's see if she can keep the good times rolling. She's up against Talia. This is one of those London systems where the dark square bishops get traded on the F4 square earlier.
By the way, it's a little surprising choice for Talia because Talia doesn't normally play London. I think this is her first game in the London system.
I mean, she's been influenced by the crowd. Queen d2, knight c3, and that's the whole point of these double pawns. That's the anchor square, the outpost for the knight. Knight to e5, c7, c6. Not exactly the joyful tidings to play such a move.
G4, wasting no time. Talia is there to attack with those pawns.
What is it about the ladies? Once they see an opportunity to attack, they don't have to be asked twice.
It's the last round. You want to leave everything at the board.
And that's what is happening. I'm just caught up with the players. Last move, rook d8 to f8. I almost hate to ask, what's the time? The times of the 2 players.
You're worried about Anna Zatonsky,
Yes.
but actually she is having a good time management this time. Talia Cervantes, 35 minutes. Anna Zatonsky, 35 minutes.
Take a picture. This is like a historical first. She's even on the clock.
Yes.
Wow. Well, good for her. Good for you, Anna. Arena Crush versus Nasi. Again, if you had given me the pairings before the tournament and said, we have a last round where the whole championship's going to be decided in the last round, I might point you towards this game and
But
say,
there is still
look,
Carissa Yip, Alice Lee.
we
but
didn't
these
know
two-
that. Obviously,
understand.
Arena, 8-time U.S. champion. Nasi, a 2-time U.S. champion. If you told me that they were playing for the championship, I would believe you. 3 versus 3, but check it out. I'm catching an extra pawn here. Bishop c3 was the last move for... I'm not exactly sure where the pawn went missing. It did. King b1, king f7, bishop c3, and we're up to date with it. What's your thoughts about the extra pawn? Is it meaningful?
I think it is meaning every pawn is
Thank
meaningful.
you.
Yasser.
This is great. This is great.
But I think that it can be even more meaningful if I play b6
I agree.
because I want to capture the other pawn on a4.
Yes, you do.
And if I force you to give up your dark square bishop, I mean, that dark square bishop is the best piece in the position for white.
Exactly. And that means that the compensation is not good. There is a coordination problem, however, and I might throw a monkey wrench at you. Knight to d3, provoking you to play bishop takes a3,
let's
if you don't
capture
mind. G2, g4. If the knight moves, well, my idea was as simple as it looks, to maybe take on a5, take on f4, and attack e6. I'm trying to provoke you to en passant me.
Right, so let's say I take.
Take. Now, finally, you're seeing a little connection here, and you warned me. You gave it up. You told me that my best square, my best piece, pardon me, was my bishop, except now I realize for the first time you have knight e2 check.
Right, I'm just seeing it too.
Oh.
So there, if you manage to play rook take h7 and suddenly target the g7 pawn with the bishop, there's knight e5 in the ring as well.
Yep. And unfortunately, my world comes crashing down when you take away my best piece. Maybe I still have some compensation here, but it wasn't the action I was going for. These two ladies in combat, where would you like to take us?
One more game in the ladies section, Rose Atwell against Megan Lee. What is happening there?
In the immortal words of Robert Hubner, I do not know. And he, Robert, is going to be inducted into the World Chess Hall of Fame. It's a big induction. That's
10
coming up.
players are going to be inducted, right?
Including Vladimir Kramnik, Efim Geller, Lev Polygaevsky, a lot of greats, Levitina.
Let's take a
and
look.
There we have it. Ashmilevskaya Donaldson, as
Very
well,
big event.
Friedrich Olofsson, and Oscar Pano.
October 29, you can RSVP when you visit worldchesshall-of-fame.org.
And at the very, very, very top, towards the right, you have Zhu Shen. And I am very proud to say that we make a great team. I've played in China, and we had doubles, team doubles.
Oh.
And we won a championship in China together.
Wow.
Yeah, and so it will
I mean,
be
you're
great.
pretty good, Yasser, too. You're also already an inductee.
Well, that was going really, really well. What is going on with Megan Lee and Rose? There is this massive pawn on d6, but it
So we
can be
have to say
captured.
that black is pawn up, right? Yes.
Well, not yet. You haven't taken the pawn on d6, right?
Well, still.
Hold on. Wait a minute.
Wait a
2,
second.
5, 3, 6. So you're a pawn up, and you're ready to take a second pawn.
But
Okay.
your pawn on e4 is hanging. The pawn on c5 can be a weakness. I think Rose is very happy about her bishop on b2 being active.
Okay, that's good news, but I see a lot of good pieces for black as well, right?
Maybe even like knight e5, knight d3, right? Also.
Yes. Yeah, the rook is very, very well positioned. First, I'd love to just take away that d6 pawn and challenge you to prove what do you have? Just,
By the
if
way,
you don't
also
mind.
Sam Shankland would definitely think about rook a2 and just capturing the dark square bishop, sacrificing an exchange, and having a lot of pawns.
There you go, too. Something like that.
But you wanted to play queen takes d6?
Yeah, I wanted to play all of those good moves. Rook A2. Women's standings and why this game could be important for Megan.
So Carissa Yip just made a draw with Alice Lee, securing, or it was actually already secured, first place. But Alice Lee so far being second, which is the second qualification spot also for the World Cup.
Right.
Very important draw for her.
Exactly. Megan Lee, even with a win, will not reach Alice. So it's up to Begim. Can she surpass Alice? Can she tie Alice? And again, I just want to say for Megan, I mean, she just brought some crazy results. Cristian, back over to you and tell us more about...
Guys, we have to go back
Please.
to the open section just because everything is absolutely exploding right now.
Good.
Especially this one, the game between Sam Sevian and Hans Moke Niemann. And he did play the move bishop to d5, which
What
was
you
the best
prescribed.
move in the position. c6 was offered by Hans. And at this point, if you leave the engine first running for half a second, it will tell you knight c4 is giving white a decisive advantage or close to it. Then you let it think for a little while, and it realizes that it's not a decisive advantage, anywhere close to an advantage, in fact, for white. but it's for a very specific reason. After knight to c4, if you do take on d5, then I can just simply take on d5, and this one is really, really bad for you because you're having huge problems defending this pawn on d6. If you go, for example, queen to f8, after knight takes a5, you no longer have any defenders. On the queen side, you're in big trouble, great piece sacrifice for white. Okay. But one of the things that perhaps Sam even missed in this position, and the only move that keeps black in the game, is the move bishop to e8. The idea being that you're getting ready, and he played it, by the way, you see a double exclam situation. You're defending the pawn on f7, at the same time defending the 7th rank, and guess what? You're going to lose the bishop on d5. So this is what I think is going to happen. You can start with bishop takes g5, you can play it after. You will have to take that exchange at this point, especially with the bishop on e8. Now rook h8.
You don't have to worry about rook h8. Yeah.
And the attack on h2 it comes a bit slower, right? Okay. So you can afford taking on g5. Yeah. Knight takes a5. But I'm defended on the 7th rank. I will take your bishop, you take back. You do have to contend with this attack on the e-file, probably queen to c7. Okay. In the position, if you go rook to c1, then I do have bishop to c5, so I don't have to worry about that one. And this position, right now, it seems like after queen to d3, and this is the only move to stay in the game, if you don't, it does seem like black is much better in this position. And it's very easy to see white just simply playing moves such as knight to c4, going backwards. Already after king b8, you don't have enough compensation for the two pieces. And I will slowly but surely improve my pieces. Bishop d7, then maybe rook to h8, and so on and so forth. Your attack is not going anywhere on the king side. And if you don't fulfill your attack, then my two pieces are just simply going to be better than your rook. So
in case of queen d3, though, I think the position...
It's a game. Okay. It's a game. After queen to d3, which is probably the best move in the position, it's a game. Both players have their own trumps in the position, but again, from a practical perspective, it does feel a bit easier to play for black, because if your attack does not succeed, then I'm just simply going to have the material advantage. The two bishops should overpower the rook and a pawn. And if we go into an endgame, then it's going to become even worse.
Easier. Yeah.
Even worse for white. So I'm seeing this one as much easier to play for Hans. And he's also catching up on time. At one point, it was close to a 1 hour difference on the clock, because Sam was just blitzing out his moves. Hans was down to his last 35 minutes. Sam with 1 hour and 27 minutes. He was just like dominating. But right now, Hans is fully back in this game. We have a fight on our hands, and how important is this for the standings, guys? Maybe we should take a look at the standings right now, because whoever wins this game
is putting pressure on Awonder as well as Fabi.
And I'm going to call it, this has to be a decisive game. After that decapitation, this has to remain a clash that stays decisive.
Well, there we have it. Sam and Hans are both hoping that Sam Shankland will derail Fabiano's grip on the title.
Yeah, so there is a chance for playoff.
Oh, yes. Let's jump to the game of Fabi and Sam Shankland, because it's getting more and more crucial. When we've left it, we saw the move rook h5, bishop f4. I'm having a problem channeling my inner Fabi, trying to understand king h1, bishop g5, bishop f4, how all of those moves fit together like a chain, one after another. I don't see it. Sam played knight e5, a decent move, absolutely nothing wrong with that move. I had prefaced it with g4 because I kind of wanted to pick up a tempo so I could go g5, g4. That was not in Sam's playbook. He played knight e5 at once. It's funny, but bishop takes e5, yes, I could recapture with the rook. I like recapturing with the pawn. I love these double pawns, actually.
They're so strong because they just don't allow your white knights, the opponent's knights, to do anything in the center.
Exactly. I would have thought, in fact, that the move bishop takes e5, I'd call that a strategical blunder. I would not want, as white, to give up that bishop. So he did not. After moving knight e5, he dropped back with the queen. Why he chose d1 as opposed to e2, I don't know. Queen e2 makes a little bit more sense to my eyes. Maybe he wanted to keep the e2 square vacant, either
or
for
maybe
the bishop.
Even bishop e2.
Right. Rook h8. Sam decided that his rook had fulfilled whatever purpose he had in mind. Maybe
clearing that square for that knight. Honestly, I have to say that I don't think I would guess any single move in this game.
Queen to d2. Again, kind of just marking some time. Knight f6 to d7. Wow. Normally speaking, if the pawn had been on g5, I'd been a big proponent. Again, I refer to a game between Leinier Dominguez and Garry Kasparov as black. And Garry used the maneuver knight f6 to f8. And he got a dark square bind, but he had his pawn on g5 as well.
I like this move, bishop g5. Because first of all, I want to trade the dark square bishops.
Okay.
Because then I don't know what your king exactly is going to be doing, and I'm directly targeting g7.
Yep.
And you cannot short castle anymore.
No.
You moved that rook already.
Yeah, you're right. There's no short castling anymore. Bishop to g5.
Black may say, okay, f6, I'm not going to kick you, and you're wasting the time. You are moving the bishop back, but you weaken your e6 pawn. That's a weakness. And you also blocked your bishop from e7.
He has. That is true. Maybe a very good move here would be f6, f7. Knight to c4, bishop takes c4, queen takes c4, f2, f3. Okay. Essentially, Fabi is saying, I see your pressure. I'm going to just keep the diagonal closed. I want to play knight d4 and b2, b3. There's a big weakness on e6 here. And I want to invite Cristian to jump in on this one. Imbalances. Black has won the two bishops, but that pawn on e6 is humongous target.
It is indeed. It is indeed.
It's like the biggest apple in the world right there. Yum.
Yep.
Go.
Exactly. And exactly that's why, in fact, the Silicon Friend, our engine, was recommending keeping the light square bishop on the board with a move queen to c1. Specifically, you very nicely mentioned this weakness, the pawn on e6. I will be able to find a way to get to that, sometimes even bishop to e2, bishop to g4. Ooh. So you can take my dark square bishop. I don't need that as much. I will focus on the light squares. And in the absence of the bishop on d3, sometimes you can play e5 as black. But with the bishop, light square bishop on d3, e5, I mean, that's a real strategical weakness because of bishop to e2, bishop to g4, and ideas of even bishop to c4, bishop to d5. So definitely this seems to have been the better option. It does seem like slowly, but surely, Fabiano is building up a slightly better position, at least easier to play. The engine is saying that already this is half a point advantage, but I wouldn't trust it too much. You still have to find the plan in the position. I'm seeing some recommendations, rook a1, get the other rook to d1, and then look at ideas to break on the other side with a5. But you have to be very careful. Against the two bishops can become very powerful. I like this move f3 because you're just saying to this bishop on b7, there's nothing active going on this line. I don't want to play f4. Maybe I will play it later on to be able to break in the center either with f5 or e5. But this bishop for the moment has to stay closed. So I'm liking this one from Fabiano and black. Sam Shankland needs to respond to the big question. Where do you put the king?
Yeah, is he going to go king f7 to defend e6?
Probably. I don't think we have... Okay, so we do have a move. Rook to c8 was played and queen to f2 by Fabiano, asking a very pertinent question. I want to munch on that pawn on b6. Guess what? If you're losing this pawn on b6, not only that you're losing a pawn, but you're also giving me access to the a5 square. And that might be a problem. That's why I think he just played the move queen to c7. I'm not considering giving you that pawn at the expense of the bishop. So he played queen to c7.
Cristian, was there a problem if instead of queen c7 I played knight c5? Are you trapping my queen somehow?
No, not yet, but it does look dangerous. I'm not gonna lie. I'm looking at the queen on c4, I see knight to d2, I get it. You still have queen to b4, but I would not go for it. Knight to d4 seems to be a very good move in this one. And then I will prepare for that queen trap. For example, king f7, maybe I can go bishop to d2. b3 is a big threat. don't leave the queen on c4 unattended like this.
So I can never capture the pawn on a4. Okay.
At least not from a practical perspective. Like objectively, maybe it's still good, but from a practical perspective, not so good. Let's see what happened in this one. Okay, so they're following the path, Sam Sevian and Hans. Bishop to e8, knight takes a5, c takes d5. We're expecting bishop takes g5 either after this one, or you can start with e takes d5 as well, because of rook to e5 is not a good move after rook to c1. King to b8, yes, and now just bishop takes f6, and of course queen takes b7. That's a checkmate. So you need to be careful. You still cannot save your exchange. C takes d5. This one is a barn burner, and it's going to become a barn burner. And what's happening in the Awonder game, guys? Maybe you can take us to the Awonder game, because that one also a very crucial one.
That's a different one. The one I had my eye on was Grigoriy versus Levon. If you don't mind, there are certain players that love sacrificing the exchange. Tigran Petrosian comes to mind. I liked sacrificing the exchange, but I also really reveled in sacrificing my queen, and quite a number of my games featured queen sacrifices. Bishop e3, this is where we left it. And we were talking about the idea that there are certain defenses, the French defense, the Sicilian defense, which at the start of play invites white to attack. And then later there's a counter attack coming, and the French defense is one of them. Here we go. So we're up to date with the players. Queen to c5, and before you know it...
You want to sacrifice your queen here?
Bam! Look at that. How do you like them apples? Takes, captures. So I give up my queen for a rook and a knight, but big thanks to Jeffrey Parsons, one of my very earliest chess coaches, and he hit me with a saying that really resonated with me, and decades later it still does. Yasser, stop it. You're counting the pieces that are off the board. You know, because I would always compare, you know, I got a rook, you got a pawn, I got a... And you're counting. Don't count what's off the board, count what's on the board. What's on the board is two very active rooks. They're barreling down the f-file.
And that's the thing, they're really very strong on the f-file. If this f3 rook was on a8, different story, completely
totally different story. But you've already got a minor piece and a rook. You're hoping to pick up a pawn. Rook takes g3, who knows, check, maybe more. The bishop is coming into the game.
The knight, I think the knight is going to be very crucial.
Coming into the game. Without knowing what the engine's eval is, I love playing black here. It's just so much easier playing back.
And that's another thing, you know, playing for attack and trying to checkmate the king is much easier than trying to defend. Finding everything your opponent can do to, and then making sure that your one move protects everything.
Yeah. So at the moment, this is looking very, very, very nice for Levon. Wow. But today, Carissa has made a draw, and Anastasiya did catch up with Carissa for her reflections on these U.S. championships. Over to you, Anastasiya.
I'm here with Carissa Yip, the new champion of U.S. Women's Chess Championship, first of all, and you just made a draw against Leslie in the last round. So your emotions about this game and overall, like, how do you feel today?
Yeah, I mean, I totally expected Alice to play for and win. Now, as her friend, I was a little disappointed that she chose the Petrov for that. Sort of sad, like, this unambitious opening is going to be punished with a draw. So, yeah, we made a draw.
So maybe this is what she wanted.
Yeah, I mean, I kind of thought she would be playing for more because top two are the the World Cup spots. But she did remind me after the game that there is a Olympiad spot too, and so kind of guess she has that locked down. And so a draw was fine, but. Yeah, before the game, I totally forgot about that, and I was kind of expecting a fight, which didn't come, and that's fine. I'll just buy her ice cream now. But I'm a little disappointed in Alice, so she's only getting one scoop of ice cream. Yeah.
Instead of how many? Instead of 5.
Yeah, moderation, right, for such a draw.
That's a good point. But tell us a little bit, how do you feel today? I mean, we discussed with you yesterday everything what happened after the 10th round, but you told me also that probably the emotions will come later. So I wonder what's going on with you.
Yeah, I mean, I'm just happy with the tournament after, no sleep, some rest, that sort of thing. I think, again, it's kind of disappointing how it ended, and I think just yesterday's game was not great. Probably, I think what was really keeping me going was this possibility of a Fisher Prize, and then once that wasn't happening, it's just a lot of wind left my sails. You know what I mean? And it's probably something I have to work on in the future.
Kind of you lost the motivation or something
I think
something broken.
It was just energy wise. Yeah, I know I said I don't really get tired, but I'm getting old now. If things are changing, body's getting weaker, that sort of thing. So can't play long tournaments like I used to.
Yep. So the last question, but now finally, do you feel happy about winning the championship? Do you finally feel that you are the champion? I mean, it's something really big. 3 times US chess world champion.
No, I feel good. Probably more positive emotions will hit later. So you can interview me at the closing ceremony or something. But yeah, I mean, mostly still feel mainly disappointment. But at least I didn't make it 3 losses in a row. And I think it was a solid end to a tournament. Friend and I are getting ice cream, so what can really be wrong with the world?
Absolutely. Oh yeah, let's help you, of course, with that. And now it's time for ice cream. Enjoy, yes, enjoy. And we're looking forward for the closing ceremony. And going back to the studio.
Our congratulations once again to our U.S. Women's Champion.
Yes, International Master Carissa Yip, the 2024 U.S. Women's Champion.
Yeah, I hear what Carissa's saying about being 21 years old. I could party till 4 o'clock in the morning. Nowadays, 3:45 is my limit. It's getting old, getting slower. Before we go on break, I wanted to go to the game of Mishra versus Wesley. So, Mishra has not had a good tournament, end of story. But in a championship round, he's just unleashed a piece sacrifice with the move, bishop takes h6. He could have played it risk-free with a move, for example, like knight on f3 to h4, looking to trade knights. Maybe on a good day you go g4, blah, 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 blah. No.
White's pieces are really active.
Exactly.
Very well kind of cooperating in this position.
Bang!
Wow,
Bishop takes
immediately.
h6. So then the question, of course, is if I take the bishop, I'm assuming Wesley wants to capture, and all heck is breaking loose. What is Mishra's idea? He's got 2 pawns in the pocket, right? But check these out.
This is a really nice capture. Because once you capture, I have knight g5, forcing you to go away from that rook.
Exactly. And once you do pick up the rook, there's another fork. So this game exploding.
Picking up rook after rook.
Right. This game exploding. We're going to go on break. And we're going to come back for all of the action in the championship round. What are we leaving our viewers with? What can they expect?
We want them to invite to visit the World Chess Hall of Fame, newest exhibition, crown jewelers, donation highlights, complimentary admission. So visit worldchesshalloffame.org for more information. And Anastasiya talked with the players in the open section about the importance of the US Championships. So enjoy the interviews and we will be right back.
What to you is the most important aspect of the US Chess Championships?
Well, I think, first of all, it's a very strong tournament in itself. I think it's probably the strongest national championship in the world. I don't know if back in the day Russia was also very strong. I think nowadays it's hard to compete with the US championship. Maybe India, I don't know. But just because it is very strong, it's always interesting, and at least myself, I'm always looking forward to play. And then there's also a little bit the challenge of, let's say, for somebody like me who it's on the older side of the age-wise from the event, the challenge of just competing with and seeing the new players, the really young players, to compete with them, to see what they are capable of and to learn from them and so on. And also because I also was once very young myself, so just to see now in perspective all the stages that you go through, it's quite interesting from just a general sports point of view for me. And that's something that, you see, I think, every year in the US Championship, because we always have a bit of a mixed field with the experienced guys, very top guys, and then some very talented youngsters. So I think this year is no exception.
I mean, I dreamed of being U.S. champion, U.S. Olympian for as long as I can remember. You know, I stood for the Pledge of Allegiance every day from first grade onward. I mean, you know, from as far as I can remember back, I always wanted to be a top athlete, compete for the United States, and having won the U.S. championship once and played on the U.S. Olympic team for 10 years, winning 2 golds, a silver, and a bronze. It's already quite a nice career, and I'm definitely older than I used to be, but I'm certainly hopeful that I can put some more accolades and more trophies in my case.
I mean, we've all played each other so many times. I think it's just figuring these players out, you know, on your 10th, 11th attempt of playing them, because you learn something new every time you play somebody, and, you know, the repetitive nature of playing someone usually helps out.
The aspect, well, we're here for the title, to try to get the US Championship title. It's very prestigious. Also, it's getting stronger every year. We have more and more players switching to Shankland's delight. But for example, Oparin, who's a very strong player, is also now playing. I think 10, 15 years ago, Hikaru said there's even no point playing the US Championship because it was very weak back then compared to what it is now. But now it's become pretty much the strongest national championship in the world. And to win it, it's very difficult. So if you win the title, it's it's really a big achievement. So try to do that. And of course, there's very good money also, thanks to the St. Louis Chess Club. I mean, they keep up the prices. They increase the prices pretty much every year.
I think it's quite a long tournament as compared to others. So if you want to end on a good result, you need to be very consistent throughout.
Well, it's the strongest national tournament in the world. Maybe if they organize one in India, they can compete with us. Although I think here we have more resources. I mean, even now, I think, even without Hikaru playing, this is probably the strongest US championship to take place, and the young guys are there, up and coming. I'm also up and coming, but it's good to compete with talented players. Always exciting.
I mean, for me, obviously, like, it's a tournament that I want to win. I wonder actually if anyone here has played more US championships than me. Probably not. I mean, like, if Hikaru or someone was playing, I guess he would have played more, but I feel like I might actually have the most, which is funny. And yeah, I've never won it. So, and now of course it's always getting stronger. So in a way, it will make it even more exciting if I finally do win it sometime. So yeah, I mean, that's the big goal. I think I've said it before in the past as well, that was one of my bigger goals, to one day win this tournament. So yeah, it's definitely one of the tournaments I'm more motivated for.
Oh, I think it's really a fun event. You know, we've got all the best US players here, and then we've got me. So, I'm just here to mix it up a bit, show the rest of the guys, how bad chess can be played. And so, yeah, I think probably it's better to ask them. They probably have a better idea. I'm just here as, a visitor and a spectator mostly. So, it'd be a good time.
I have no clue, it's my first US championship. But yeah, I'm very excited to be here. I mean, I've played 2 Russian super finals, which are very similar in format, also 12-player round robins. It's an extremely strong event. I think I'm like 10th seed by rating. And I think this year there are also World Cup qualifying spots, so that's like extra motivation to do well in the event. But in general, I'm like looking forward to playing the best US players. Yeah, with some of them I've played all the board before. With some of them it will be my first encounter.
Well, I think to win it, everyone is here to win it, and I think it's probably the strongest national championship in the world, right? Of course, India has some strong players, but they don't really have a national championship like this, so it's rare that you have a super tournament that's also a national championship, so I think it's to crown the best American player, so I'm sure everyone is trying to win it, as we have a very, very competitive field this year. I think maybe one of the strongest.
I think this tournament is very special for me also because it's a national championship and it's one that feels a bit more meaningful to win compared to other tournaments, which of course I also put a lot of effort into, but they don't have that kind of prestige of a national championship and fighting against the best players in the United States. And especially in the United States because it's so strong. And we see the average rating here maybe is like 2730 average, and everyone is above 2600 and many of the players are above 2700, that it's really prestigious. So I really do want to do my best and to try to win every year.
The world's most unpredictable tournament is back. Chess 9LX makes its return to the chess capital of America, St. Louis, Missouri. From October 28th through the 30th, 10 players will compete for a $150,000 prize fund. With 960 different variations, even the best in the world don't know what's coming. Featuring legendary world champion Garry Kasparov, Hikaru Nakamura, and returning champion Sam Sevian. This is an event you won't want to miss. The event kicks off on Sunday, October 27th with Ultimate Moves, a casual exhibition event featuring St. Louis Chess Club co-founder Rex Singfield teaming up with the Chess 9LX field. Catch all the action on the St. Louis Chess Club YouTube and Twitch channels.
By now, you guys probably know there's a lot to see and do in St. Louis. But when it comes to the art scene, there's more here than meets the eye. From Laumeier Sculpture Park and the City Garden to the stunning Cathedral Basilica, one of the largest mosaic collections in the entire world. So if art is your thing, St. Louis is on display all year long. Ooh, now that's an exhibit. St. Lou is always exploring.
The St. Louis Chess Club is the premier chess facility in the United States. We bring the educational benefits of chess to thousands of students across the St. Louis area. We also promote chess at the highest levels, hosting all levels of the U.S. championships, as well as high-profile tournaments that attract the world's best players. Become a member and enjoy perks such as free classes and lectures, weekly tournaments, and so much more. Visit stlouischessclub.org to claim your membership today.
Welcome back. We are in the last round of the US and US Women Championships. So take a look at the standings.
We have a champion in the women's.
Carissa Yip clinched the title, 8.5 points. Really fantastic historic performance. Alice Lee made a draw with her in the last round, kind of almost securing second place. No, Begim still playing a game, so she can actually get to the silver medal. Megan Lee clear fourth with 5.5 points, looking for that bronze medal as well.
And in the open standings, a lot more questions to be asked and answered.
Yeah, so Fabiano Caruana clear first so far with 6 points, but there are two players tied for the second place, Awonder Liang and Ray Robson, and Awonder Liang is still playing, so he can try to challenge Fabiano for the title. But we also have Sam Sevian and Hans Niemann tied so far for the fourth place with 5 points, but also having the opportunity to maybe catch up to Fabiano if he stumbles in this last round.
Speaking of the last round, I've just got the game between Awonder Liang and Leinier Dominguez on my board. And I must confess, I really, really do like how Awonder has conducted his business. He has this really nice, I want to say, advantage in the center, the spatial advantage. His pawn on e5, we often call this the wedge, right? It drove away the knight on f6, the knight on g7 is on a lesser square. White really is pressing in the center, but also on the queen side. You can see that black's bishops are being restricted. Leinier, in order to gain some squares, played the move a5, and he's put his bishop on c5. Well, that was answered from Awender's point of view with this nice move, bishop e3. Again, it's not easy for Leinier to untangle himself. The bishop on d7, the knight on g7, kudos to the pawn on g4, right? By the way, the pawn on g4 controlling the knight on g7. It's not that white has a devastating attack or some things of that nature. Rather, it's a case of suffocation.
Right. It's a very comfortable position for white because you are restricting black pieces. Of course, white would be very happy if black captured the knight on d4 with the bishop.
Oh my goodness.
That would be a dream come true position.
Strategic nightmare for black. Any captures of the knight, that would just play into white's hand. That's not going to happen. If I'm in Leinier's shoes, maybe I'm not happy about it, but I start looking for trading off the rooks. I'm afraid that white is going to be the one who's going to one day play rook f3 and start capturing on the king side. So definitely Leinier's been thrown in a defensive posture, but the big game going on is between Fabi and Sam Shankland. I want to turn it over to Cristian because I really like what Fabi has done, and I'm really questioning what Sam is doing. The king on f7, this feels wrong.
There's an attack coming against that king, and this g5 opened the door to that.
Right.
I mean, it was very difficult to close it already because you know what's coming. f4 will be on the board.
Bingo.
Now, g5, it's aimed against that. f4, probably it's premature right now, but what you can do, you can get ready for that with the move knight c2, and this makes a lot of sense. This knight on c3 is anyway not in a very stable position. There's no more pawn on b2.
Right.
So get back, and after f4 and the trades, like for example, let's say, I don't know, you make a move, you guys.
Can I go knight g6? Like
Sure.
I know what you want to do, so
yes.
I'm just waiting.
Perfect. Knight to g6. First of all, f4 is fine. I have knight takes c6, which is much better, and in fact wins a pawn.
Pawn on b6.
But let's say I don't see that pawn. Let's say I don't see that pawn. I go f4. Right.
Okay.
Still huge problems right now. If you take, I take back, take with the queen. And what's next? Excuse me, take with the bishop. Bishop to g5 is coming. e5 might also be coming at the right moment. If you continue taking my pawns, after rook to e2, you can understand everything is happening and everything is aimed at your king. Right? You cannot defend this bishop with f5 because of rook takes c4. You cannot go d5 because you lose the queen. If you go queen to b7, try to keep a presence of the bishop here, I can start looking at some tactics. Knight takes e6, king takes e6. First of all, rook takes e4 is a very serious question. Like, how is this position, right? Because whenever we have the imbalance of queen versus two rooks, the big question that you should be asking is, does the queen have targets?
Yeah.
And in this case, the queen definitely has a lot of targets, and especially the king, but also all the pawns that are not very well protected. So this would be a good transition. I'm seeing this one as a better position, but still far from over
And
for
Cristian,
Fabiano.
let's say we go to that line again, knight g6.
Yes. Again, knight g6, I can take on c6, and take on b6 is a big problem.
Oh, okay, because I was thinking if you go f4 now,
Yes.
okay, I understood what you saw. That's super dangerous. If I
Yes.
capture with my bishop on e4,
Really?
thinking that if you
First
capture
of all, I
on...
can take on e6, right? That's an idea. That's an idea I have. But let's say I
so
go
it's
f5.
never work. Yeah.
Yes.
Because I would
Let's
be
say
happy for you to capture on g5 so I can block it.
with f5
Yes.
yourself. This would be better, yes. Especially with this bishop on e4, it would be better. You're still not out of the woods. After c4, knight c3 is coming behind the pawn, and you still have, whenever you move the bishop, I sacrifice. So let's say you go rook f8, and now you finally move the bishop. I think I have knight takes f5, knight takes e6 is a consideration. With the rook on f8, it's a bit easier protected, but you can understand. I mean, there's a tension remaining in this one. Your king is not getting safe anytime soon.
And the e6 is really a weakness, that's
exactly, exactly. And that's why, and you were mentioning this, Katerina, bishop g5 was a very good move by Fabi to provoke that f6 followed by g5. So Fabi's looking good, but guess what? Everybody else that's in contention.
Crazy,
it's a crazy round. It's a crazy round. The Awonder is looking really good right now. Bishop to e3, queen c7, queen to b6, and of course queen to e3. We're not going to exchange and do exactly the same thing. We're not going to repeat. Awonder wants to win this one, of course, and he understands he has a real golden opportunity that, who knows, maybe he will never have in the future again. So this is the moment to strike. Queen to e3. I'm expecting black to at some point close things up on the king side, but whenever you do that, it's a trade-off because you know there's nothing happening for black on the queen side. Something will be happening after f5. I don't have to go g5. I can go h3. Keep the tension. Prepare my breakthrough, and then h4, h5 at the right moment. You will still fall under a severe attack on the king side. And it's a very passive position for black. You just simply don't have moves.
Leinier will not be happy.
I'm liking this one. Now, let's take a look at Fabi's what-ifs as the leader of the competition going into the championship round. If Fabi wins today's game against Sam Shankland, he wins the tournament outright. No questions asked. If Fabi draws and Awonder does not win, Fabi wins the tournament. If Fabi loses, at that point, Awonder is starting to look pretty good. But he has to lose Awonder for Fabi to continue winning the tournament outright. If Awonder makes a draw, in case of a Fabi loss, then we get tie breaks. And if Awonder loses, then most likely Fabi still wins, unless Hans Niemann or Sam Sevian win their respective games as well.
Yeah. Thank you, Cristian. For me, Kate, the game between Fabi and Sam really comes down to this. The king's position. I'm thinking Sam Shankland's king position, at first blush, it feels okay until you see the move that Fabi just played, knight c3, e2. Now you understand that, oh dear, f3, f4.
But also preparing what you said, just capture the bishop on c6 and get that pawn on b6.
Yeah, that for me is the simple one. I mean, sure, I love checkmate and winning attacks, but I also like technical endings where I'm a pawn up and I still have the initiative
to attack
as well. Yeah, and take on c6, get rid of the two bishops, anchor my bishop on b6, and I'll prepare f4, f5. Now that means from Sam's point of view, he might want to consider the move bishop to d7, covering e6, and yes, he is going to be under a microscope after this break with f4. Obviously, I would love to play bishop g5, but for me, I'm thinking we're going to see some explosions taking place here. The game between Sam Sevian and Hans Niemann, again, another huge game for our tournament standings, has gone directly down that pathway that Cristian had taken us. Essentially two minor pieces for exchange and pawn. And for me, I'm with Cristian. I'll call this game as a win. I just don't know who.
I was just thinking for black.
Somebody's going to win. Somebody's going to win. I mean, I don't see a draw coming out of this one. I wanted to also take a look at Grigoriy and Levon for just a moment, because when we left it, Levon had sacrificed his queen for a rook and a minor piece. And in this position, after rook f3, Grigoriy queen d3, battery. But Levon had a way of dealing with this, which he had seen quite some time before. You take a pawn with a check, and that's a beautiful move.
That's a nice skewer, or just getting some extra tempos on the board.
Well, you stop the threat of invasion, queen h7. You do so with the tempo. Everything's rather hanging. Queen b5, rook f3.
You're bringing the other rook to the attack.
Well, there goes another pawn. So essentially, and by the way, just let's be clear, black is the one playing, because At this exact moment, Levon could have also made a perpetual check, right? On his, I mean, that could have been his decision. Instead, after bishop takes g6, check, check, he took.
Captures the bishop.
Queen takes b7.
I like this check rook h2, forcing the king to go to the back rank, because if you go forward, I think there's going to be some knight e5, king f4, knight d3.
Yep.
King f3. Where is the checkmate? Rook f2.
Yep, you got it. That's exactly it. So you have to, after rook h2 check, the king had to go back, which he did.
Now we are expecting knight e4, knight f3, and checkmate.
Well, just a second. Be careful, queen b8 check. But it's
that's...
like, yeah, you're like, prepare yourself.
That would be very sad too.
Right? So far, so good. Just because queen b8 check, you might start thinking about e5. You do have the rook skewer.
That's the thing. We can also go rook h1 and capture the rook on a1.
That might just simply be simplest and best. Just go ahead and get the 2 rooks for the queen, because you're also picking up the pawn on a2. Bottom line, looking very good for Levon. The misery for Grigoriy continues. I mean, he's making his debut. This is arguably the strongest tournament he ever played.
Wait, he played knight e5.
Whoa.
Does this just lose a piece?
No, okay, so knight e5, queen b8 check, right? The move and then we're, okay, so Levon is thinking the queen is worse
on e5.
On e5 than on c6.
And now we're going to go just for that skewer.
Right.
Queen b8 is on the board.
And Levon is saying, okay, I'm going to get the 2 rooks for the queen.
I'm going to get the pawn on a2 for sure, because you have no way of defending that pawn anymore.
And the players are catching up with our analysis. Rook takes a1. And the bottom line is the 2 rooks are going to be better than the queen. When you have that material imbalance, Cristian already referenced it, king position, targets for the queen. In this moment, the only target really that the queen has is e6, and that's pretty well defended. Black's king, pretty safe. So the queen is not enjoying the imbalance. Conversely,
I was just wondering that whenever you will need the 2 rooks to capture the pawn on a4, I will have some chances for maybe perpetual check. But your 2 pawns are perfectly positioned, right? Positioned, the pawn on e6 and pawn on d5, they're stopping the queen from attacking the king on h7.
Precisely. Looking very, very good for Levon. And
by the way, Grigoriy Oparin, he has only 3 minutes and still 5 more moves to make.
Not easy at all. The other game that blew up while we were going on break was Mishra's, a game against Wesley So. And we saw the position after bishop takes h6. During the break, Darush came and he said Wesley's only move was knight takes e4. This is the only way Wesley could stay in the game. And we are about to catch up with the players. From my point of view, the knight on f5 is just such a powerful piece in
comparison to that bishop, who just has nothing to do on the board.
Exactly. So I'm thinking Mishra has a wonderful, wonderful strategic advantage. If you don't mind, I'm going to just put these games on hold. I want to go to Begim's game because
that is also
right?
a very complicated game.
Truly, and it's so crucial for our tournament standings as Begim is fighting for the World Cup. How the heck did we get pawns on c6, b5, and a? I mean, when we left it, we just
I feel like black's pieces are
a4.
in similar position.
What the heck? Okay, when we left it, seriously, we left it at a4, and suddenly white has a pawn on c6,
and
a6.
I mean, black pieces look very similar in the final position.
I don't get it. Okay, so far so good. Okay, this is what Begim was doing. She's won the pawn on b7, but at the same time, she still has it. Her attention is still looking at that skewer, right? a6.
Okay, first pawn is quite advanced.
Now, Tatev is preparing a counter strike. Knight g4 takes f2.
B5, now looking for that bishop a3.
It's been lurking for quite the while. King f8. Okay, Begim is saying, please open up the G file for me. And by the way, I'm freezing your knight. I'm threatening knight f5. Maybe queen takes h6, you know? Okay, queen d7, getting away from that skewer. c4. These are some crazy moves.
But this position looks very good for white.
Very good for white. Okay, I'm still reeling. I'm trying to. Okay, I understand the extra pawn, but the knight on b7?
But the knight can be rerouted to c5, d7 very quickly.
And that's a good thing, right? Because otherwise our king in the center. Okay, if you give me one, maybe two moves where Tatev gets to play e4 and bishop b6, did she just play queen d3?
Queen d3 on the board, yes.
So, there is queen d7. I was about to say that I was dreaming of such a possibility, but there is queen d7. The rook on c1 is protected. So that is a good thing. Queen to d3 on the board. Extra pawn for white, but this is a chaotic position for me. I don't know.
It is, but it looks pretty good for Begim, I think.
I think it looks amazingly for white. I don't know what I want to do with black pieces. White pieces, I want to jump the knight to c5, to d7. You can never push for e4 because that pawn is just targeted by the bishop on b2. Begim is going to be very happy if that diagonal opens. Your knight on g6, h6. What are they doing
especially
there?
With this type of position, we cannot forget the clock. We cannot forget the clock.
Right, so Tatev Abhimanyu only 5 minutes.
Less than 6 minutes against 29 minutes with this chaotic position. Pawn down, with everything swarming around your king. I don't think this one is going to go well for Tatev.
You probably have to do something like knight e7 here, because the knight on g6 is hanging right now.
Right.
Correct. You don't want to take on h4, that's for sure.
Yeah.
I don't want to open up the rook. That is absolutely true.
So, knight e7.
Or maybe you want to go f5?
That was the other move that... what I really want, let me be very clear. I want to play bishop b6 and e4 and try to get at white's king.
But I'm so fast with this
c5.
knight c5 jump.
Yeah, knight c5.
Now you need to control the f5 square.
Right.
I really like the idea of putting a knight on d7. I don't even know why.
What is
just looks good on d7.
The funny part is that I really want to get off that diagonal. I do want to play knight takes h4 now, followed by king h7. For me, I know you guys are very enthusiastic. I usually like the extra pawn, but, you know...
You like this position for black?
No. I don't like the position for black. I think it's more of a 3-result game than it is, you know, play on one goal.
Mm-hmm.
You guys like white's position. I'm saying that there's still a king on e1, you know. Bad things can happen. I wouldn't... And is time a factor, by the way?
It is for Tatev, who has only 4 minutes on the clock right now, while Begim, she has 28 minutes. She has a lot of time to think.
That makes it a little bit harder yet for Tatev.
And for Begim, that if she manages to win this game, she's clinching the second spot for the World Cup, the second spot in the U.S. Championships. Very important win for her.
Oh, if she can get it. Again, how many moves do they have?
33 moves, 7 moves
to the
more
time
to
control.
make.
Cristian, I'm going to throw it over in your direction because we've got games blowing up everywhere.
Yes, absolutely. As we enter those final stages before the time control, everything is happening. Let's take a look at the Awonder. Start with this one against Leinier.
Sure.
Leinier down to his last 8 minutes. Keep an eye out on that one because we know Leinier will always find a way to get himself in time trouble. This is move 31. So I think we left it off after queen to e3. We sort of understand we're not going to see the repetition, bishop e3, bishop to d2. Awonder is trying to play for a win. He knows he has the advantage. I mean, look, if he wants a draw, he can make it at any point. He just
shut down.
He can play king g2, king g1, and black does not have any moves in this one. f5, king to g2, rook to c8. Looking at the c file right now, you understand there's nothing happening on the f file. Let's try to transition on the other side of the board. Queen to d8, bishop to e3. This is what we have right now. It's a beautiful position for Awonder, but he must be asking himself, how do I break through in this position, right? Where is my breakthrough? Do I go g5 and then h4, h5, or try for that? Whenever you go g5, you only have one avenue left, and that is h4, h5. If that doesn't work out, then you're more or less burning some bridges. You can go h4, h5 first, but first you need to defend the pawn on g4. So you have a couple of options to continue in this one, but he will need to decide at some point. Or perhaps what he's doing right now is just making some cagey moves to try to get Leinier down to his last minute and then break.
What about the idea of trying rook c1, c4? Do I even think about that push or not?
Yes. No, for sure. And maybe this is exactly what he's trying to do right now with this configuration, queen f2 and bishop e3, really defending, strengthening that square d4. So yes, absolutely. Rook c1, c4 is something that's on Awonder's mind. In this one. Now, again, we have three big ones in the open section that could change the whole outcome of this tournament. Fabiano versus Sam Shankland. Fabi's looking good, but it's a very similar situation to what we've seen in the Awonder one. Where is the breakthrough? I understand white is better, white is enjoying an attack on the d file, maybe looking at ideas of knight e2 followed by f4 to try to get to the e pawn. But again, you need to make a decision. Where is your breakthrough in this one? Black is most likely not going to do much. d5, e5, f5, they don't work. And you're definitely not breaking with g4. So what black has to do is just simply sit and wait. Fabiano will be needing to find a breakthrough in this position. And finally, another one that we were having our eyes on is Sam Sevian. Two pieces for the rook with a potential attack against the pawn on h2. Bishop to d7 apparently was not the right move, a very natural move, but not the correct one. Apparently you were supposed to go knight to d7 and get this knight to c5 as soon as possible. Bishop to d7 allows white to play the move g3, taking away any sort of an attack against the pawn on h2, but also taking away this very important f4 square for the bishop. So now next, I will go rook to c1. It's a very complicated battle. I'm seeing g3, rook c8, rook c1, get this queen off, but potentially then you will have to worry about knight takes e5 and queen to e3 to attack both the e5 and g5 pawn. Very complex battle with the clock ticking down. 9 minutes for Hans Moke Niemann against 13 minutes and 30 seconds for Sam Sevian. How do you guys see this imbalance? Because, again, the engine is saying maybe slight advantage for white. I'm not sure how I would see it in the heat of the battle from a practical perspective. How do you guys assess this one?
I see it as a game that a decisive result is expected. I just don't know who I prefer. Commentators curse. I mean, if this ends in a draw, I would be shocked because the imbalances are so great.
But I feel like I'm preferring here the white, honestly, because I don't see the bishop on e5. What is it actually doing there? The bishop on d7, it's restricted on the queen side. It's not doing anything on the king side. So I don't see, like, I liked your knight d7, knight c5. I understand. You transfer the knight, you think about maybe f5, f4, and then I get a feeling like, okay, I'm starting to get worried. But right now, I see queen e3, rook c1.
He's a little bit stuck with this bishop on d7. Queen e3, I'm not sure because it does leave bishop f5 available. Maybe you should worry about that, perhaps. But I do like the idea of targeting the pawn on g5. And perhaps this is also why you play the move g3 first, because queen e3, maybe you have to worry about bishop to f4. Also, knight takes d5. So that one definitely needs to be kept an eye on. Now, where do these two players stay in terms of standings?
They're on the outside looking in.
Very important game for them, because if one of them manages to win and Fabiano loses, they're catching up to him and they can try to get the playoff.
Exactly.
Also a qualification spot for the World Cup. The first 5 qualify for that. So very important game for these players.
Indeed. Another very important game, Awonder Liang versus Leinier. Cristian was saying that in this position you have to think yourself, what breakthroughs do you want? And I think when the rook was on e1 and there was a pawn on f6, there was a big tension for the fight over e5. So the rook was well placed on e1. Now that Leinier has played the move f6, f5, the tension is no longer on the e5 square, and I really like this redeployment. Rook to c2, prepping for c4, and I can even imagine Awonder rerouting his bishop as well to f3. So ideas of knight takes e6.
Right, because anytime the pawn from d5 captures the pawn on c4, we have a beautiful diagonal.
For sure.
Targeting that king, the pawn on e6.
So this one is really going, in my opinion, in Awonder's way. The last move, bishop d7 to e8, what was that all about? Well, the rook on f7 is actually a misfit. It's doing really nothing there, and the rook is looking to transfer itself to c7. Maybe in that case, the queen could come back to e7, and really what Leinier is doing is sitting. He's going to be reacting to whatever white is doing, and not an easy position to play. Times and
Leinier Dominguez, only 6 minutes, while Awonder Liang has 19 minutes.
Well, how many moves before the time control of move 40?
Let me take a look at that.
I'm just expecting you to be like Mr.
That's 9 moves. 9
No.
moves.
And you just have these...
seven more moves.
7 more moves. Okay, not a big time trouble, but we do like
You
to
have
wonder.
high expectations.
Yeah,
yes.
yeah. Oh, yeah. Well, you set the bar so high each and every day for us. Sam Sevian, the bishop on d7 is beginning to look seriously misplaced after this move g2, g3, because the knight is a little stuck, you know. Of course, there's nothing to discuss. Put the bishop on f3 and everybody's a genius. We know we're winning.
Sacrificing on h2, checkmating.
Easy peasy. But getting the bishop into the game, rook to c1, that bishop is a little stuck, the knight on f6.
And you can never try to do something like queen c8, right, to support that bishop, because there is knight b6 coming. Also, the bishop can be captured.
Yeah, I just like capturing. At one moment, too, Cristian mentioned that there are ideas whether I capture with the rook on e5 or the knight, but the queen suddenly, and you can imagine a knight on c4 and the rook on e1 gone, and then you start to think, whoa. I mean, black's king is suddenly very vulnerable. Wow. And again, we're having too much fun with this one. But when these two guys sat down at a previous U.S. championship, one of the greatest incidences ever occurred.
Sam Sevian just kind of trying to wait sometimes because Hans Niemann is thinking just grab the piece, but it was the king on the board. You see, he's just playing with the king and now realizing, oh, it's actually a piece that is supposed to not be taken from the board. And Hans is just confused.
Right. Dude, you just took my king off the board.
And then he just ran and put it back, like take it back. Well, the queen
and in the
was on
meantime,
B3.
the cross is gone, and Hans is like, "What have you done? Give me back my..."
And the clock is running. Everybody is just like, "What just happened?"
That was.
And now Sam is trying to put the king back and put the cross back on the king, but Hans is just stopping the clock. Like, okay, what is happening here?
It's better than the Keystone Cops, I can tell you that. That was really, really funny. A nice walk down memory lane there. Thank you to our producers for that. I want to quickly take us to the game of Begim and Tatev because, okay, when we left it, I thought chaos was going to ensue. Tatev, low on time, has just, thrown caution to the wind. Knight e7. Bishop a3, e4.
So she's sacrificing that pawn on d4.
Queen takes d4, sacrificing that
Sacrificing
rook on
exchange.
d8. Oh, sorry, she hadn't. I thought she had taken, and I was about to say the position blowed up, but
I mean, I understand Tatev's idea. She is thinking the king on e1 is weak. Maybe I can open that d file, get a rook there,
Right.
and try to attack it. But at what cost?
heavy, heavy costs. She gave up one pawn already, a second pawn on d4, and now an exchange, and maybe even a third.
No,
pawn.
that's too ambitious.
Really?
You think you can do that?
Well, I gotta move my queen.
So do you first capture the rook or not?
Of course. I think that my knight on b7 is actually a misfit, is misplaced.
Okay, I capture.
Okay, now my queen, I am a pawn grabber, but queen, this could be a tempo, but let me just ask.
But I have a check on a5, potentially.
Exactly.
Okay, let's do it right away.
Just to see what's what. Here the problem is, as desirable as a check might be, I can cover. And by the way, the bishop check opened up something very sad. What is very sad is the knight on e7 is in a pin.
So maybe that's the important part. You're capturing a pawn, but you are also getting the queen on the 7th rank.
Which pins the potential. I mean, you wanted to play moves like knight d5
Right.
and e3 and
bishop a5.
and hack my king. Here, however, you're in a pin because my queen is on the 7th. Well, there goes the rook.
By the way, Tatev has only 1 minute on her clock.
You're losing that pawn on a7 as well, and I think I'm taking it.
Well, at first I was alone.
Yes.
I was a lone voice.
It is a pawn, and it's a very important pawn because
And you have also 3 advanced pawns on that queen
unlocks
side.
that majority. Yes,
bigly, for sure. Queen takes a7. And I understand your reluctance to capture it at first. I mean, you're kind of thinking to yourself, oh, why aren't we playing some very nice consolidating safe moves this is, I think, what Tatev would embrace. I mean, I'm not saying it's a winning position for black or anything like that, but in her mind's eye, she must be thinking, if I can get in the move knight d5 and e3, I've got a puncher's chance because that king on e1 doesn't have any
So
guards.
what if I try the same thing? You capture on a7.
Okay.
I go knight d5.
Good move. Keeping this check. And look at
And Begim is
Begim.
capturing that pawn on a7.
Didn't have to be asked twice. Knight to d5. Here I pause because seriously, I am worried about e3. Right now, you don't have a bishop a5 check. If I play the move b6, can you imagine how greedy I have to be to do this? You double check. Oh, sorry, you check me, right?
Knight g4.
Right. And I'm making
Queen e2.
Sorry, queen e2 is.
By the way, bishop a5 on the board.
Sorry, queen e2 is an egregious oversight. You'll forgive me.
But I'm not sure how much it matters actually, because you have king h3. You can always sacrifice your queen for the knight because you're attacking on d8.
Clever.
I think everything is working here.
Okay.
Probably.
Unfortunately, this move check opens up the 7th rank, what we've discussed, right? The bishop on.
And you know the problem is you cannot go something like knight h to g8, because if you try that, let's take a look.
Yes.
You do that, I'm going to capture with the bishop on e7.
Makes sense.
You're going to capture with the knight, and now I'm going to capture with the queen on e7, because I'm just going to finish with the fork.
Yep.
I am exchange up 3 pawns on the queen side that are super fast to promote.
Nothing more to say. That is absolutely correct. Went ahead material. It's been working for 2 millennium. Went ahead material. Trade. Queen takes e7 check.
So you probably have only moved something like rook e8, and that's a move you don't want to do.
But guys, look at the bar on the left.
Where's the bar on the left?
That's all white right there.
Ooh, yeah, that's
yeah, it's winning.
Bar.
That's completely winning.
Well, bar is smashing right now, just for you, Yasser.
This victory with
Queen h3, knight to g2. Wait a minute, but that just loses.
Begim is clear second. A win in this round.
That just loses the piece.
Yeah.
After queen h3, I think this is over.
Is there something like knight g4?
You're not even threatening checkmate.
Check.
The thing is, it's just a check. I still go to
knight
to e2.
F5.
Okay, knight f5. What if I just take?
I think that's a very salient question.
Not only
happens
that
if I
you're
just
taking,
take?
but you're also starting to attack all sorts of pieces, discovery checks. Yeah, I
No, this
don't
is-
see what. The thing is, maybe you have some ideas such as knight
E3?
hg3 and then queen f5, but guess
there's
what?
always knight f4.
Exactly, there's always knight f4.
Knight f4 is a nice one. Queen f2 is not too shabby either, but I love knight f4.
Yeah, she's going to take that piece on e7.
Well, for Begim, she'll reflect on this event and say, wow, that was pretty darn good. Silver medal and also chances even in many of the games.
I think Begim got 3 silver medals at the US Championships.
Really?
I think so.
Wow.
She got one last year.
Okay.
And I'm pretty sure she got one in the first year she played, 2022.
Okay.
I might be wrong.
But okay, we think Begim is winning. I want to go back to our open event. I want to go to the game of Fabi and Sam Shankland to see what has happened. Please update me on the move numbers as well as the time control in this game. Where do we stand?
Let's take a look.
We've just left the game. Rook f1 to d1. I was telling you that I liked hedgehog positions. I wouldn't describe this as a great hedgehog position. Put the pawn back on f7, and I would think it's rather typical. Rook c7, knight e2, b5, takes, bishop b6, rook c6, a5.
And that's move 36.
Move 36.
So 5 more moves for Sam Shankland.
Okay, just still trying to...
Actually 4 only.
Instead of my ace reporter, I'm not sure. I mean, we gotta call you my 3 of clubs in the hole here. A5. What just happened? Because what wasn't the move knight e2 an offer of a draw? I mean, if he had played rook to c6.
It was definitely not an offer for a draw.
No, there was a repetition?
No, I think after rook c6, you go f4.
You go f4.
Oh, yes. Oh, yes.
Okay, you change of direction so that after captures, knight takes and knight to e5?
Well, the thing is, it was the other knight on e2 previously. So
right.
It's not like the knight from d4 switched around e2 many times.
Okay, so the current position, however, is as follows. Oops, let me just refresh my board. I apologize. Still getting used to all the controls. I have too many options. Takes, rook to c6, a5, rook to b8. Do you think Sam would capture that?
I think he wants to take on
I
b6.
think he's looking at that, yes.
Well,
Because if we can reroute the dark square bishop from e7 to maybe d8 and b6, not bad.
That would be a very impressive bishop, to be sure. Rook to b8. White's rooks, very handsome on the open d file. You almost start to think to yourself, boy, if there wasn't that bishop on e7, ideas like this would rattle around in your head just a little bit. Let me throw it out there. B4.
Okay, I capture.
You do?
Yes. Actually, now with the... I feel like you weaken c4 square, so maybe I'm getting some ideas with knight e5, c4. But let's first capture, because you can still push on the f file. No, okay, I'm capturing, queen captures.
Queen captures. And I think you have to do that, because I'm about to recapture. And so we get a position where you have an exchange. You're an exchange down, but you have a very good pawn. I don't have any opportunities of f4 and e5, so I will, I will immediately play for active play with
Okay,
rook.
I go knight e5. I want to activate that knight.
Beautiful knight, by the way. I mean, sometimes you just have to tip your hat and say, great.
Right, king e8.
King e8, knight d4.
Could have played actually rook b7, not allowing you the 7th rank.
I was going to go rook a1.
Okay.
In all of those cases, I'm doing this.
Knight c4.
Knight c4. Fair. Okay, now I start to think. I mean, I can resist anything. But then knight takes b5, bishop takes b5, knight takes e6. Yeah, I suppose I have to rein in my desires to sacrifice. Here, Kate, I'm thinking of how I can give back the exchange. In my mind, I'm thinking I'm going to take on d7, play rook a7, and take on e6. We're going to keep an eye on this one. I want to toss it back to you, Cristian, and ask about Awonder's game as well as Sam Sevian's game.
Absolutely. Let's take a look. Sam Sevian, Hans-Mog Niemann, b3. I think we left it off after bishop to d7. We were saying maybe knight d7 was a bit better, but bishop d7 makes a lot of sense, also because you're keeping an eye on the f5 square. Queen to d2 was played, bishop to c8, and now finally we see a big transition.
Resolution.
Take on d5, take on e5, and we're entering this endgame, knight to f4. How do we assess this endgame? Because most likely, how many pawns? Two pawns for the moment. I will go f3. I need to create a passed pawn on the h file, right? f3 makes the most sense. Also, I want some space for my king, right? To be able to go king f2 if I really want to.
And you want to open the f file so you can target f7.
f7 as well, so f3 has to be played.
Rook d2?
Rook d2, it's a good question. What if I take?
Check.
I take. You have to take with the rook,
yes.
Right? Rook to e4.
And you're getting f7.
At least I'm exchanging the rooks, which is huge, right?
That's a big deal.
Which is huge. This is what white wants.
Right.
Knight d3, take, rook takes f7.
Right.
It's probably still a draw, but it's only white that's playing for a win in this one.
I'll agree with that one.
I'm not sure if we've seen a move. Have we seen a move? No, not yet. So he played rook to e4, knight to g6. Once again, it's all about this f3.
Right. Well, knight to e6, in my mind, Hans really wants to play desperately the move bishop e6.
Yes.
That would close down the e file, but more importantly, it would just kind of allow,
clamp down.
play on the queen side.
Now you're the one that plays against the weaknesses in white's position.
So
right?
you were thinking f3?
Yes. He does seem to need to get rid of that pawn on g4. That's an annoying pawn right now. Yes, rook takes f3. And with the rook on f3, not only that I'm creating a passed pawn on the h file, I'm also defending the b3 pawn, making space for my king. f3 is on the board.
Right. And again, the time for these two players?
6 minutes for Sam Sevian, and 3 minutes for Hans.
Instantly, by the way, f3, f5. f3, f5. Hans is not allowing Sam the opportunity of a passed h pawn.
Once Sam captures on g4, he wants to recapture with a pawn.
Yeah.
And then again, Sam needs to trade pawns to create that passed pawn.
Yeah. So let's say I moved my rook. I'm not sure why I moved it there. Maybe.
So let's go rook d2.
Rook to David 2. I took a pawn. Yay.
I'm going to take as well.
Yeah. And I'm sure I played the move rook to d2 because I was thinking that the rook was coming down to the 7th. All good it does me is nothing. This is fine. This is why Hans does not want to trade a pair of rooks, by the way. With the two minor pieces, he can create an attack.
By the way, in the game of Fabiano, Caruana, and Sam Shankland, Sam just sacrificed the exchange.
And we do have f5, rook back to e1. We're going to go to our tournament leader. Fabi up against Sam Shankland. Well, the move rook b8 says, I'm going to sacrifice an exchange.
Do it.
Fabi said, do your worst. I think I played b4 myself. Sam said, I will do it. Knight to d4, no queen trade. I find that an intriguing decision.
This is move 39, so Sam needs to make two more moves to reach the extra 30 minutes.
Okay. Am I seeing a pin?
I'm just looking at, if I go e5, or you want to do d5?
d5. So the idea is I'd love to play the move bishop c5. But the problem is you take on e6. So I'm wondering if I can do it in a different way. I go d5. This is a very common kind of a tactic.
So I go knight c2.
Knight c2.
I have to guard my queen.
Right. Trade the queen's bishop b4.
Guys,
Bishop
big
c5,
moment right now. Maybe
please.
we can go to Leinier's game for just a second. Let's see
Not
the
at
bird's eye
all.
view right now. This is the final move, move 40, and Awonder just blundered.
Ooh,
Oh, wow.
blundered.
Yes.
Blundered,
That
you
would
say.
be the Leinier game that were Awonder versus Leinier. That is still the Sam Sevian versus Hans Niemann game.
Okay. So it's move 40, bishop to g3. Probably not the best move, but a blunder?
Yes, yes. Now g5 is an option in the position, which
Wow.
completely changes the character of this position. You can go
does.
g5 first, or you can even go bishop takes d4 first.
That's what I was looking. Can I sacrifice and exchange
And
rook
now
c4?
g5. Not rook
No,
c4. No, no, no,
g5.
no, no. You have to open up the pieces on the king side, take advantage of, let's say, the overextension of white's position. That's right. It's a pawn sacrifice, but after bishop to g6, you're getting incredible play in the position. On the light squares, rook
think
f1, rook
Awonder-
f7, this is a big moment right now. Move 40. Will he find it? Will he spots it? And I'm sure he spots it, but will he play it? Changing the character of the position on the last move before the time control, it's so difficult to do.
Yeah, I'm sure Awonder for a long time has been looking at that move g5, because if I'm in Leinier's shoes, I'm looking at that bishop on f7, and it keeps crying.
So sad. By
It's
the way,
so sad.
Leinier has only 45 seconds.
Yep.
G5 and bishop g6 is no.
He's not going for it. Bishop to e8,
Bishop
big mistake,
E8.
of course. Big mistake.
It
big
may be
mistake.
a huge missed opportunity there.
Now it's back to better for white.
But actually, I was about to suggest that it's even worse than that, because now Awonder, remember I was talking about f4 and the dark square bishop, and I was saying the reason why you don't want to necessarily play f4, sometimes you want a bishop to g5, put the bishop on f6. Well, guess what? He might be getting ready to do that. You put the bishop on f6, and suddenly the e6 pawn becomes vulnerable. And that was move 40. So the players have made time control. In the open event, I'm thinking there could be like 5 wins. What is it? No. Awonder is not reaching for his bishop. It looked like he was reaching for his queen. Queen to d3, really?
That looks like another mistake. Queen d3. I see the
That's
bar.
move,
Just
guys, this is move 41. Why did the Awonder just play this move, queen d3? So
Queen
fast.
d3. By the way, to my
Now
way
you're
of
really
thinking-
asking for it.
You're
really asking for
I
it.
mean, if you're putting your pieces in a skewer. It's like G6, G5 is just begging to be played.
And I'm sure we'll have a lot of time to analyze that one. Should we go back
Please.
to Sam Sevian versus
Yes.
Hans Niemann?
Yes.
Last 2 minutes and 45 seconds for Hans. And
When we
4
left
minutes.
it, F5, rook E1 on the board, captures on F3, captures on F3, F4, rook to C3, knight to H4.
wait, aren't you going to lose that pawn? So rook c4? Oh, you want to go rook d2, right?
Rook
The
to
idea
D2.
of targeting that g2 pawn. Got it.
Maybe rook to D2 and or rook to G8. In any case, as you say, targeting the pawn on G2. It's very rare to see a position where it's too many pieces against a rook and 2 pawns with, like the whole board open. Here we can see, the advantages of the minor pieces as well as the 2 rooks. You start to think to yourself, really on a good day, the bishop needs, you would play rook here or rook here and put the bishop on the long diagonal.
So how do you approach the position?
You know?
Right
Yeah, so that's the thing. Like, it says it's equal, but what are we going to do with white? Because we know what
No,
black
it says
wants
it's
to
better
do.
for white, actually.
It's too. Let's say I go rook e2.
Better for
Let's just,
white.
let's see
Maybe
if
rook
we,
f1. Maybe you can start
Okay.
with f1 first.
Rook f1.
Yes.
So if I go rook g8?
Rook g8, rook f2.
Rook f2. So do it the other way.
Rook d2, now I take on f4.
Now you take on f4.
Yes.
Now that, okay.
And you cannot take
Apologies.
on g2 with a knight.
I
At
get
least
it.
not as easy.
So Katya wanted rook to g8.
Mm-hmm.
So no choice, right? Rook to g2.
Rook f2.
All right, then now I want to transfer the bishop, so maybe bishop d7.
Bishop d7 makes a lot of sense.
I want
Try
to get
go
it to c6. Plus, I'm not allowing any b4 moves.
No, maybe rook bishop c6, right? But then we go rook takes f4, and rook f8 is also in the books.
That's exactly.
An
Begim.
important game. Begim Tokhirjonova just won her game against Tatev Abrahamian. She is the silver medalist in this
Congratulations
tournament.
to Begim.
Congratulations. And she also got the second qualification spot for World Cup.
That's a big one. That's a big ticket win right there.
Wow. Winning on demand, but that was a double-edged fight. I mean, crazy stuff. Knight h4. So we were thinking rook f1 for Sam. You were suggesting rook to f8, attacking my pawn. I was just about to play the move rook f2, and
he has not played a move yet. And
now,
he's falling down to his last minute and 20 seconds. Still 4 more moves to go before the time control. He needs to speed things up.
A moment ago, you were allowing me rook c4, but maybe you could try bishop e6, Katya.
I like that move.
Same idea, just don't let me play rook c4 takes
I like
f4.
this.
Could I finally try for g3 right now?
Yes. g3. No, I don't really have too much of a choice in this one.
But you can also...
You think I have a choice? By all
I think
means,
if I go rook d3 instead of g3.
Sorry?
If you go rook d3.
Stopping bishop to d5.
Right, and you want to continue with your idea rook d4.
I like it.
Okay, that makes good.
Rook e4 was played by...
Whoa, sorry. That was not on our dance card.
No, very
E4.
decent move, by the way. Very decent move.
Is because rook check, king
rook check,
f2?
I go f2, right?
Okay.
Just to let you know, Levon has defeated Grigoriy Oparin with the black pieces.
That
Grigoriy
queen sacrifice paid off. That was a really beautiful concept.
Yes,
by
Grigoriy, I mean, welcome to the U.S. Championships.
It's not easy.
It's not easy.
It's not easy. And again, a big shout out to Ray Robson for his winningest. It's not a word that really rolls off the tongue, right? His winningest player of the 21st century. Ray, in his U.S. Championships appearance, has won 53 games in the modern era versus Hikaru's 52.
Knight to
games.
g6.
Knight g6. So that's really an impressive feat by Ray. Knight to g6. Looks good. I would probably be inclined to play the move king f2 myself. In any rook trade, I'm inviting. Yeah, I am inviting those rook trades. King f2, rook d2, rook e2. You're not going to do it. You're not going to be a nice person. h3. Sorry, let me just refresh. h3.
So it's stopping any bishop g4 moves.
Bishop f5. I'm assuming the rook is going to drop back to e2. Maybe on a good day, Sam is looking at king h2. And you were saying, Cristian, that white would like to create a passed h pawn. There was a pawn on g4 that was preventing that.
Well, it is a passed pawn right now, but you also have to move it up the board, which is not that easy. Not that easy.
Exactly.
Rook to e2.
Right. By the way, the move bishop f5, I'm not saying it's a prelude to the rook making a advance, but the idea was when the bishop was on c8, you couldn't allow rook to e8. So the move bishop f5 has given you now the option of releasing the rook from the defensive duty on the back rank. I'm going to switch to Fabi's game, if you don't mind.
Yes, let's do that.
Let's do it.
Well,
Cristian?
Before we go there, I
Please.
think we should tell everybody that Leinier did indeed play the move G5.
He did.
He found the move G5, and this completely switches the assessment from a much better position for white, easy advantage.
Right.
You can build it up
Control,
long term.
yeah.
Very controlled. This is complete chaos right now. And it's a
Right.
chaos that helps black. Not only that, but favors black as well. In fact, black is almost winning right now. After this move,
Almost
G5.
winning?
Yes, yes. And especially at least from a practical perspective. It's a 1.5 points advantage right now after the move G5. But you have to find moves such as Queen D1. Nobody plays Queen D1 in this position.
Well, you didn't. Queen D2 to D3.
Exactly.
It was your
Do
previous
you go
move.
back to D2? This is a cold shower right
Yeah,
now. And
G5.
I don't understand his decision to make a move so fast on the 41st move. This is when you stop, you go get yourself a tea, you relax
Yeah,
for a
yeah.
second, and you
Refresh.
reassess the position.
Right.
You don't continue going with this Queen D3 played in a matter of a minute and a half. After G5, Leinier, not only that he's back in the game, he's better.
advantage.
And this is really good news for Fabi, by the way.
Right.
Because Fabi's advantage is slipping as
Right.
well. Maybe you guys can show that.
Okay. By the way, had Awonder played the move Bishop H4, just give me an engine eval.
Bishop to H4, I don't think was the correct move. Also because of this. And guess what? I'm still playing G5. Yes, I'm still playing G5. Take or Bishop to G6, even at the expense of a pawn. Getting control of this diagonal is crucial. Absolutely crucial.
Okay. Wow. Okay. Well, we'll definitely keep an eye on this one, but it seems to us that the move G6, G5 completely changes.
Turns the tables. Turns the tables.
The nature of the position and favorable.
But Queen D3 move really asked for it. Like
Right.
you are putting those two pieces on the same diagonal.
But it's really strange to my mind too, because it's alert. Like hey, you do have the sense of danger, right? And the sense of danger that you have is that you have to pay attention to such sacrifices. The rook kind of swings itself across, and you do have to pay attention to what happened in the game, which is G6, G5, because from Black's point of view, he's looking to break out. It's only natural that he could play for G5. We're going to go to the game of Fabi for a moment and pick up the action. When we left it, Sam Shankland, fighting his way back into the game, we thought that Sam was in, well, let's say, a little bit of trouble. He's sacrificed in exchange for a bishop and a pawn, and he's put his knight on F4. Kate.
Fabi is rerouting his knight from C3 right to A4, B2, and C4 to target that D6 pawn because he has rook doubled. His rooks are doubled on the D file.
Right. Exactly.
So if I do that right now, if I go knight C4,
looks like a good move. I'm a little bit worried.
I'm inviting D5, right?
Yeah.
So are you worried about that?
Well, I'm worried that the rooks are all beautifully aligned on the D file, so that I'm worried about a potential of knight takes D6. So I would find the move D5 attractive if I was in Sam Shankland's shoes. Yeah.
So let's say I capture that pawn.
Knight takes. That's a tempo, fortunately.
And Queen E4.
Knight C3. Careful.
Queen H7.
What? Whoa! That was that was an unexpected fall, unscheduled fall. Queen H7. Oh dear me! No.
Because if you have to capture with a pawn on D5,
that's not what I'm.
That's
playing
not what
D5.
you want, right?
Not what I wanted at all. Okay, so whoa. That is a rude awakening. Wow. Queen to E4 with the 3. See, I was thinking knight C3, but Queen H7 rocks my king. Woo, let me recharge and think this one over. I think it's time for a break. And wow, this U.S. Championship final round is everything we had hoped for, because although we've crowned a champion already, everything to play for in the open
so many
section.
games and really interesting ones, right?
Absolutely, full of content.
We will be back soon, but
Right.
as we go to break, Anastasiya talked with the players in the open section about how they analyze their own games. So take a listen and we will be right back.
What is your approach to analyzing your own chess games for improvement?
You know, sometimes it's difficult because if you lose a game, you don't even want to look at it. So there was a period when I wasn't looking at my losses so much. And then I realized that I should probably do that, even if it hurts to look at them. Still, I need to look at what I did wrong. So now I'm usually going over with the computer after the game. I'm sometimes not going super in depth, but at least I have an understanding more or less of where the game was going, what went wrong, what went right, and so on.
You usually know what happened, but I don't check with the engine too much. I'll just, maybe a few moments I'll be curious, but usually you try to find the pattern of mistakes, not just looking at every move so closely with the engine. So you try to find what went wrong in your thought process, because that will prevent the mistake from happening in the future.
So basically, after every single game, every classical game mostly, after I come back to my room, I check it with engines briefly, to see which of the lines that I calculated over the board are correct, which are not. And since there is not much time during the tournament, I usually just spend 15, maybe 20 minutes on it. And then after the tournament is over, I come back to my games and I check them more thoroughly, trying to identify what should I have done better, in general, and some critical mistakes made.
Oh, I also don't really analyze my own games. I'm very lazy. Actually, for a year or two, I wasn't even putting my own games into ChessBase. And so, since most of my games are not really in the database to begin with, they just got lost to the void forever. So yeah, normally I just kind of think about it for a bit and then, make some adjustments. If not, I just lose the same way twice. It's pretty common.
Well, normally you should analyze your games, especially if there were things that you didn't understand in the games. Even faster time-controlled games can be useful to learn things, but yeah, it's difficult. Sometimes you don't understand things for a reason. It's quite difficult to understand them, so you have to be, I guess, either really just so into chess that you automatically do it, where you just automatically review your games, or you have to be disciplined and just force yourself to do it. But I do think it's one of the most useful things you can do to improve. Let's say you don't understand some sort of position, just playing multiple games in that position will help you understand over time how you should be approaching that sort of position. So yeah, it's tough for me because I don't play much, so I don't have that much experience playing and practicing positions. So some other people play many games, so even if they make mistakes the first time, by the second or third time they'll be a lot more familiar with the positions and they definitely won't make those same mistakes before. So I kind of have less margin for error with the few number of games that I play.
I normally try to understand if those mistakes that I made in the games were caused by objective chess reasons, or are they opening mistakes, or just psychological. So I try to think how I can improve in that particular field. So that's how I analyze my games. I try to be as maximally as objective as I can be. If I was afraid of my opponent, which I normally am, but sometimes it happens. This is a dangerous tendency and something to work on.
I like to retry whatever mistakes I've made in the game, regardless of what happened in the game, whether I've won, lost, drew. I will always go over my mistakes and I'll try to resolve them over the board, and this helps me in the long run, as I don't make the same mistakes over again.
In order to improve, you need to analyze your games. Try to find out where you went wrong. Try to find out where your weaknesses are, because every chess player has a pattern. The stronger ones are harder to understand, but I think everybody has patterns, just like your personality. So the way that you play, also the way that you choose your openings, and a player learns based on experience. So he tends to play and understand the positions that he has experienced in the past that he understands better. So analyzing them. But Magnus probably much better than me on understanding his opponents, because, for instance, one year he said that Vishiana likes knights, for example, or Hikaru Nakamura is bad at knights, stuff like that. So yeah, I kind of watch his interviews to sometimes get some tips here and there.
I like checking the game without an engine, just trying to understand what I missed during the game without an engine first, and then seeing if my analysis is good enough afterwards.
I try to really figure out the trend of my mistakes as opposed to what the mistakes were. Like, it's usually pretty obvious what the mistakes are now with engines, but figuring out the anatomy of a mistake can be quite tricky, and you have to be really honest with yourself. A lot of times people, for example, they'll make some blunder before time control, and they'll say that I blundered this because I missed this thing, and that's just not true. You blundered it because you burned too much time on move 15. So really trying to figure out the anatomy of the mistakes is important, and I do my best at that, and I try to see trends, what kind of positions I'm playing well, what kinds I'm not playing as well, stuff like that.
Well, usually I try to find mistakes and fix them. Of course, that's the general idea, but it's not so easy, because sometimes when you reach certain level, then it's very minor things, and also it's tricky because you tend to justify yourselves many times. So it's in a way it's hard to be 100% objective, and I think it's one of the obstacles of making progress in that sense. But I do try to find shortcomings and things that I do wrong, not only completely chess-wise, but also sometimes you just have the wrong routine, or you're just doing something wrong psychologically or mentally, and yeah, always you have to be really tough with yourself and as objective as possible, and try to identify those mistakes.
The world's most unpredictable tournament is back. Chess 9LX makes its return to the chess capital of America, St. Louis, Missouri. From October 28th through the 30th, 10 players will compete for a $150,000 prize fund. With 960 different variations, even the best in the world don't know what's coming. Featuring legendary world champion Garry Kasparov, Hikaru Nakamura, and returning champion Sam Sevian. This is an event you won't want to miss. The event kicks off on Sunday, October 27th with Ultimate Moves, a casual exhibition event featuring St. Louis Chess Club co-founder Rex Singfield teaming up with the Chess 9LX field. Catch all the action on the St. Louis Chess Club YouTube and Twitch channels.
Welcome back, everyone. We are in the last round of the US and US Women's Championships, and let's take a look at standings.
Well, it's been a championship round we can all be proud of, as we see that Carissa won.
Yeah, the stage is clear in the women's section. Carissa Yip is the current 2024 US Women's Champion with 8.5 points. Clear second with a very important win against Tatev Abrahamian. Begim Tokhirjonova, 7.5 points, also securing her World Cup spot.
Exactly.
And Alice Lee, congratulations as well, 7 points with her last game draw against Carissa.
Securing the bronze medal. And in the open standings, a lot of questions still to be answered.
Right now it's Fabiano Caruana who is the leader with 6 points, but closely behind him is Awonder Liang with 5.5 points. He had a great position, but maybe he blundered a bit. Who knows what's gonna happen there. Ray Robson also tied for the second spot, but he already had a bye round today, so there are no more points for him. But we see Levon Aronian. He won an important game against Grigoriy Oparin. Very nice queen sacrifice, and he's tied for the second place right now.
Wonderful. And let's just jump right into the game between Fabi and Sam. During the break, I was looking with Darush, who was helping our production team, and the engines are lauding Sam Shankland's exchange sacrifice. They think that the position of anything is only marginally better for white, but they really think it's a balanced position. I was a little bit surprised about the move knight to d3. We were both thinking that Fabi wanted to put his knight on c4, target the d6 pawn, but Fabi had other ideas. He thinks his knight on f4 is too strong. He offers the trade. Knight to d3 is the last move. I actually would rather keep the knight, funnily enough. I'd probably back off with the knight on g6. Cristian, weigh in on this one. How is our tournament leader doing?
Well, that one seems to be indeed very close to equality, but also I have to say it's white who's pressing still in this position. The onus is on black to prove his compensation. But guys, we should go to this one. Awonder versus Leinier, because Awonder, after queen to d3, g5, he made another mistake.
Another mistake?
Yes, rook to f1. And after bishop g6, now it's a -3, close to a -3 advantage for black. This is really alarming at this point. You cannot take on g5, and maybe this is what he was banking on. f4, exactly. Oops. And that's it. f4, and that's it. Oops. Maybe you can, I don't even know what you're doing at this point. You take on f4 with a rook, but then I can just simply take. The problem is you're not only losing the exchange, everything is set up for you to lose a full piece on d4 as well. So, no, after rook to a1, bishop to g6 was played. The pressure is on right now on Awonder. He realizes what he did and how he allowed his opponent back into the game, allowed him to go g5. Huge mistake by Awonder, and right now this is turning into a disaster. We were talking at the beginning of the show that if Leinier wins this one, he's catching Awonder. Right now, Levon is also in a tie for second place.
Right.
And if Sam, Sevian, and Hans finish in a draw, that's going to be a huge tie for second.
Let's take a look at that.
Funny you should mention, here it is.
So, tied for second place, 5.5. Awonder Liang so far still playing a game, but not looking very well. Ray Robson, Levon Aronian. Now, you talked about Sam Sevian and Hans Niemann. If they make a draw, they are also at 5.5. And if Leinier Dominguez wins,
that's 6 players tied for second position.
Wow.
Very unlikely, but Wesley wins. I mean, it was like a 9-way tie for second.
Not have even more.
Right.
Wow.
For those of you joining us late, it was actually this move 41, or move 40. Awonder really just stepped into the thick of things right here with this move bishop g3 and queen d3, really setting himself up nicely for the move g6, g5. Again, during the break, after the move bishop, after this move bishop f7, maybe it's not your favorite thing to do, but the moment you see g5, you understand that white just shut down the king side.
Right.
That's the end of story there. White is going to play the move h4, and it's a 2-result game. I'm going to play rook h1, and I'm going to play for c4. Maybe I don't win the game, but you can see the knight on g7, stuck. You know, put the knight on a better square. Where is it going to go? What's the circuit?
Maybe h5, but then you're going to take it.
I'm going to take it.
Destroy the pawn structure.
Where is the bishop, the light squared bishop, going to go?
Guys,
but he didn't do it.
Shankland just blundered. Huge blunder alert. He played the move, very natural, by the way, rook to c8, taking full control of the c file. But now, what if I take on f4? Take on f4. I'm not going to take once again on f4 because e5 is coming. Not good news. even though
that
this
might
is
be
better.
something to look forward.
Even this is better for white.
Right.
E5 and queen takes h4. You take on d4, I start giving you some checks. And then I take on d4, and your king will remain under a tremendous attack. Rook d5,
and
rook
pawn
h5.
just h4, h5, maybe just going also for
e5,
that.
rook to g4. If you move the bishop off this diagonal, something will happen.
He is
against your king.
traded on f4, by the way.
Did he take already? Okay.
Yes. And
First of all, you can just go queen e1.
Queen f2, queen
e1 is even better.
Right.
So after rook h8?
After rook to h8, then I go rook to c2. I'm the one taking the c5. Rook to c1, rook to c7. You have so many pieces on that seventh
Queen
rank.
e1.
Is it on the board?
Yep.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Queen e1.
and
I
he's
think
jumped
he
on
might
his
have missed this
opportunity.
one. This is a huge opportunity. From close to equal, right now it seems like Fabi is back to winning. He's the most winning he has been in this game so far.
Yeah, the moment I saw the move knight d3 offering the trade, I didn't. This structure, I may not be a fan of the structure, but at least keeping the structure intact by playing the move knight to g6 made the most sense to me. I didn't think Fabi wanted to play f4, but this, no, I don't believe this at all. By the way, queen e1 also menaces, along with queen takes h4, rook a1, and then I could potentially double my rooks on the a file. By the way, was that absolute? Okay, I take one pawn.
Right.
I take 2 pawns. I go check. You're going to go back. I take 3 pawns. 3 pawns.
I mean, it looks very good, but compared to the position where I don't have to go for this bishop against 2 rooks.
Well,
I mean, 2 bishops against a rook.
Yeah, but the problem is the 2 bishops aren't splendid.
Right.
Right? And you mentioned yourself, e5, rook to g4, e5, rook to h4, h4, h5. And at any moment, I feel like I always have a perpetual check in my pocket. Now, having said that, maybe the position that Fabi has on the board is even stronger, but 1 pawn, 2 pawns, 3 pawns for an exchange?
I just feel there are no risks whatsoever here. I'm targeting a pawn. I want to take it for free.
Right.
And I want to get the c file, the a file. By the way, e5 on the board.
E5. Okay, I think things are really falling apart suddenly.
Knight with 5 right now would be.
I mean, that
nice
bishop
way to
on
continue.
e7.
Okay, I think White's advantage is getting overwhelming.
Is
but
significant, yes.
Forgive me for knight c2. Can I just go after this? Because knight c2, I still have queen takes h4. Okay, I'm always going to go queen takes h4. But if I could go knight takes and knight to d5, I'm happy.
But
knight
I feel the
f5.
light squares are going to be extremely weak. If you're going to capture with the bishop, I'm going to capture back. And now I have queen e4, queen d5.
That's overwhelming. Yeah.
And again, there is this pawn hanging on h4.
Yeah. No arguments from me. You're absolutely right. This looks, yeah, I mean, this is a collapse. Sorry, guys, but this decision, rook c8, is terrible.
Very crucial game for Fabiano.
For Fabiano, he wins the tournament. Awonder Liang. Let's go to see what's happening here as Awonder is suddenly waking up to the horrible realization that he's misplaced all of his pieces.
Yeah, and for the first time in the game, he's slower on clock with Leinier
he's starting
Dominguez.
to feel the pressure.
He has only 19 minutes now, and he's realizing that something went really wrong.
Bishop to g6 on the board. Queen drop back to d2. Bishop captures. Now again, because the rook on c2 is hanging, we really don't have any choice. We have to recapture with the queen. Captures.
Now the c2 rook is again under attack.
Directly. And what's even worse, this knight on f5, which has never bothered anybody in the whole game. That knight has just not been a part of the game, is ready to, I mean,
jump at the first opportunity
to
get to the game.
Bishop e4 check, knight f5. By the way, am I a pawn grubber? You bet I am. Give me that one. It's all gone wrong. It's simply a disaster.
Yeah.
I mean,
by the way, we have a move.
How a game of chess can turn, right?
On a single move, G6, G5. That, by the way, is one of those, you know, we have all of these tactical puzzles, and I love the tactical puzzles, don't get me wrong. But I also like strategic puzzles, like what is the best strategy? And this one belongs in that puzzle book. G6, G5 was a dramatic shift of the whole position, and Awonder just didn't realize what was going on.
Yes, black is not checkmating or anything, but black is getting the only horrible piece in the position to play.
For Awonder, if he loses, I mean, he's a half a point behind Fabi. I think Fabi wins the tournament, doesn't he? If Awonder
No, he needs to score something. He needs to score
not.
something in the game against
Sam.
He doesn't.
Shankland.
He doesn't. No, he can lose as long as Sam Sevian and Hans Niemann don't have a decisive result.
Right.
If that finishes in a draw, Fabi can win even with a loss.
Right. So Awonder loses, and at the moment, that would mean that Awonder finishes the tournament at 5.5, as does Ray, as does Levon, but Sam Sevian and Hans Niemann could potentially tie Fabi if Fabi was to also...
And by the way, as does Leinier Dominguez, because once he wins against Awonder Liang, he's also at 5.5.
Tied for the second place. And by the way, how many spots do we have for the World Cup?
5.
5 spots? That's going to be a big tie. Who's getting those spots is the big question.
Exactly. Also, I saw in an email, a big shout out to Chris Bird and the U.S. Chess Federation. And the ideas are that we get X number of spots, but also thanks to our Olympic performance, we
There's
get
another extra seat.
Yeah, and that's very, very, very nice. Awonder Liang just has played the move Rook to C1, and when you think about light squares and jumping to the light squares, you see moves like Bishop to E4 check. Let's just put that on the board, yeah? Bishop to E4 check.
You have to move the king. Knight F5.
Knight F5, and you just start thinking about that. The problem that I'm seeing is, as beautiful as all of this is,
there is this pawn on E6, I get it. That's hanging.
Yes. The pawn on E6 makes things
Little
troublesome.
A little bit uncomfortable.
Gotcha. All right. So that means that I have to show some awareness. Well, in that case, I would probably take on H3, sorry.
If I channel,
your
some
inner self,
Shankland, Rook C4, sacrificing an exchange, because I want to capture that pawn on F4.
Makes sense. Okay, let's have a look-see. Rook C4, I want to get rid of this guy, you want to get rid of this guy. And
if you capture on B6, then I'm very happy, because pawn takes F4, and those pawns...
Looking good.
That looks very dangerous.
That looks very, very good. Can I bail?
Oh, maybe you have that even.
I can bail. I try to take your queen if you take mine. And
yeah, okay, that's anyway too ambitious. We don't have to do that.
We don't have to do it. Okay, but let's just take a pawn. I don't think you want to recapture. I could be wrong, but I think you want to play King H2. How
if you recapture, then I have Knight F5 attacking your queen, and I'm quickly getting my queen to the H file. Also, Queen H6.
Exactly. Let's just put that on the board so our viewers can see exactly what we're talking about. Knight F5, tempo. We've been looking at Queen takes B6, and as you just were pointing out, that the queen can come to the H file rather quickly.
Maybe King, but there's still this Queen takes E6 I'm a little worried about.
Yeah. Queen takes E6 check, King H8. I'm getting there first with the most, I think. Queen check. Leinier definitely warming up to, the realization that the game has changed completely in his favor. And look at this, Bishop E4 check.
Knight F5 is coming. Everything comes with tempo right now. And you can choose. Do you want? Yes, Knight to F5.
It's very, very rare that I ever see such a beautiful light square blockade. Maybe this is what Leinier has in mind, by the way. Your move queen h6 a moment ago came from a different variation, but if you look at it, you're defending e6 pawn. You want to play knight takes b3. You want to play queen takes h3.
And rook takes c3. Even.
And you want to play rook takes c3 as well. So it just looks really, really good for Leinier. By the way, for Leinier, that's quite the comeback, right? Because wasn't he like Ray Robson really suffering the first third of the tournament?
He was on -2 at one point.
That's why.
Now he's back to 50%. He's just about to score a crucial victory and go to +1. Tie for second position. Not bad at all.
Yeah, now I see it. 1.5 out of 5.
1.5 out of 5. That's suffering. I mean, you know, and boy, what a great comeback. Ray Robson, in his recent interview with Anastasiya, said that it felt like he was fighting for 50% the whole way. And he finished with a flurry, did Ray, and won. So he finishes the tournament with a +1 score, as he said. After 9 rounds of play, he'd lost 3. He won 3.
And he drew 3.
And something was going to change. And
So
fortunately for him, it went
one?
+4.
How do we finish this one?
After queen takes b6.
Obviously, there's a queen e6 lurking.
So we're looking at queen h6 here.
We're looking at queen h6, bishop takes g4, right? Can we do a little bit
Can we
better?
take on g3? Why don't we take on g3?
Good question. And
I understand you can take on e6 with a check, but are you not getting mated in the process?
I really very well could. Let's take a look.
So let's go
king h8.
Nobody wants to go into endings.
No,
king
we want to
h8?
checkmate the king.
Okay.
And rook takes c3
I promised you a
coming.
checkmate, Yasser.
A checkmate.
Yes. I have
Coming
to keep
up.
my promises.
Promises have to be kept. What could I do?
Well, we are in trouble now because here I capture on f4 with the
I
queen.
thought
Here
you were going
rook
to take.
takes.
No, come on, take on g4, right?
Ooh.
I think you have to because here it is actually a checkmate coming up.
You should.
The h1, yes.
You should.
Well,
take
let's
on
just show
G4.
that. I have to be brave.
Rook takes.
This is not brave. This
Rook
is
h1.
this
No,
is
queen takes f4.
Where's
Or
the
maybe
mate?
queen c5.
Where's the mate, guys? There has to be a mate.
There
right?
has to be a mate.
Well, actually, after but after king g1, rook h3, king g1, I can start with queen c5. That's a checkmate in 2 moves.
Oh, okay, that's much better.
That's clean.
Forcing rook f2 and now rook h2.
That is very, very clean. Good point. Nice one. In the words of somebody, well spotted. Rook takes c3, king takes g4. Somebody promised me a mate.
I can take the queen.
What?
But I don't think I want that.
Well, bishop f5 and rook g3.
But I don't think I want that.
That's
I want more.
pretty good.
No, I want more, Yasser. I want more.
Pause. H5 check.
H5, you take my pawn.
and I go rook g3, bishop g4.
Yes. No, it's somehow you're surviving.
A good army, a good general. No. You said that you wanted something better.
I feel like I should have something better.
Okay, we're all...
I know, you're waiting.
Crickets.
You're waiting.
Kate will show us.
No, Cristian promised to check. I did not promise anything.
Okay, I see how it goes.
You said it, Cristian. You got to keep your promises.
So, first of all, can I start with g takes f4 first, instead of rook takes c3? Maybe that was a bit too much. Can I start with g takes f4 first?
G takes f4 check?
Yes.
I really don't have much of a choice.
And now rook takes c3. Yes.
Don't have much of a choice.
Let's continue.
And this looks pretty promising. I don't have much of a choice.
Now I have h5.
h5, king g5 still. It's
rook
crazy.
g3, and then you go bishop g4, and then I have queen g7.
But can you play
How is
queen
that?
g7 immediately now?
You can.
Yes.
You can. But now king goes up. Where's the mate? We need to find a mate, guys.
This feels like there should be a
There
checkmate.
should be a
Bishop
checkmate.
g6.
Where's
If you
the
go
mate?
to h4, there's queen h6,
If
and
I
queen
go-
take h3.
But this is very convoluted, isn't it?
But it was always.
It was always going to be like
decisive for you. But yes.
All right.
Queen takes b6 on the board.
I'm going to check it with my beautiful engine.
Trustworthy.
We are very much correct. Everything that we just said, it's the correct line.
Okay. Yes. And winning.
Winning for black.
And winning for Leinier.
Maybe let's go back to the game of Fabiano, Caruana against
Absolutely.
Shankland, because things developed there.
And again, for Fabi, destiny is in his hands. With a win, he clinches. When we left it, we really I loved your idea of just playing on the light squares, which he did play, by the way, knight f5. Bishop takes, pawn takes, queen e4, king g7, pardon me, rook to d5. We're talking about light square, domination. And
now the idea is probably to transfer the other rook to a5, a7. Would that be an idea?
It looks like a good idea. Coming down. So, well, first of all, the bishop's hanging. So, shall we drop the bishop on f8?
It was
by
just
the way,
played on the board.
I find the move queen f7 very attractive.
I like it.
The idea is that just keeps the rook honest. The rook can't come to c2 because the bishop is hanging.
And we can have some sacrifices, rook takes d6.
Precisely.
Can we just keep going right now? Keep pushing the pawn.
And
b4, sorry.
Yeah. As my hit single, Push 'em Baby.
That is indeed a hit single.
What do we do with fast pawns?
Doing great on Spotify. Yeah. All right, so
it's an actual single on Spotify?
Yes.
Push 'em Baby.
You should listen to it. It's a pretty good one. Shout out to
Chess Bros.
b4. What do you do?
I don't know. This is like, for Sam Shankland, this is a nightmarish finish to a very, very difficult
But
tournament.
Cristian, why don't you start with queen f7? Because that kind of ties your rook to defend the bishop.
Sure.
And it freezes everything.
Works
right?
as well. Yep.
And now, yes, let's go b4, b5.
Yep.
Yeah. And just also what you said, when push comes to shove, rook takes d6 might also be a clincher. We'll get the pawn up the board.
A lot of
Everything
sense.
is going Fabi's way. Time?
Fabi has 17 minutes, Sam has 19 minutes.
They made their time control.
Made 40 moves.
Okay.
All is good there.
All is good. My goodness. Well, I must say, when you're in these situations and your U.S. championship title, and it really happened to me once. I was very ashamed to admit it. I had a winning position, and I thought for like 15 minutes, and Grandmaster Larry Christensen said, "What were you thinking about? Your victory speech?" And I blew it.
By the way, in the game of Awonder, Liang and Leinier Dominguez, they
Yes.
are going to the variation we discussed.
Yep.
Oh my
Pawn
goodness.
captures on f4.
Let's see what he's going to go for. b4, Fabi says. I don't
B4.
need queen f7 yet. I like my queen on b7 because it does keep an eye on the rook on c8.
Okay.
And I think what he's saying is that once you play the move rook to c2,
Yep.
now I go queen f7.
Yep.
And I don't have to worry that much about that pawn on g2. You're just simply not in time to attack it. If you go bishop g7, for example.
Yeah.
Just rook takes d6.
Maybe even rook takes d6.
That's an extra
You go
pawn.
queen g5, I go rook to g1, and it does seem like I'm protecting everything.
Yeah, easily. So b4 on the board. Maybe I should play queen e6 or king g6. Yeah, let's go king g6.
Okay,
b5, rook c2. But what is my bishop? I'm playing a piece down.
That's the thing.
The bishop on f8.
If it was on d4 or c5,
We could be talking
then we're
about
talking.
a potential rook takes g2 sacrifices. With the bishop on f8, this is just white's a rook up. This is awful, awful.
Yeah,
okay,
it looks like,
I want to go, if you don't mind, I want to go to the game of Sam Sevian. because he isn't.
And it just ended, Yasser.
Oh.
It's a draw. Sam Sevian drew against Hans Niemann, which is a good news for Fabi, right?
That's a great news. Yeah.
Yeah.
Probably not that he cares now with this position.
Not
but
with the position.
Most likely right now, once the Awonder game is over, if it will be over before Fabi's, if Awonder loses, it means that Fabi, no matter what the result of his game is,
And I think
it's over.
he has.
And in fact, this is over. We have a champion. Fabiano Caruana is the 2024 U.S. chess champion.
Awonder Liang.
very disappointed.
And he has every right to be. Congratulations.
Big congratulations. Grandmaster Fabiano Caruana, the current U.S. champion, 4-time U.S. champion, and winning $62,000.
Come on, Fabi, you got to pass me. You got to join the ranks of Gada Kamsky and Hikaru Nakamura as a 5-time champion.
He's been dominating the U.S. Chess Championships for the last 3 years, back to back to back, 3 in a row, guys.
Three-peat.
3 in a row.
Yeah, a three-peat. I think Pat Riley, coach of the Los Angeles Lakers, patented the word three-peat.
Three-peat.
Yeah,
I like that.
three-peat
I like that. The three-peat
is what he has.
So we have Carissa and Fabi both defending their champions.
That's right.
From last year.
That's right.
Next year, on my predictions, I'm a must write.
Next year, I think you're suiting up, Yasser. You wanna? We need somebody to stop Fabi, right? I mean, come on.
Wow. Let's do this. Let's go to the game of Fabi. Again, the outcome of this game is no longer relevant to first place, but certainly relevant to ratings and overall performance and ego and TPR, tournament performance ratings. And Sam Shankland will look at this tournament and say, how many opportunities have I missed? By the way, cheapo alert. Cheapo alert. Look at this last move that Sam Shankland has just played. Rook on c8 to c3. Rook takes f3. Rook takes h3.
Making a perpetual check.
Type of sacrifices, exactly. Trying to make a perpetual check. I'm sure there are a lot of ways of dealing with that, including just dropping the rook back, but I suspect that there's something even more substantial, maybe queen f7, a move that we wanted to play earlier as well.
By the way, Megan Lee is also finishing up her game against Rose Atwell, and she's checkmating with queen and a rook.
Can we see the standings in the open section now that we're sort of getting towards the end of this competition?
The updated standings, you mean?
With the standings, even if they're not completely updated.
Well, here we go.
We can still kind of infer the results.
Here we go.
So let's go to take a look at the open section. So Fabiano Caruana clear first. Nothing is stopping
That's
him.
a lot of people in second
And look
position.
at
Right,
that.
it's a
5.5
logjam.
points. 6 people so far.
6 people right now. Wesley so is not winning his game. So
No.
it's probably going to be 6 people.
A 6-way tie for second.
Which
And what are
means
the
there will be
playoffs?
one unlucky player who is not qualifying for the World
That's
Cup,
right.
despite tying for the second
Right.
place at the U.S.
I
Championship.
think 2 of them, right?
2 unlucky
We have
players.
5.
5 and 1 World Olympiad qualification spot.
Okay. So there's 1 Olympic qualification spot. That makes sense.
Okay.
That makes sense.
By the way, in response to the move Rook C3 with the
This
and
one is
resignation
over.
is here. Megan Lee finishing on a strong note and winning against Rose Atwell.
Congratulations, Megan. Again, she had a real roller coaster ride in the ladies section. She won quite a number of games and punctured the Bobby Fischer Prize.
Right. But congratulations to Rose Atwell as well. Her
Absolutely.
first U.S. Championship appearance, only 14 years
15,
old,
I meant
15
to
years
say.
old still.
Yeah.
And winning against Anna Zatonsky, Atusa Purkashian, and a few draws there.
Congratulations, Rose. I'm very, very pleased that she performed so successfully as the wild card. I mean, again, we always are nervous. We hope for the best when the players, but it has been the case, unfortunately, in the history. A U.S. junior champion was invited to the U.S. championship and lost all their games. We didn't hear from the U.S. junior champion again. So yeah, we have had these historical
It's
things
difficult
that
to
didn't.
switch from junior chess to adult chess.
Absolutely, absolutely. By the way, the queen was on b7, and Fabi took this moment to reposition his queen to the a7 instead of the b7 square. Well, on the one hand, he's out of the way of the pawn, right? The pawn can...
I think he wants
and
to
on
go
the
to
other
F2.
hand, he's got queen f2.
So this whole rook c3, rook takes f3 idea that Sam was trying to get in.
Right.
F2 is just going to come, and that's going to stop everything.
It not only stops the threat, it invites
then you have to defend
a
that
threat
pawn on
as well.
h4,
Yeah,
and
does
then I
so
just
with the
push my
tempo. I like this. I want to say precise play by Fabi. Maybe the position doesn't call for it, but I'm always impressed when you play the very, very best moves.
And the thing is,
This
he's
looks
playing
good.
it fast because at this point he realizes, look, I've won the championships.
Yeah, how
it's
sweet.
over. You almost feel unleashed at that point.
Right,
You know?
right.
I mean, you've won the tournament. All you have to do is finish
All the stress.
Finish it off.
Right.
Finish a position that you know it's winning, and he's been doing this in practice all over, all the time.
Right.
So this is going to be, I would say, a pretty easy feat for Fabiano.
Right. Last move, rook c3, similar idea as before, looking to play rook takes f3.
You're going to see queen f2.
Yes, not only defending the pawn on f3, but as we were saying, to do so with tempo. The queen comes back.
And b5, b6.
And b5, b6. Let's just put a move on the board. Not necessarily it's a great move, but b5, b6 on white's agenda. Yeah, this looks completely done.
And bishop on f8 is just out of the game. It's not contributing in any way. I mean, it is guarding the pawn on d6, but the passer on the b file, that's just moving forward.
In Seattle, we called it a septilicus. It's septic. This is not a bishop yet you're proud of. Where are some of the other games? Mishra versus Wesley.
Yes.
It's a game we haven't seen in a while. According to Darush, the engine thinks it's almost impossible for Mishra to break Wesley's blockade. Yes, you have this great knight on f5, but there's no real weaknesses in in Black's camp. And the engine says, draw. Remarkable.
Yeah.
What other games? Awonder, we know.
I like a game if we can just take a look in the women's section. It's not very relevant for the standings, but Talia Cervantes against Anna Zatonsky, it's a little bit complicated.
Let's go to, Anna Zatonsky.
Against Talia Cervantes, yes.
Now remember, Anna's coming into this with the longest non-losing streak,
Right.
plus 5.
Five 5 games.
Hold on. What's the body count?
So Black is, actually now it's equal.
Okay.
But surprisingly, Queen a5, we all see it, those two question marks. I see what Black is threatening, Queen e1 checkmate. So you cannot capture the rook because Queen e1, that's a game over. So I think you have only moved something like Knight f3.
Okay.
And now I think, can I play a3 as Black?
Yep, it's legal.
If you want to take the rook, you can take the rook because I go a2 and I'm going to just promote.
Looks good. But if we just stop for a moment and enjoy the presence, Queen is attacking, Queen is attacking. So if I just deal with your insidious threat of a2 and a1.
So you think now I have nothing and my pieces are in trouble?
That's what I'm asking. Aren't your pieces are in trouble? If you take a threatening checkmate,
right?
I have to recapture. But once again, same story, right? Two pieces are hanging.
Yeah, I can do that.
Okay.
So Knight f3, is that just winning for White? Because you don't have a way to defend both pieces. It's a double attack.
By
the way, Knight e3.
Knight to David.
d3, pardon me.
I got our Swiss miss. Knight to d3 defends e1. Same story as the knight on f3, but something about this move our chess engine doesn't like.
Well,
what is it
I thought that it's
Aronian?
a3, and then after king b1, we have maybe knight d2. This is what I liked with the knight on f3, that it's guarding this important square on d2.
Good point. That's exactly what I believe is the culprit here. And we are seeing now a3, and that's why if the knight had been on f3, there would be no knight d2. Talia
a3,
played,
2 exclamation points, by the way.
well, only moves are good moves, right? But Talia, by the way, she played the move knight d3 versus knight f3 rather quickly, right? Is she down on time?
Well, she has 11 minutes, Anna has 8 minutes. I think there was still... Maybe it may look visually that the knight on d3 is a little bit more active.
Closer
But
to
yeah,
the
it
king.
feels that the d2 square is important.
And because for Begim's victory was so crucial to Our Lady's standings, well, Anastasiya caught up with her and had send it to Anastasiya.
And I'm here with Begim Tokhirjonova, who just won her game against Tatiana Abrahamyan and qualified for the World Women's Cup. Congratulations,
Thank
Begim.
you.
And tell us, how do you feel right now?
I'm not feeling that great because I lost yesterday. Otherwise, I could just secure everything. But I'm happy that I won, but I didn't play a good game even today. So.
Why do you say so? It was actually like very, very sharp game. And like, what
Yes.
were your feelings through the game? Because you knew quite early that Alice made a draw, and even draw in this game would give you the spot.
Yeah.
So what
but
were your
it's
feelings?
not only about the spot, it's about the performance at the US Champs. For example, yesterday if I made a draw, which was like very drawish, I don't know what happened. It was just like, it's kind of a massive moment. You can be more technical and just make a draw and go home, and I'm still like fighting for the first place, not the second one. So,
so you felt disappointed from
Yes,
yesterday.
definitely.
Yes. So that's why, let's say, you were ready even to take some risks today, but still keep playing.
Honestly, I didn't care. I was like, okay, if I don't qualify, I will just go play Continental and I will have to just win it. So I didn't really think about the World Cup. Yesterday, I just blew it. So no matter what happened today, it would totally be on me.
I mean, I really like your approach. You don't care. Draw is not a result. It seems like, for you in this event. This is how it feels for me.
Apparently, it was very important for the World Cup qualification, like tie breaks, and I didn't know until this morning. Chris Burt emailed everyone, and then apparently first. Like tie breaks is must wins.
Yes,
so.
exactly. So here we go. Actually, the fact that you're winning the most of the games is helping a lot. Yes, Begim. So really, a really good job. I mean, it's so important moment for you. I mean, still second place. I know you are always fighting for first, but still, congratulations!
Thank
Great
you.
performance in this event, and thank you for your time and sharing all your feelings and thoughts with us. And we're going back to the studio.
And our congratulations as well as we take a look at the current standings. Katja.
Carissa Yip, the current US Women Champion for 2024 and also previously for 2023.
Successful defense of her title.
Absolutely. Clear second, Begim Tokhirjonova, and clear third, Alice Lee. Big congratulations to all of them.
And for Carissa Yip, it's her third title at the slender age of 21 years. That would be.
You've heard her. She's getting old. The body's starting to age.
Yeah. The body wears out, and we heard that. I wanted to turn our attention to a game that we, under normal circumstances, might have determined the women's title. Nasi on the black side against Arena Crush. A lot of titles between those two ladies. Nasi's a pawn down, and she's been a pawn down for quite some time. It's knight versus bishop. And at first blush, you would think, oh, this must be an easy win for white because all of these pawns are in dark squares. If they were on light squares, let's say f7, g6, h5, I think we would be talking a draw as a certainty. With the pawns on dark squares, I was always taught that it's a win. But now I have doubts.
The problem is that the white king needs to get a bit closer, right?
Right.
And the black king is doing a great job now. Nazi played king e8, just stopping the white king to go anywhere closer.
So Arena has just played the move king b7, and we could expect that Nasi will keep blocking white's king from making any further progress, right? So king, I mean, Draw?
No, I think we're gonna go king b6, king b5.
King
we're gonna go
B6,
try to
king
get there
B5.
from.
But you're kind
good
of in
at
a Suswang
triangulating.
situation. You're in Suswang situation, I think.
Are we?
Yes. What do
Okay,
you do?
so I'll fall for it.
King c6.
And again, I'm blocking. I'm doing my best to keep your king. I've got all
Bishop
of the...
b8.
Sorry?
Bishop b8.
Check.
King c5.
As you like. I'm going to go back. King c5.
Well, actually, I think the mechanism is going to be after king e6, maybe you go e5.
Aha.
What do you do after e5? Might or might not work. I'm not sure. Looks like something that we could try, though.
That's a great, great move. I love that move. Wow.
Should we,
Wait,
however...
can we go to the endgame?
I'm not sure. Take. Let's see, who's first? You might be able to, but I go king d7.
No, actually, there is yes, and at the end, it's gonna be
king
d7. King
d7.
g4, yes.
There's gonna be both kings on king takes g5. Let's take a look at this. And you have king g4 move, which wins the game.
These are the puzzle rush. That's what you
You can
see.
capture. If you capture one of these pawns, I capture the other, and that's a draw.
Right. But you play king g4 and I'm Zugzwang.
Guys, I think we should
over
go
to you.
I think we should just go to the Shankland versus Fabiano game, Fabiano versus Shankland game, because I do believe we're going to see a resignation very soon. Queen to c4 is the last move.
As Fabi, in response to rook to c3, did play queen f2, king, and he's got his pawn to b5.
Yes.
So it's all going swimmingly well for Fabi at this point. Queen c4, last move.
A nice way to do things would be to just go queen to b1.
I like that move, just targeting the light squares, forcing the rook to go away from c3, so there are no rook b3 capturing my pawn. So you have to go rook c2, and then I can push b6.
Rook c2, b6, and queen.
Queen b1 is
queen
on
b1
the board.
on the board.
By the way,
Queen e2, I think just the simple rook g1 might finish the job.
Agreed. By the way, one of the things that really amazes me about Fabi is, despite what I think he should be incredibly tired, etc., he often plays very accurately after 5, 6, 7 hours of play. His stamina is pretty impressive. I agree.
And that's, by the way, a very nice way to finish things off.
Rook g1 wins. I just saw we're looking at queen b1, which I believe was the last move by Fabi.
Yes.
And
I
his
think we can
accuracy is
expect
impressive.
something like king g5. The idea is when you play b6 now as white after king g5, I have this rook b3, right?
Right.
But rook b3, queen a2.
Queen h7 probably. Yeah.
Queen a7, queen a2. Yeah, that's a nasty check.
Everything is losing.
That is a nasty check right there.
Yeah.
Yep. I think he knows it.
Leading to Rome here.
I think Sam Shankland also knows it, and it's only a matter of time before we see the resignation.
What a game!
Yeah, a very, very impressive game. I thought Sam Shankland played wonderfully through 30 moves, including his rooks. A great judgment by Sam. I don't like his f7, f6 when he played that in the middle game, but he recovered.
Right, he just forgot about that capture on f4 that simplifies the position for white.
Exactly. And now, I mean, this is a tournament where it's very rare. It's okay that you miss a game. You let a game slip away. But in this particular tournament, dare I say it, he let 5, 6 a game slip away from him. He really, really just...
King h6.
King h6.
Protecting that h7 entry square as well.
Exactly.
Can we try to be super precise and go rook to d3?
I like rook to d3 very, very much.
Just so that there's no more rook b3 shenanigans.
Exactly. No rook b3. Please do trade rooks. That one is easy. And if you play rook
now I can
here,
continue pushing.
I like it.
My B pawn is
It's
fast.
incredible. Yeah.
It's pretty fast.
That is a criminal. No question about it. Queen B1, King H6. Love the move. Rook D3. I think that's
Queen
something.
F5 also good enough, right? I attack on F6, then I go to G4, I pick up that pawn. But you are right. I like just trading the rook or forcing the rook to go when just pushing the pawns.
Exactly.
I believe we're going to see rook D3 on the board.
Yeah, I think it's also very important for viewers to practice their accuracy. Don't be afraid to give yourself a pat on the back when you played a really good game and you just neutralize all your opponent's threats. And that's what I see the move rook D3 does. It neutralizes all your opponent's threats. And having said all of this, commentators curse.
He went
Bobby,
for it.
go ahead, make me look like an idiot. There we go. B6, also very strong, because you wanted to go Queen F5 a moment ago. Include B6, not too shabby. So rook B3, all the shenanigans. What are the shenanigans?
Queen F6, Queen F5, excuse me.
Queen
Probably
F5.
will finish the job quite easily.
I will defend the pawn. Yay.
You defend.
Queen D7
Queen
check.
D7 followed by B7.
I'm crying. I'm crying.
Rook B3.
Rook B3. Not the shenanigans I was hoping for. We're
He's
expecting
about to make his
Queen
move very
F5.
quickly. It seems like he has calculated everything.
Queen F5 on the board as expected. Again, just simple chess. I want to capture this pawn.
And you can see
Check.
a little bit of jitterness with Fabi. He's ready.
Well, he's at the finish line.
He's at the finish line.
I mean, and everybody knows it, but many times the slip has occurred just at that finish line.
And what I think he wants, in fact, is after King G7, an even more brutal way to finish would be Rook A5.
Rook A5. That's nasty.
That's a really nice move.
That is very nasty. And you're looking at Queen H7 checkmate as well.
Mate. That's mate, yes.
Wow. I like that one.
Yeah, that's a really strong move. I didn't see that move. And if you don't see that move, then it's like, yeah, you can still grab the H pawn, but you're trading H pawn for the B pawn.
Right.
I don't know if you want to do this.
I would have played Rook D3 in a heartbeat. Stopped all the shenanigans.
And
King
King
G7
G7
on the board. Rook A5.
I think he's going to play Rook A5. Knowing Fabi, he generally doesn't hesitate. And the thing is, the checkmate is coming. Like you're not defending against that. Rook A5 on the board.
Yep.
Clinical precision from Fabiano Caruana, the newly minted 2024 US Chess Champion.
Yes, he is. Well done. I mean, I want to say that he had some moments that he was a little bit on the back foot there.
And we see a handshake.
Handshake. Well done. Our applause as well. Congratulations, Fabiano, as he also gets the bonus prize.
Yes, and finishing on a really strong note and winning the US Championships with a win. That's also always very nice.
Exactly. Congratulations. Fabi, wow.
And he really wanted this not to go to tie breaks, not only because obviously you have a chance to lose the tie breaks.
Of course.
And that's going to be extremely difficult, but also because he's in a very tight race for the circuit points, the FIDE circuit points. And this one will help him get closer to Arjun Ergaisi, who right now is in commanding lead.
Right.
If he ties, then he splits the points with whoever he ties. So that's way less points than usual.
Right.
By the way, I think we have another result.
This one is a draw.
Wesley So goes through the competition undefeated, but on the other hand, Wesley So came into the competition as a favorite, not as a player who was supposed to score 50%, but as a player who was expected to score plus.
And we saw Abhimanyu Mishra being a little unhappy, thinking like, feel like I had a chance there.
He did. It definitely felt like he was the one. And by the way, does that complete the open?
The open.
That does complete the open.
Okay, which means we have to go to the ladies. We have no choice.
But before we do that, So we have Anastasiya, who has an interview with Leinier Dominguez, who won a really important game right now.
Yes, he did.
I'm here with Leinier Dominguez, who just won his game against Awonder Liang and was trying to run away from me and analyze this game with his opponent. But I caught you, Leinier, so tell us, what do you feel about the game and the event?
Yeah, very dramatic game, kind of unexpected all the time what was happening. First of all, A3 or move
Yes.
one. It's kind of preparing already for 9LX. Yeah, so usually you do it when you want to play like with black, some kind of reverse thing. And
Was it some kind of a message that, Awonder won his games with black pieces and he was like kind of telling you like play now whatever you want?
Maybe, yeah. Anyway, what I did, I think I was playing something that was reasonable, but at some point I went like very wrong with this knight d4. I missed some tactics, some small tactics, and I ended up in this very bad position, and then I was trying to hold on. I mean, it's not to lose too easy and at least put up some resistance. I think I was more or less managing quite well, and yeah, I was just very lucky that I got this exact position where g5 is just very strong. I mean, it's a move I wanted to play all the time, and somehow he put his pieces in a way that it works.
And it happened on move 41, right? This queen d3 move he played.
It would have been difficult if let's say it's move 40 and I have 30 seconds. But like this, I had all the time in the world to realize just how good it was. So yeah, quite unlucky for him because I think he had a great tournament, played really well, and he went for it today, trying to
catch up with Fabi,
yes, catch up with Fabi and win the tournament. But yeah, it's just the way it goes sometimes. For me, I mean, I'm not happy with my play. I think I didn't play very well, but somehow towards the end the results were good, so I'll take that.
Exactly. So what do you feel about the final result? Just let's calculate quickly, where are you now? Fabi seems like maybe he's winning now. His position is very good.
Yeah, Fabi should win, and I think Dan is +1. I don't. There's nobody with +2, right?
Something like that, it seems, because Awonder lost today. Yes.
Yeah. So yeah, again, like the way I played to finish in such position seems like more or less a miracle. So yeah, happy with the result.
Yeah. So just few words. What is going to be next for you? Your plans?
Well, I'll play the feature
9LX,
random.
yes.
Yeah, which is always fun. It's a nice tournament. You don't have to prepare, and then also you get to think from move one, which I like very much. I do it anyway in chess, so I'll just be forced to do it in 9LX. And yeah, and then after that, probably the World Rabbit and Blitz, which is going to be in New York, and I'll play that. And yeah, beyond that, I don't have plans.
Yes, sounds like a good plan. All the best of luck for you in all the tournaments you're going to play. Thank you for joining us all this time, Leinier. We go back to the studio.
Thank you, Anastasiya. Congratulations to Leinier for a great finish.
Yeah, and let's see the final standings. Big congratulations to Fabiano Caruana, returning champion, $62,000. And then incredible thing happened. Six-way tie for the second place. Leinier Dominguez, Awonder Liang, Ray Robson, Sevian, Levon, Aronian, and Hans Niemann all tied for the second place. I'm curious who's going to get actually the medal.
That's a very good question. Very, very good question.
Well, it was the number of wins with black, and
we'll let Chris Bird do that before the closing ceremony.
Yeah, that's his job. We're not going to steal from Chris.
And here's our champion, Grandmaster Fabiano Caruana, 4-time U.S. champion. Big congratulations.
Absolutely, Fabi.
He's just as good as this guy, Yasser.
No. I like to say that Fabi and I live on the same block, right? And I mean, he's doing the block proud.
So you're not the best player on the block?
Well, I'm not the best. Okay. I mean, at one time I aspired to be the best player in the United States.
Of course.
Now I want to be the best player on the block. Good luck. And you know what Fabi says to me? He says, you got to move down the block. I go, yeah, but down the block, Levon, it's next door on Pine. Like, wait, it's not easy.
Not that easy to escape in St. Louis.
Just looking at the game of Talia, Anna saving the game now. It's just a remarkable thing. Talia had to move knight to f3.
Playing
The move
for a
knight
win.
yeah, but the move knight d3. And what a turnaround. With the move queen takes f4, it's going to be rook to b3, and then we're going to see a perpetual check.
Right, because there's queen b7 threatening checkmate. You cannot really defend that only with something like queen f7, and then the knight is hanging, so you need to go for checks.
Exactly. So it's good that you have a perpetual check on the board.
What?
Okay, rook b3, queen d2 as well. So that game is going to end in a perpetual check. In the game of Arena, did she?
She was trying to push for a win.
I was thinking it should be a win, but now I'm not sure anymore.
So this e5 came on the board, yeah? But
Yes, e5 is on the board.
Yep, e5.
Perhaps not great right now, even though, how do you sit? Because knight h6 is met with bishop to d8.
Which is the dream.
I think that's what you want.
You're aspiring to. So I have to move
Wait, but
the king.
is it a dream?
Please.
If I go knight h6,
Okay.
I'm going to allow you to do that.
Yes.
Okay, I'm going to go to f5.
That's a check.
Now I probably have to go to d3.
Why d3?
Then you can allow knight g3, right?
Because if
Not
you
that it matters, probably.
and now I go knight e3
That's fine. I take on g5, you take on
and
g2.
king f5.
Ah.
King
f5, bishop takes h4. I continue taking.
Knight takes g2. Oh,
Pause,
and you
pause,
have
pause,
bishop
F2.
f6.
I think I'm trapping your knight.
Right, bishop f2 I think wins also.
Okay.
It traps the knight, right? You just, I mean, you're there. And king back. King, by the way, exclamation mark on the move I wanted to play.
Good job,
yes.
Yasser.
Thank you very much. And now it's very hard for white to triangulate and get her bishop to d8.
Because now, exactly, so Nazi forced the bishop to go away, and now Nazi's thinking about getting that knight to h6, f5, e3, and target the pawn on g2.
Indeed. And that might be enough to draw the game.
Which means maybe Irina needs to go back now with bishop c7, and we will see perpetual
repetition.
Repetition, pardon.
Yeah, exactly. By the way, we're hoping that Anastasiya will be able to catch up with our newly minted 2024 U.S. champion.
Oh, she will.
And,
she will. We're just waiting on that.
Share her thoughts before we sign off. And as we do sign off, big shout outs to everybody at the World Chess Hall of Fame.
Absolutely.
For everything they do to make the players feel so welcome. St. Louis Chess Club and Scholastic Center, Ryan, Tony, your entire staff. Again, you make everybody, to the Grandmasters who are giving
Their
commentary,
best? Oh,
the
us, I thought the
commentary
players.
at the St. Louis Chess Club. That was very nice.
Yeah, there was
That's a
Grandmaster
special-
Josh Friedel, Ilya Nizhnik, Denis Borosh, Anna
Sharavich. We're all giving commentary. And here we see Josh, hanging in there till the very end. And we have more chess coming your way very shortly as the Ultimate Moves is back.
Right, October 27 through October 30, and the Chess 9LX. Yeah.
Wonderful. And of course, to our production here at Silverback. I mean, we come in, Tyler's got everything all set up for us. We get mic, we just present.
Exactly, and they do every work in the background.
So thank you to Reed and to Spectrum Studios too. And again, Randy Singfield and everything, all the people at Spectrum. Megan, we make a lot of fun with her. She's our graphics artist. Ben. And the stats.
Yes.
That was really a lot of fun. And
even if we argue, we are very happy we can argue with the statistics.
Well, we have to argue.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah.
I mean,
that's the whole point of it. That's the whole point of the show, guys.
And we won't really talk about our picks.
I think we should.
Well, we should take it.
We don't have to, guys. We don't have to.
we don't really have
I've
to.
done fairly well. Look, I have 2 medals.
Okay.
Am I the only one with 2 medals in this one?
Yeah. I think we're going to have to give you the...
I think I have a medal, maybe. Maybe I have a medal, no?
Do you have?
Yeah, but I have two.
Okay. I mean, I have to support. And look, you guys are part of the broadcasting team. If you guys were playing in the tournament, I'd be picking you guys too.
You shouldn't. You really shouldn't.
Well, Dasi will have a lot to explaining to do.
I think next time I play, I don't want you to pick me.
That's what she said as well.
It's not working well.
And what's next for you, Cristian?
Well, I'm going
you've
to
got
go back
the
to
Pan Ams. You've got
to Colombia with my university. I'm going to miss you guys
Mizzou.
during the chess 9 and legs. So
Okay.
we're going to have Maurice back in the studio.
Yes.
Maybe one and done. Who
That's
knows?
frightening.
He's here. Look, I'm going to be watching.
Right?
You're going to be
From
here.
a safe
with Maurice.
distance.
Good luck. Have fun.
Thank you.
Have
Thank
fun.
you very much.
He's going to be great, and
Right.
we all miss him here in the studio in St. Louis.
Sure.
Going back to Colombia, going to watch the conference, maybe come back to St. Louis for a couple of days to join the conference as well, and then
Okay.
tournaments with the university.
Right? You're doing the emceeing of the educational conference. I'm doing
Well,
the
I'm
ultimate
just going to be
moves.
like helping with one session.
Okay.
But I look forward to it because it's chess and gender. I think
Right.
very interesting topic to see what their current research is about.
And what moving the pieces. When are you moving the pieces next?
That is unclear. I still need to schedule a tournament and decide about that. No plan so far.
No plan so far.
But I am starting to think about actually coming back to play.
Very, 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 very nice.
I mean,
what
there's
about you,
always
Yasser? When you are going to play?
Hey,
are you
no,
going to play during Christmas, the Rapid and Blitz?
Really, Phoenix. My mom, my mother and sister live in Phoenix, and it's sort of like all the siblings come during the Christmas and New Year's. It's been a kind of a tradition. It's really, really tough to say no to my family because my family, it's really hard to get everybody in one place at one time. And on the other hand, the Big Apple is beckoning the World Rapids and World Blitz Championships. How many opportunities will I get to play on my own, soil?
So still
to say,
debating?
yeah, it's tough. It's tough. I want to be in two places at once.
Let's see.
And the last time,
how that
didn't the
goes.
last time you played Blitz chess, didn't
Yeah.
you win the Dutch national championships?
Well, that was
2012.
Yes,
was that 2012?
yeah, but then I went to Berlin. I didn't play very well there. That
you
was
played
in Berlin
Okay.
with Levon, and
Yes.
there was something about Berlin that was just so overwhelmingly interesting. The chess wasn't. The city was spectacular.
It's a beautiful city.
It really is. I was really stunned at how beautiful it was. Big Apple is beckoning, but we'll see. We'll see.
Whenever we do commentary, right, we always feel like we should touch the pieces.
Yeah, exactly.
And then you go in front of the pieces,
Jealous.
you start playing, and then you
And they think
realize,
I
hey,
should
back
be doing
to
the
commentary. Back to commentary.
Where it's so much easier. But we do have fun. And really, thank you both. I mean, I enjoyed all of our analysis.
Always a pleasure, as
Yeah.
So happy to be
Right.
back
Always a
after
pleasure.
1 year. It's great.
It's hard to believe it went by fast. 1 year you were with us for the U.S. Championships 2023. And that was, wow. Maybe this time next year, the club's renovation will be completed. For those of you joining us late, Rick Singfield was our guest in studio. He explained that we're going from 6,000 square feet to at least 30,000 square feet, possibly even beyond that.
There are going to be classrooms, playing hall,
it's
a
going to be
restaurant.
gorgeous. Go to the website. You can see
Beautiful.
the architectural drawings. But we might be in studio there at the club next time. And hopefully we'll open up the playing hall for spectators.
For spectators. Mhm.
And then it's going to be a completely different atmosphere.
And all people will
Crazy.
be coming for a championship just to see those best players compete.
Love it. That would be really, really great. Again, we're just waiting for Fabi.
And I think we don't have to wait anymore.
We don't.
Anastasiya
Wonderful.
is with Fabi. Let's take a look.
I'm here with Fabiano Caruana, who just won U.S. Chess Championship. Third time for you, Fabiano, third time in a row, fourth in your career. How do you feel right now?
Yeah, it ended very well. I'm very happy, of course. And it was a tough game, very, very tough. I knew it would be tough also because it was clear at some point that Awonder is playing for a win. And it looked very dangerous for Leinier. okay, at some point I realized that Leinier is probably holding this, or even won, but my game was also very tough because Sam chose Najdorf. I also chose a very sharp line in the Najdorf, and we got a very original and tense position. I didn't like my position at some moment, but slowly things got quite good.
Exactly, but what was your mindset? You were ready to wait and see how is it going on the other board, and how did you feel when you saw this move a3?
I wasn't too surprised. I mean, it's clear that Awonder is trying to have fun in general with this tournament and playing fast and well usually. And I thought either maybe he'll make some kind of solid draw like he's been doing in the past, but okay, from a3 it's clear he wants to play the game. So I knew from the first move that he's trying to win the game in his own original way, of course. But more or less, I wanted also to play for a win before the game. I thought, okay, with the white pieces, I should at least try to take destiny in my own hands and see what happens. And then once it was already a draw was enough, I already had a winning position. So there was no reason at that moment to draw.
Exactly, yes. So now we were speaking about Awonder a lot, and let's continue a little bit here, because let's say it seemed like he was the only one who was trying, to put some pressure on you in this event. He was very close. So what do you think about him and let's say the tournament overall, the whole situation, how it was going for you?
Yeah, no, I'm very impressed with his play, of course. I think he could have gotten more points than he had in the end. And for a person who is studying as his main focus, and nearly 2,700, it's clear that if he decided to put more time and energy into chess, then he would definitely break, I think, into top 30, 20, without a doubt. But okay, we'll see what the future holds in terms of if he wants to pursue chess more seriously, or if he's going to take his studies the most seriously. But more or less, I heard from my coach, because I'm staying at home, but my coach is staying at the hotel, that every time he goes through the lobby, he was seeing Awonder studying.
Exactly.
Before the game, after the game. And meanwhile, everyone else is preparing very hard for all the games, but he didn't have, I guess, as much time. So yeah, overall very impressed with him, and I hope that he continues to play well.
Yes, but coming back, let's say, to your result, 4 titles already, 3 in a row. Do you have some kind of personal approach? Do you want to get, how many titles do you want to get in total? Like, which kind of goals do you put in front of yourself? Like, of course, I'm sure you know of some Bobby Fischer records or Reshevsky's records.
No, I'll never reach, what's Fischer's record?
I think it was like 4, we just checked, it was 2 times 4 in a row and 8 in total. Or
No way, I'll never get that.
Hikaru won it 5 times.
Yeah, Hikaru won 5. Now 5 is realistic at least. I just have to win one more time. And, okay, that's a pretty good goal. I'll take that goal next year, or at least try. For now, I'm not going to think too much about it because, yeah, I'm very happy. It's one of my favorite tournaments to play. But yeah, there's a lot that comes before that.
Absolutely. I wanted to ask you about this last round thing. Like today, definitely it has some specific, the last rounds, and special pressure. Like, where are you thinking about it? Like, thinking about how to hold the pressure, especially considering the previous events. That sometimes it didn't go your way. Like, what mindset you had?
Yeah, I was nervous for sure, and of course there are some very clear examples. So in the last round, I didn't perform the way I had to. I think one of my main assets in general is that I do put myself in the position where I'm fighting for first usually, and it doesn't always work out. So there's some major disappointments that comes with that. But at least if you're in that position, you're going to sometimes it will work out, and this time it did, and I think I handled the pressure well. Of course, it is very different. If we're talking candidates or US Championship or World Championship match, of course it's a different level of pressure, so nothing I'm not used to.
How are you going to celebrate? I know that the next event is starting very soon, but still.
Well, I haven't had a drink in a while, so I had a drink after this kind of eventful day in the middle of the tournament. I just needed something to take my mind off it, and now maybe I'll have another for better, more celebratory reasons. But yeah, at the age of 30 plus, I'm not drinking too much. It takes its toll the next day.
Exactly. The event starts soon. Like I mentioned, 9LX is coming. All the best of luck for you, Fabi, and we are going back to the studio.
Thank you. Our congratulations, 2024 champion.
Grandmaster Fabiano Caruana, and as he said, 4-time US champion, maybe looking to
Go
match
to
with
the
Hikaru,
fifth.
who's
Yes,
the
Hikaru and Gadakamsky. You can do it. And
big congratulations to International Master Carissa Yip, who is also the returning champion, the 2024 US Women Champion. Great job. Excellent performance.
Close to that Bobby Fischer prize. Thank you, Carissa, for keeping us on the edge of our seats. Kate,
Thank you so much, Yasser.
Thank
It was great.
you.
Good job,
And
guys.
Cristian, it was great to be here
As
with you.
always, a pleasure.
Celebration.
It was great. It was
Let's do dinner.
Maybe.
Thank you, everyone, for watching. It's been our pleasure, and we'll look forward to seeing you at the ultimate moves in the Fischer 9LX.
Until next
Bye, everyone.
This has been a presentation of the St. Louis Chess Club. Any reproduction or distribution of this content without the express written consent of the St. Louis Chess Club is prohibited.